Yo! How's it going, everybody? How's it going? How's it going? Good evening. We are back. Sorry I'm a little bit late. I overslept in my nap. How are we doing? Zach, Bitters, Fire Hazard, Aussie, PD Wellen, Violent Himbo, Ank. Who else we got? PD Wellen. I think I got everyone there. How are we doing, everybody? How are we doing? Doing good? Just tired? I feel you. Herky Turf, how's it going? Yeah, I woke up. It was 8:30. I was like, I better get up and go and stream. Oh, man. I couldn't hear my music when I started the stream. I was like, I could hear it 2 minutes ago. What's happened? I figured it out. It's all good. 2 mentions again. Well, there you go. Yeah, I started to get to the point where I have to go up so many messages and contributions to the community challenge and what streaks and all sorts. I'm trying. I can't make a list as I go. It takes me 10 minutes to do all my setup now. It's mental. In answer to your question, PD Wellen, the Harlequins is not essential, but the build, you will feel quite squishy without it. So, in the slot that isn't going to be using the rods in your armors, I would probably try and put something defensive, otherwise you might be a bit squishy. But yeah, I mean, the Rod of Kep is an absolute must-have. That is absolutely mandatory. So at least the build should function for you now. You'll have your cooldown reduction on your ultimate might suffer a little bit. So like I say, your damage output will drastically go down, but it should still work. And then you can just keep farming until you get the rod in the other place, I suppose. I mean, it is a grind, right? Right, I don't know if anyone saw the news, which dropped not long ago. It does look like PoE2 is off my menu this time round, which I'm really sad about because I think the Druid's going to drop. I'm actually quite upset that it's dropping on the Friday after the Games Awards, which probably means it's dropping after the release of Season 11 of Diablo 4. So that's actually really bad for people that like both games. I mean, you don't know what their intentions are there. They might have had that plan for a long time, but it doesn't seem very good for the ARPG space. But, you know, it is what it is, I suppose. I suppose it's inevitable that they would eventually clash. It's just a shame that it happens to be on one where I really want to play that character in PoE2. But hey-ho, I can't do both. I definitely can't do it that Friday. I'll be too busy with D4. So, yeah, I imagine some of you will be playing PoE2, and I imagine some of you will be playing Diablo 4. It's just a shame for us that the people that do actually want to play both, I guess. You need some pants with the required. Okay, you've done the build, and I'm getting billions, and yeah, I'm lacking cooldown reduction. Yeah, that's why I use the Harlequins. It makes it easier to solve it. It's mainly the cooldown. The wildfire glyph helps a bit with the cooldown reduction, but on single target, unless you've got a very high lucky hit, it doesn't really work very well at all. And even with the higher lucky hit, it's not really a replacement. The Harlequins gives you that huge chunk of cooldown reduction, right? Mr. Chuckles, how's it going, dude? What is the best method for farming mythic gear? Good question. Have you got the expansion? Let me ask you that first, because that will change my answer. Also, welcome to the community, dude. First time chatter. Blunt Wolf, welcome back. How you doing, dudes? So yeah, who here is going to play D4? Who here is going to play PoE2? And who here is going to try and do both? Who here is going to smash D4 for 2.5 days and then go smash PoE2? Yeah, I mean, D4, oh yeah, D4 100%. I mean, I could try and do a release day, just a release day 24-hour stream, but holy cow, would I be fried. I'd be doing a 24-hour stream. Let's assume that D4's releasing on the Tuesday the 9th at 6 p.m. my time. I do a 24-hour plus streams. I finish at 6 p.m. plus 6 p.m. plus my time on the Wednesday. Let's assume that all goes to plan, and then I go to sleep, wake up. Now you're into Thursday. That's the Games Award day. So we'll be doing some D4 gameplay, watching the Games Award D4 gameplay, go to sleep. Then it's the Friday. If I did another blast on PoE2 there for 24 hours, I'd be cooked. I'd be absolutely cooked. Like, I don't think I can do two 24-hour streams back to back basically. I don't know. I don't think it's viable. I think I'm going to be too deep in D4. I guess we'll see how it goes, but yeah. It's a real shame. I'm actually gutted. I was hoping it'd be the Friday before, because at least then I could have got a couple of days in on PoE2, had a bit of fun with it, and then gone and done D4. I don't know how good that's going to be for them. And it's going to be really bad for D4, obviously, because there will be players that will go play PoE2 over D4. I don't know how much it will affect PoE2. They've got a pretty hardcore following. So there will be a lot of people that will just be like, screw D4! PoE2 for death! Oh, death! You know, they're kind of like that. You do have it, Mr. Chuckles. Okay. So, for Mythic farming, your best ways... you can farm bosses. I haven't really done that much this season, but you can. Belial being the best, so you'll need you need to kill him in T4 preferably, and you'll need the husks so you can open his chest. That has the best drop rate for mythics on the bosses. You can go and do mythic Undercity tributes in the Karas Bazaar. If you've got one of those, you're best running it in a team of 4 because it means 4 people have got the chance of getting mythics. It's not guaranteed, but you've got a reasonable chance of dropping a mythic that way. The best way of target farming the mythic that you're looking for, if you get sparks through, you get 1 spark for killing T1 or above Uber Lilith. You get 1 spark from your season quest board. You get a spark from your season journey. And you can keep creating characters and doing your season quest board to get sparks. If you've got 2 of those, you can go to the jeweler and you could craft a mythic of your choice. But you will need a set of 3 runes, and you'll need 6 of each. So depending on which mythic it is you'll want 1 legendary rune, 6 of those, 1 yellow rare rune, yellow rune, 6 of those, and 1 magic blue rune, 6 of those. Like, for example, the Shroud will be Back, Cry, and Moni. So Back is the legendary, Cry is the yellow, Moni is the blue. You'll need 6 of each. You'll need 2 Resplendent Sparks, 5,000 gold. It's basically they might as well make that free. I don't know why they made that 5,000 gold, really. And then you can just go and craft exactly what you want. You won't necessarily get the greater affixes, but you'll get the right mythic. That's the only way to target farm those. Those are probably your best methods. You can get lucky. I dropped one last night in an Infernal Horde. We got one the other night while we were farming general content in a Nightmare dungeon. We got a Chaos Rift. That was a Mythic Rift. I've only seen 2 of those this season. They're giga rare. I mean, apparently there's Mythic Goblins around. I've never seen one. So there's a lot of, like, luck-based raids, but you can't really target farm it. Hopefully that helps. Yeah, we used to just do boss runs over and over and over again. We haven't really done that this season, to be honest, because I suppose most people are farming Chaos Uniques, and Chaos Uniques are account bound. So you can't gift them to people, and you can't farm them from the Uber bosses. So, yeah, we haven't really done them so much, I suppose. Hey, ADH Gemini, also, first time chatter. Welcome in, dude. How you doing? You're going to be playing D4. Nice. Yeah, I mean, I'll be right. So, got some news on that. But yeah, I will definitely be doing a 24-hour stream on season release for sure. You'll play both PoEs, a 4th month season. I'll play later. I might get a chance to play PoE2 later into it. I just won't hit it on the top of the hype, I suppose. I just don't think I can do it that close to... I don't think I can do both of them so close together. Earlier in the year, I set myself a goal of reaching 100 kilos on the shoulder press. By the end of the year, and to date, you achieved it. Nice! That is 1.5 times how much I weigh. Well, maybe a little bit less than 1.5 times. That is insane. I could probably, like, shoulder press, like, 45 or something. Jesus, herky derp. That's a lot of weight. Sunamins, how you doing? Is the last of this Druids? Well, feels strong, man. Yeah, I think it is going to be the Druid release. I don't know for sure, but it's probably going to be the Druid release on PoE. I've been waiting for that one for ages, and I was hoping it'd be in the last release, and it's not. It's a bit sad for me, because I really want to play Druid, but there you go. You just don't sleep and play D4? No, 12 hours for D4 is not enough. Hercules like, yes! 100 kilos on the shoulders! Now I can lift up everybody! Yeah, 12 hours isn't enough. 12 hours. The problem is I'm also obligated with build guides now for Spiritborn. So yes, I can do a bunch before the season, but there will be a lot of stuff to update post-season there's a couple of the guys on the internal team on Mobalytics who are really hardcore PoE2 players. One of their teams is one of the best PoE2 teams in the game right now in terms of how, as a team specifically, not single players. And I imagine they'll definitely be playing PoE2, so they're in a bit of a tight spot because it's going to be pretty hard for them to blast both at the same time. I'll be interested to see how they manage to juggle that because I just don't see how I would be able to. I don't think I'll be doing any PoE2 guides this time round. I might try and reutilize one of the ones I've done if it's possible, and if it gets gutted, then I guess I'll take it off. But it just is what it is, right? You was hoping to slip in unnoticed, ADHD. Well, it's okay. You did it with style. There we go. We'll go with that. You did it with style. Very nice. Chuckles, you're welcome. Bone Mill, how's it going? You finished the vampire game. Excellent writing. Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed it, dudes. Thanks for the follow as well. You're my 5,200th follow, Mr. Chuckles. You absolute legend. That is awesome. Let's give everyone some points to celebrate. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to figure out that whole thing. I saw them announce the date. I was like, God damn it. So, yeah, anyway, that's announced today. I know, 5,200. My goal this year was to hit a minimum of 5,000, so I'm really happy with that anyway. I like to set myself realistic goals, you know. Anything above that to me at this point is... It's not a very good metric to go by anyway, if I'm being completely honest. I'd rather have 200 followers that are all awesome people that like to hang out and play these games and have a good time with good vibes than to have 10,000 or 100,000 people that are just not that, I suppose. I don't know how to put that in another way, really. But yeah, Hyru's like, no, God, no. How you doing, Hyru? How you doing? James, how you doing, man? Do I have a bean for you? I don't know. Do you have a way to activate the bean train or the beans? I don't know. You'll have to let me know. I was only kidding. I meant never sleep the whole season. I'm struggling at the moment with sleep. That's why I'm on late. I needed an extra hour, otherwise I'd be dead. Has immortal eyes that can see immortal lies. How's it going, Bimmerbot? Right, okay. Plans for today. So... yeah, I said this last night. I have got a lot to do with the Mobalytics build planners. So I am going to be doing some build planners to start with today. I'm probably just going to try and do at least... well, I might try and do all 4 of my leveling guides. I can't do them in their entirety because Mobalytics hasn't fully updated to Season 11 yet. But what I can do is at least do what I can do now. I do know that they've changed it, so when you swap it from Season 10 to Season 11 from a creator's side, it used to reset the skill trees and the Paragon boards and other things. Which I suppose for leveling guides is only the skill tree. I do know that's not going to happen this time round. So I can at least set it up with the planners I had from D4 builds for the non-leveling guides. And the leveling guides, I'll just... to be honest, I don't think the leveling guides are going to take me that long. If I can get the 4 leveling guides done today, then I'll be good. And then we can go do some gameplay for the rest of the stream. I just want to... I can't do all of this stuff off stream. I've just got too much to do. So I'm going to try and make it so we're not going to do too many full planner streams, but get some done in it because it helps me out a whole load. And I guess you guys get to see some Spiritborn cooking. Today will... obviously, my 4 leveling guides cover Sork, Druid, Necro, and Spiritborn. I'll probably do at least one more Spiritborn leveling guide at some point, but I'll do my 4 I've already got. I think all 4 of those builds will be fine for leveling still. I can't see any reason why. I do need to get the D4 patch notes up. So we'll start with that. Going fine. Yeah, Bimmerbot, not too bad. I'm waiting for the caffeine to kick in, to be honest. So we'll start with those. If I can get those done today, I'm happy. That at least pushes those forward a bit, and then those are kind of sat there ready. It's a lot of formatting mainly that's changed for these, I think. So I think a lot of these builds will stay the same. But I need to scout through the patch notes for the other classes just to remind myself in case anything has drastically changed. For leveling, I don't think so much. I think it's more endgame stuff that's changed. Cool. All right, let's flick over to the D4 screen. Would I happen to know the best way to farm Distilled Fear? Helltides. Probably. You used to get them from the Helltide chests. The only other way, if you've got the expansion, The best way to farm boss mats in general, probably right now, especially if you've got a build that can move at a decent speed, like any form of build that can do a Undercity in T4 in 2, 3, 4 minutes, let's say, or 5 minutes. You know, not a long time, but a good amount. You can do quickly enough. Go and do the boss key tributes. I can't remember the name of them. Can anyone remember what the tributes are called? It's one of the yellow ones. I just can't remember its name. But that will give you a whole load of boss mats at the end. It won't guarantee that you'll get Distilled Fears, but just run those over and over again. You'll fill up all your boss mats really quickly, to be honest. Titans, there you go. Tributes to Titans. Cheers, guys. So just run, if you ran like 10 of those in 3 minutes each, so that's what, 35, 40 minutes, because you're going to have a little gap between. Just literally rinse and repeat, shove in offensive legendaries or something, just so you get some bonus items if you want, or just don't. Just go for the boss mats and just literally just clear it. You'll drop a whole load of materials, a whole load of boss mats across the board, not just Distilled Fears. So maybe that would work for you. All right, let's go over to the D4 screen here. It's ADHD Gemini that asked Hyru, not James. Hyru's saying Nightmare Dungeons, so maybe Nightmare Dungeons as well. So you've got a few different options there, ADHD. I think, you know, you can sort of change up the content that you fancy doing, I guess. Honestly, I never really paid attention to that this season. I just kind of played, didn't really do any bosses, and then suddenly had loads of boss mats after about 100 hours of gameplay. You know, hey, Aggravating, how's it going? How's it going, dude? I still need to check that song out. I knew I forgot to do something today. Did you check out the new As I Lay Dying tune, Aggravating? It's pretty decent. It's got very much Powerless Rise vibes, I would say. Trying to farm boss mats to farm Belial for mythics. Okay. Yeah, okay. So I guess you don't really care about Distilled Fear as per se. You can buy boss mats from the vendor, can you? Which vendor? Which vendor? Even I'm lost on that one. Oh, no, okay. No, you really should be careful what you say. You've got that wrong. Okay, it's not a vendor that you buy it from. Okay, you go to the Mercenary Den, and you know the currency you earn through leveling up your mercenaries and stuff. You can go trade in that currency to acquire. There is some caches you can get. So you can resupply, and it gives you items and certain aspect caches and stuff. When you refresh that can, if you're lucky with RNG, contain keys and stuff like boss mats and masterwork materials and stuff. So yeah, you can't just go literally to a vendor and go, I want to buy this with gold or whatever. You know, that is quite a significant difference. That's why even I was confused there. I know you meant what you meant, but yeah, the clarity is clear there, because there might have been a lot of lurkers there. They'd be like, oh, I can buy boss mats, and you can't actually. Yeah, no, it's all right. Even I was confused there. In the den, exactly, Zoran. Yeah, how's it going? Welcome back, dude. But yes, you'll need the coins. Whatever they're called. Rosie, how's it going? How's it going? Boss summoning cache. There you go. Yeah. So it's RNG. You're only going to get so many that way. It's not that's not a complete consistent way of getting them over and over again, because eventually you will run out of that currency until you get more, I suppose. It is a vendor, but it's not purchasing as per se. I guess it is, it isn't. I personally would differentiate them, because you say to someone you can go buy something, they instantly go and think, gold, buy stuff from a vendor. You know what I mean? So it's, yeah. I don't know. Like I say, it confused me. If it confused me, it's going to confuse a lot of people, because I play this game a lot more than most. I don't know everything, but I certainly play this game a hell of a lot more than a lot of people do. Yeah. Also, guys, if you haven't put your 2,000 points in on Twitch towards the community challenge, make sure you do. I've already said if we get to 50% on that, then we're good, because I probably went a bit over ambitious, and I can't actually reduce that total without just completely restarting it, which obviously breaks the whole thing. Yeah, I based it upon the last time we did one, which honestly was a crazy season with more than double the people active in the game and not at a quiet point in the season. So maybe whacking it up to 2 million points was a bit ambitious. So anyway, make sure you put your 2,000 points in anyway. You guys, I'll be doing a 24-hour stream on the 23rd, rolling into Christmas Eve, Christmas Bonanza, with some giveaways, so lots of fun times, bit of silliness, maybe some high-level gameplay. That only happens occasionally here. We'll see. And you guys will get to vote what I dress up as in Christmas fashion. So yeah, we'll figure that out when we get nearer the time. How do you do that, Hyru? You know how to do it. Double the points, double the hype. True. I literally based it upon that last time 1 million points took like a week to do. I was like, that happened really fast last time, and I was happy with that. But I did also forget that Season 9 was pretty bonkers. For some reason, that one just had loads and loads of people playing. I think maybe they must have, like, they did the free weekend or something for the game, didn't they? They brought in loads of new players, maybe. I don't know. It was crazy. It was so much traffic in that season. There were so many people playing. Like, I mean, there's a lot of people playing Season 10, but there was a lot more in Season 9. Grindle, how's it going, dude? DJ Chrono, how you doing, man? Drink City Streamer. Cheers, Hyra. Cheers, everyone. Right, let's see what state this guide's in. Okay. I need to see what they've done here. So we still got our build. So a lot of this probably won't need to change. But we can now set... you can update bits to have like highlights and stuff in it. Oh, I need to fix this. That's broken. Okay. This we won't bother with because Chaos Perks will be going away. That won't update till they do the Season 11 update. I imagine most of this will be the same. Actually, I'll get the patch notes up here. I kind of know the Spiritborn stuff off by heart. But we'll get it up anyway just to make sure. It has been a hot minute since I've double-checked it. Just to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. Patch notes. That's probably that one there. There we go. Oh, actually, no. View all. We want the PTR. Here we go. That's what we want. Right at the bottom will be the patch notes. That's what we want. Okay. And actually, I want to duplicate this thing. Yeah, there we go. Let's just put Season 11 there for now. Yes, I can't actually update that Season 11 yet, so I'm just basically going to be doing this without publishing it for now. Oh, we got activities on here now, have we? Okay. Boss Killer, Dungeon Push, Hardcore, Infernal Hordes, Item Reliant, Pit Pusher, Speed Farm, Off Meta. You don't really need any of those, it's leveling. You could put Hardcore in this. This will work for Hardcore, for sure. Like, this will be tanky enough for Hardcore, no problem. Because I've done it in Hardcore before. It's seriously no issue. You don't need any. You don't even need uniques for this to level from 160. Even when I did this in the PTR, this was actually quite good for leveling. Okay, so what we'll do, we'll just save a draft. Oh, I see. They've changed that, so it's okay. Fine. Okay, good. Right, so we work on this one here. Season 10, the only challenge was RNG. Yeah, pretty much because of the Chaos uniques, right? PoE kind of fumbled and people need an outlet. That's true, Bone Mill, yeah. Did you see the news, Bone Mill? 0.4's dropping the Friday after D4's season. So that's a big rip for me. I mean, we don't know 100% that D4 is releasing on the Tuesday or the Thursday that week. Imagine if they release on the Thursday and then the PoE2's on the Friday. Imagine that. But yeah, no, seriously, they've announced that I'm actually really upset by Mill because I really want to play Druid. I wanted to hit the release of Druid. I wanted to do build guide for it. Or build, yeah. And I think that is what's releasing with this season. And I just don't think I can squeeze. If it was the Friday before, I would have made that work. I would have worked my absolute tits off, come up with a guide. I would have blasted it for a couple of days, had a good time, 2 or 3 days, had a good time with it, and then I would have gone and done D4 release. But I don't think I can do it the other way around. I don't know. We'll have to see how it goes, but I'm going to be exhausted by the Friday because of the usual releases and stuff. Yeah. So it's a bit unfortunate that it's that particular release, I think, that's going to be clashing with D4. It's inevitable eventually it'll clash, but it is a little bit unfortunate that that's happening this time around. I would have really enjoyed it. I might play the season later down the line, but then if Last Epoch releases their season, say, like, in the latter part of Season 11 D4, when it's a bit quieter, I might actually just go play Last Epoch, because I haven't been able to do a Last Epoch season in God knows how long. Honestly. It's been quite a long time. And I think we're going to get some big news with D4 in the Games Award as well. Like, I think there'll be some hype around D4 after the Games Award. I don't know for sure. I don't know what. I have my suspicions. I'm not going to say what, though, because I have some inside knowledge which might have given me some hints as to what's coming. So I can't really say anything. But I have some suspicions that there'll be some hype after the Games Awards. And if that's the case, that might hurt PoE too. It's just not good for the space to be so close together, like literally the same week. It's unfortunate. It's annoyed me a little bit because I like to play both. I guess some people just won't care because they play one or the other, don't they? But there will be a lot of people that are torn. Oh, Expedition 33. I'm going to play it again over Christmas at some point. I'll find a time. I never finished it. I might just start it again from scratch and play it. I might even stream it, even though we'll be like deep into D4. I might stream it like as a variety day just over the Christmas period or something. Or maybe I'll just do 2 or 3 days over Christmas where I'm just like, guys, right, I'm going to blast this for 3 days. Especially if it wins, because I never finished it, and I really should, and I was enjoying it. And the reason I stopped is because I was still working, still streaming full time, and I was exhausted. I had no energy outside of stream to do anything at all. I was completely, at least now I can find some time and energy to do stuff. PoE 2 is starting on Friday the 12th, Damon. So, yeah. I don't know if D4 typically would start on the Tuesday, which will be the 9th. That's when we think it's going to start. The Games Awards on the 11th. So it could be then. But yeah, it's the same week, Damon. Yeah, Expedition 33 is great. There's some other very worthy games on there. There are some other very worthy games on there. So, you know, I think Expedition 33's got a good chance of winning some, though, for sure. I don't know what tags they've got here. We've asked for some of these to be added. Doesn't look like Gorilla. Oh, actually, is Gorilla... The Spirit Halls in here? I don't know. Aspects, unique items, skills, runes, gems, witch powers. Oh, witch powers. Okay. Those are old. Boss powers. Those are from ages ago. Chaos perks. Okay, they've added some of the old stuff. Okay. All right. Okay, they haven't added like spirit halls and stuff. So there are some... They've got a lot of the stuff highlightable here. But there's still some things to be added. Fine. Okay. Just so I know what I'm changing here. So this is fine. Focuses on optimizing the thorns damage. For some... Why did I... I don't know why I did that. That's very weird. Oh, I know why it's done this. It's messed it up because we don't use Markdown anymore. Yeah, I know why. Okay. All right, yeah, it doesn't use Markdown anymore. This is using simple text, or whatever it's called, V2. That's what they use. Because I had access to changing stuff. Here we go. Across the build while staying tanky enough to build in game. It's pretty much... This build won't take that long to update. The endgame guide will take a bit longer. I will actually change this here because I think I can add links to my stuff. And I have 10,000 characters now, not 300. So I can add more stuff. I'm going to make this better. Yeah. I'll be live streaming most evenings. So it's a good time to answer my question. Find me on the following. on... I can add links. I believe as an internal, I can actually add links to these things. Let's get my links. Let's try. They don't always allow us to, but they might allow us to because we've got elevated rights, I think. Hey, I can. Good times. I could never do this before. I couldn't even fit it in, let alone put the links in. You're going to see all my streams I've got up in the background. Briefly here. There we go. Right, let's grab, I need to grab the links. There we go. YouTube. Or... The thing is, right, I want to make it clear that people can find me wherever they can see up here when I'm live for Twitch. They haven't got the support for Kick yet. Kick actually only released their public API recently, and I don't know if they even support that yet. I'm gonna have to visit. I'm gonna have to request it, and I doubt it'll be top priority because not a lot of people in ARPGs do anything on Kick. But if anyone wants to come and support me on Kick, I am streaming over there, and honestly, who knows? Maybe I can push D4 to get some following over there, and that'll be good for me because no one streams over there. But hey, it's another place. Some people do like to use Kick over Twitch for whatever reason, so, and I am there, so find me on Twitch, YouTube, Kick, or I mean even X. Or X. I need to work out how I want to format all this stuff, but I need to get all the links first, don't I? Let's get X here. Oh dear, social media for days. Oh, this is why when I start my stream now, it takes me like 10 minutes to get every platform going. Oh, it's a bit of a fumble. I'm still not used to it, but hey, if I add TikTok to the mix, blimey, it'd be mental. But yeah, Damon, it's a bit of a pain, that, isn't it? Easy choice for you, yeah. Damon, bit of news for you. So we raided out to Bannock last night, and he asked about the race. So I think this time around, I was chatting to Clip. Like, last time was a bit of a stretch for me and Clip to get that race together. And if I'm going to be completely honest, he did the lion's share of it. I don't know how he found time. I wasn't even a class writer, and I was busy doing guides. You guys will remember I was doing guides like 2 weeks or something before. And I still struggle to get everything done because we have to do guides. We can't update them fully until like the last few days because the patch notes don't come out till near the end, the final patch notes with videos and preparing things in the background and etc. Right? There was loads to do. And in the background, he had to source some of the prizes. I sourced some of them. We're talking to people trying to get those prizes because we can't fund all of it. And we can't say exactly where they all came from because they want to stay anonymous. But, you know, you have to go and do all that. It's a lot of pressure to get it all sorted. It's really fun, and it was a good time, and it went really well. So what we're planning on doing this time, and we're not going to run a formal race this time, although we would love to, because at least this time the speedrunners wouldn't be able to just auto-win because the game's changing so much that it will have at least some unknowns. The problem is, because the game is changing so much this time, me and Clip have got an awful lot, and Mobalytics have fully updated their build planners to a new engine, so we've got to reformat our guides, which is what I'm doing now to some degree. We've got so much to do. I'm actually a little concerned that I'll burn myself out before we even go live, to be honest, and I do have to look after my health a bit, and I was sort of looking out for Clip there a bit as well, because he's the same. He'll bend over backwards to make things work, and so will I, but you've got to at some point say, like, you've got to be realistic what you can actually get done. So me and Clip were keen to do a race, just a sort of like friendly race. We've been chatting to other people. So I think we might do it, me and Clip. I don't know about the others on the core skill team. It's just going to be a friendly race. I don't think we'll have any prizes attached this time. That takes the pressure off of us trying to source them. If we, by any chance, happen to come across any, but that'll be nice. But and then we're probably just going to raffle off the 3 spaces on my team. He's going to raffle off the 3 on his team. And we're probably just going to have a bit of a friendly race, see who can get to Capstone 4 or something, you know, rather than it being this massive pressure thing. And then if people want to take part with it, they can sort their own teams out. Because the other thing in the background is we were frantically trying to help people source teams for themselves. And he still does that in his Discord, but he has a lot of people that helps him do it. On my end, I ended up having to do most of it myself, which is fine. But again, it's just another thing. And so I think this time round, we're going to try it. We've been trying out a few different things each time because we're trying to find a good balance between what works, what do people find fun, what do people find fair. And so, yeah, we're going to try that out. But I'll keep you posted exactly what's going on. So we'll be doing something. I just don't know exactly what yet. And that's kind of where we're going with it. The one that is withdrawn from Honor ADHD, you're talking about Megabonk, aren't you? I actually commented on his X post because I'm a game developer myself of 15 years. I'm actually going, I confirmed today, I'm going to my old company's Christmas party, which I wasn't sure if I'd be invited still to because I know that they've had a lot going on. But yeah, so I still have a lot of ties to the development world. I only left at the end of June. So I got a lot of respect for someone who stands up and goes, do you know what? I don't necessarily qualify for this. And that tells me he actually just loves making games. And he was quite happy. He's obviously over the moon with... I mean, I imagine he'll be over the moon with the success of that game. And what that game showed Megabonk is you don't always need a game that looks super shiny and that has the best graphics and the best sound and the best this and the best that. It just needs to be a fun game. It's a fun game. That's all it is. And that's all you need, really. Yeah, Ironforged, it does, which is a real shame. You saw Dirty Movie, Hyrule. What Dirty Movie? Or dare I ask? You'll blast D4 till PoE 2 hits that weekend, then do PoE, but after that, just bounce between both. Yeah, fair enough, Ironforged. I did Obnoxious. I know. I saw it just before stream. That pretty much kills PoE 2 for me, I think. I did say before, if it's after D4, I'm screwed. I don't think I can do it. It's too close. Which is unfortunate for me, because I actually really like playing both. I really like both games for their own merits. I might get a chance to play it off stream at some point, a bit later down the line maybe, but I suppose at least I'll be able to play it for funsies. I know. I'm actually really upset, because Druid is the one class I really wanted to play. I've been waiting for it. And for it to clash so near to a D4 season where I have to play D4, because I'm obligated and it's my main game, kind of upsets me a little bit, but it is what it is. Right, let's change this. I want to make... that looks a bit weird. I'll be live streaming most evenings. There you go. On Twitch or X. Yeah, that's good. I like to keep things simple, so this is a good time. Let's get rid of that. I only need to format this for one guide, and then I copy paste it across them all. Alright. This is a great time. I've got more characters now. I can use longer words. Yes! More than 4 character words. Let's go. This is a great time to come ask me questions directly. So come say hi. So don't. Oh, yeah, that'll do. Nice and simple. If you've hit the level 60, check out the endgame guide, which will take you to T4 and beyond. Yep, that sounds good. Right. No, I don't want to publish this. We'll just save it. I've got in the habit of just saving this over and over and over again. I don't think this will take too long to update, actually. Yeah, I don't know if you heard Ironforged because the ads. Yeah, I saw the release date. I'm a bit... I mean, I'll see how I feel on the Friday and see how things are in D4. Maybe I try to do 2 24-hour streams back-to-back, but holy crap, would I be... I'd be so ruined. I'd be a shell of a man by the Sunday. I'd be... In fact, I don't think I can do a 24-hour on that Friday. I have a feeling I might have a family event on that Saturday, actually. I think Saturday the 13th, I have a family event, which I'm committed to. So I don't think I'd even be able to do a 12-hour PoE2 stream anyway. I'm pretty certain I've already committed to that. I was really hoping PoE2 would drop the Friday before, but there we go. Man, it's such a good tune. Right, Pure Thorns damage, true. Excellent lemon build, true. This is definitely true because I did it in the PTR. It was great. Totally different way of constructing a build. True. Super casual play. Well, actually, we're just going to go for 3 here. 3 and 3. Easy to get going. Super casual to play. Oh, man. I kind of want the 4. We don't need that one. We'll go for 4 here, because this is actually... I normally go for 3 and 3, but this is definitely true. It is a pure Thorns damage build. It's not that. It's no Poison Thorns. It's an excellent leveling build. Super casual to play and easy to get going. I think those are all valid. I want to make this shorter. It's bugging me. Base Thorns. Hard to scale. There you go. Oh, yeah. Hard to see Thorns damage numbers. That's true. I don't really have a third. Yeah, there's not really a third one here. It is actually a really good leveling build, this, and it definitely will be in the coming season as well. That's not going to change. I might actually make a new leveling guide for Evade today. We should do that, really, because Evade leveling is definitely a thing, isn't it? But we could probably copy-paste a lot of the format in this guide for it. Get everything set up for it. You start... All right, this has changed. You will not start with any ability points anymore. So, actually, this will change. This goes to 26 ability points at level 14... So this is an interesting one, actually. I don't know how many extra ability points you're going to have at level 14. I can't assume that people will have them. So I think I'm going to have to make the guide be set up slightly differently for that. Yeah, I didn't consider that. Assume they've got them all by level 60. Maybe. I did reckon... That wasn't actually very easy to achieve on the PTR. But I did say in my feedback... It probably should be possible to get all your skill points from the season journey by the time you're level 60, as long as you're not level hacking some way. You know, like some crazy leveling scheme that gets you to 60 way faster than you normally would with the season journey. It was actually quite hard. There were a couple of objectives that were a little bit more gimmicky and you wouldn't necessarily do by level 60. Hey, Blender, how you doing, dude? Yeah, that's the thing, Blender. I'm hoping they'll make the skill points a little less, a little easier to get, so that you'd get... I'm going to assume by level 60 you can have all the ability points. But by level 14, I can assume you've got 1. I know you definitely get 1. You get 1 right at the start. You get 1. You literally get 1 given to you at the start. So you'll get that. You get 1 skill point from the season journey at the very start. But beyond that, if I just go back, I could just say get the next... I don't know if you probably won't get 11 skill points by level 14. You just won't. Not the way it was in the PTR. I think for level 1 to 14, I like to do my guides level 1 to 14, 15, 29, 60, 30, because for Spiritborn, that's pre-Spirit Halls, first Spirit Hall, second Spirit Hall. So it's a bit easier to follow, you know? This guy, yeah, so I'm just going to go, this goes to 15 ability point, 15 skill points at level 14. Assuming no others from the season journey. Let's put that in bold as well. It's a bit easy to see. Maybe we put that in brackets, because it's kind of an afterthought thing. I don't want it in bold, though. I don't know how many you can get by this point. I only did the leveling once. I should have tested that. Yeah, let's put that in brackets, because it's kind of an afterthought. So I think the safest thing... I do remember, because I got to level 7 very quickly, and then I went to Asmodan in normal, and someone one-shot him with Hydra, and I went straight to level 38 or something, and I had to delete the character to start again. And I got straight back to level 7 or 8 very quickly again. So you will get to level 14 pretty quickly. And I didn't use any of the crazy leveling strats. That was just doing the season journey. So you'll get to level 14 pretty fast, and you'll probably pick a few skill points up, but I don't know how many, so I don't want to assume. Yeah. You definitely started with 1. You got that right at the start, and they've said that's going to be the case. And I think that'll always be the case. So you always get 1 skill point at level 1, yeah. and then by level 14, you should get another 13. So that'd be 14 skill points. Is that right? Can anyone remember from the PTR, did you start with one skill point before the season journey and then you got a second one from the season journey? Or was it the season journey was your first skill point for level 1? I can't remember. You start with one. Do you get a second one from the season journey and that's your first one from the season journey? I think so, right? You got one for free from the season journey. Hey, Raziel, how's it going, man? Thanks for lurk, Obnoxious. You got doors to fix. Good luck. Yeah, I'll be on for a while. Yeah, okay, I thought so. Okay, let's just assume you start with one, you get one from the season journey. She'll get 15 by level 14. I can obviously update this once we get into it. Specking into your spirit halls, yeah. Okay, so this is fine. What do we put in here? At this point, yes, this is the thing, right? At this point, you will have up to 30 skill points. That's a big difference in how the skill tree is going to be planted out. You should have some extra ones. You will have 30 guaranteed skill points. Guaranteed at level 29. You will likely pick up some more. You will likely pick up some more from the season journey. Move on to the next variant. I'm trying to think how I want to position this. The legendary drop rate was changed to 40 as well, actually. Okay, let's put it in. Move on to the 30 to 60 variant. If you acquire, if you complete skill tree here before level 30. I can't guarantee at what pace people are going to get their skill points from their season journey. So I'm just going to position it as like, do that if you get to that point. When you hit level 30, or... No, actually, no, you can just go when you have... more than 30 skill points... I'm just going to make it so it's the full tree in 30 to 60. I think that's the safest play. When you have more than 30 skill points, move on to the 30 to 60 variant. There is a leveling path, so you can follow this. Move on to the 30 to 60 variant, where you should be blasting with both spear halls. Okay. And receive a higher, I can't spell apparently, drop chance at level 40 plus. They changed it. It used to be 30 plus. They've changed that to 40 now, I believe. Okay, this looks fine. I can reuse this across all my guides, so I'm just trying. I try to make sure things are worded in a way that people can actually understand it, you know, of any experience level. You get the first from the journey, Zoran. What? So you only get one at level 1, including the season journey. Are you sure that's correct from the PTR? I actually can't remember. I just know you definitely get one from the season journey. I just can't remember if that meant you had 2 or not. You've got a few beers, Raziel. Nice. Raziel, I mean, look, I don't think it's necessarily people are stupid and that so they can't get to T4. Some people just don't have a lot of time and they're just like, I just want to have a good time, so I follow a guide because that means I've got 2 hours every weekend to play, and that means they can just play, follow a guide, it works, they have a good time. No, you're good. You don't have to say sorry. That's, you know, I mean, I'm sure there are a few people out there that might be, yeah, I'm sure there are a few people out there that might not have the brain cells required to do it. I don't know. That's the nicest way of putting it, I suppose. But a lot of people that use guides, it's just because they don't have a lot of time to play and they're not as experienced at the game as we are. We do have to remember a lot of us are actually blasters. A lot of us really blast compared to your average person. Hey, GMFO, how's it going, dudes? How was your birthday, man? We'll be celebrating on Saturday. Whoop, whoop. Are you around tomorrow night, GM? I might play some Arc Raiders on stream. If you want to come, if you want to get some Arc Raiders in. You watched your PTR video. I spawned with 1 skill point in town with level 1. Okay, and is that before the season journey, Blender? I didn't take any videos of the leveling, sadly. Let's say 99% sure, because I think the first time I didn't know about the quest and started without any skills. Okay, yes, okay. Let's just assume 2. I can change this if it's wrong. I mean, look, let's wait until... They might change it, sorry. It might be different. I think it would make sense if you start with 1 at level 1 and then the journey gives you 1 of your freebie points. Gives you 1 of your skill points, so you get 2. But I guess we'll see, right? All right, nice. It was good. Nice, man. Can't wait to have a little party. Yeah, I'll probably be quite tired tomorrow on Saturday night, but I'll definitely be there, of course. You wish D5 would be an MMORPG. I think we'll be waiting a while for D5. Yeah. Right. 30 to 60. At this point, you will have up to 71 skill points at level 60. This will require you to have completed all season journey. Actually, I'm going to highlight all. All in highlights. Season journey objectives. That rewards. No, that award skill points to complete. So funnily enough, some of those season journey objectives were bugged on the PTR. I got to a point where one was completely blocked, so I couldn't do it anymore, and I had to vendor cheat it to get it. I'm making that exceptionally clear because there might be some people going, I don't have 71 skill points. Where have they all gone? You lie, noob. All right, this will do for that. Good. All right, that's those. They've nuked all this, so that's really annoying. I had all these written out, and I don't have them anymore. They've gotten rid of them. That's actually really annoying. I had all these things written out for the... I don't think I've got that text saved anywhere, have I? I have got a gazillion notepads with things. So maybe I do have... No, I don't. Well, that's unfortunate. Hey, Gaming Hellfire, how you doing, man? I don't know. I enjoy D4 Razzle. Guides are great, though. I don't have time for making my own with the same level of thought guide. This beautiful man game. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't go with a beautiful bit, but I do put the time in on the guides. Oh, that's annoying. I mean, it's not going to take me long, but I had these written out of which ones to take. That's it. Oh, no, I lie. It's like they are there. It's just in that variant, I don't have any. I might actually... put in here Spirit Halls. I might actually make it very clear. Spirit Halls cannot be obtained until level 15. Until level 15. Boop. Because you got. I'm assuming that you get players in here that are brand new to the game. Never ever touched the game, so they're looking for they want to play Spiritborn because that takes their fancy, and they are like, I really like the look of that. I have no idea what I'm doing. This build looks fun. I'm trying to make it so it's like as easy as possible to understand. Yeah. Actually, no, I'll put that in the next one. I'm trying to add in little bits that I probably missed little bits of details before. It makes my life easier if it's clearer, because then less people have to come and ask me questions, I suppose. The Gorilla Primary, I'll have to ask them to make these a highlightable. But yeah, the Gorilla Primary Spirit Hall is taken for the base Thorns. This might actually get buffed after the PTR, because Wu Dijo did some testing, and he found that this was underperforming by about 50% or so. The Thorns damage. So if that is the case, that would explain why that Thorns damage on Gorilla Primary never feels better than anything else. Yeah. To unlock Spirit Halls, you will need to have completed the Spiritborn class quest at level 15 plus at least once in your account's lifetime on whichever realm you are playing. Softcore or hardcore. Oops. Apparently I can't type today. So unlock, that's a bit of a mouthful, that, isn't it? To unlock Spirit Halls, you will need to have completed the Spiritborn class. Actually, you know what? I won't make that a bullet point. We'll do this. Oh, Christ's sake. No. What have I done? There we go. No. No. Oh, God damn it. Can I actually, no, maybe I can unbullet. Oh, there you go. That's how you do it. And then what I can do is I can actually do this. A little bit of info underneath. There you go. That should be clear enough. I don't know if I like that in italics. Oops, don't want it underlined. No, I do like it in italics. Although, I did this in my Borderlands. I actually quite like doing this to emphasize these. It makes these stand out better. No, there's a lot of stuff that we won't need to do the highlights for anymore. I did this in my Borderlands ones, and actually this came out quite well. Hi, Roo. Sheep Scream. It's okay. Oh, you lost all your points, Taters. No! How you doing, Taters? It's less how to get to T4, more how to play a build you want to play to T4. True. Yeah, D4's great, Raziel. Yeah, I like it. And I think we're going to get some pretty juicy details at the Game Awards. And I think we're probably going to be seeing a D4 with a bright future. But that's what I'm hoping for, right? I'm always a optimist when it comes to these things. Yeah, when you've got even this much text and you're on a phone, it becomes a bit like reading a page full of text, and your brain gets bored and doesn't want to read it. So if I highlight these things, it makes it very obvious what the real key. This is the absolute key word. That's why I do this. It makes it a bit easier to pick up. Man, it's a bit of a stretch, that. I'm quite big on good formatting. It really bugs me if I read stuff and I can't read it properly. Some of the guides I've read in the past, it's a bit like, oh, my eyeballs, they've been offended. There we go. I actually prefer that. It makes it really kicks home what the bit is you care about. I don't know why that's not. Yeah, they need to have some highlightables for these things, but in fact, actually, yeah, got those as well, right? Yeah, we'll do it up here as well. Actually, 1, 2. Skill points, all right. And then we'll do these here. Thorns damage. Check the how it works section below for further details. We can leave that up. This is fine. Yeah. All right. At least they've made it so links are really highlighted now. This is what the PoE2 guys did, so that's good. Makes it really obvious what's going on there. Right, let's give that a save. Do it in bite sizes. I'll have to do an updated video for this, but this will have to happen after the final patch notes come, just in case something drastic changes. Hey, Luna, how's it going? Welcome back, welcome back. Happy to be home, Taters, I bet. How was your day? Are the drop amounts from the Titan Undercity run randomized? Yeah, I'd say so. I think so, ADHD, yeah. Oh, Hyru already answered, yeah. Mishy, how's it going? How's it going, Mishy Stars? Yeah, Luna, I'm good. Doing a bit of season 11 prep today. I was saying at the beginning of the stream, like I'm gonna have to feed some of this into my streams because otherwise I end up doing 7 to 8 hour streams on average, and then I end up doing that off stream, which is a lot, and that's without everything else that happens in life and the rest I have to do as well. So I'm trying to find a balance right now where I can try and get at least some of this stuff done on stream. I mean, some people find this stuff interesting. I suppose some people don't. And I'm going to try and do it in such a way that I will do at least some gameplay in the stream. So I'm going to try and get my 4 leveling guides done today. But I'm going to start, actually, I'm going to start with this. I'm going to do a new one for Evade. And then we'll see how we go for time. I mean, that'll be a good start, because at least that's 2 Spiritborn leveling guides done. Okay, that's those. That's that. Okay. Edit. There's a bit more effort to do the underlining, but I do actually prefer the way it looks that way. So that's that one. The Gorilla primary spirit was taken for the base thorns and barrier generation. That is true. Good. And then we come over primary, secondary. Yeah, okay, 6 is fine. We do not want that selected. There we go. I don't know why that was selected there, because you can't have it at this point. And then we come over here, the Gorilla secondary. I'm just wondering if I put that in all of them. Do I just put that in here? Maybe I just put that in all of them, to be honest. Because what if someone comes in and just goes, 30 to 60, that's what I want. And they haven't done this for some reason. I think I'll just put that in all of them. Don't know if I like that in italics or not. Oops, definitely don't want to do that. All right, yeah, we'll stick with the italics there for now. Maybe I'll change my mind. I am this fussy. You get to see my OCD here. But it does mean the guides will be formatted wonderfully and lovely, and your eyeballs will love me lots more for it. About to do a little bit of work before the day ends. Oh, nice. Is it hard work or just bits you want to get done so it makes your life easier going forward? Yeah, this is the boring bit where most of what I need to do on these guys is reformatting. I don't think, functionally speaking, a lot's changed in these guys. The Evade one I need to put together from scratch. But I can duplicate this one and change it, so I can reuse a lot of what I've just done. I like to do guides in the way that it's a format where I can reuse it regardless of class and build. And then you obviously do the build-specific stuff like items and that. Elsid, how's it going, man? Yeah, so I'm going to do an evade leveling guide as well. So I'll have at least 2 Spiritborn ones. Because evade will still be a very popular leveling build, I imagine. That one there, though. Yeah, I mean, without the Zepazon becomes a bit harder to achieve, I suppose. Let's get that evade cooldown down. Is one of them a rake? I wasn't planning, but I could try and do a leveling guide with rake. I could certainly try and do that. That is a skill that would kind of work because you can sort of somewhat solve the resource problem with one of the nodes. It makes it a bit less resource heavy than the other options early on. So it is slightly possible, yeah. Okay, this looks fine. Right, we're down to items. I think on this build, this will stay the same. However, no, actually, no, this will. So one thing that's changed here, this will change. We can get attack speed on weapons now, which is Giga Chad. Ridiculously good for this build. Like, seriously. I can't... Oh, they haven't added it in here. No! No attack speed. Big rip. Okay, gotta get that feedback right now before I forget. Hey, Hukes, how's it going, man? Oh, they're missing affixes. We're missing at least some new affixes on the gear. Is this a known thing with updates to come? It might be because they haven't done the Season 11 update yet. Assume that may come with the Season 11 update. I'll ask the question. It might be because they haven't done the Season 11 update yet. So, yeah, you can... So, on the PTR, you could get attack speed on a weapon. That is so good for this build while leveling. Because attack speed just makes this build better. Because you want to get to the 3rd attack, so you hit with your big thorns damage. And obviously, the more attack speed you got, the quicker you'll cycle through it. So, yeah, you would have max life. You won't bother with crit damage because... To be honest, vulnerable damage probably isn't even all that useful here to start with. Because... You won't have a consistent way to make things vulnerable, I don't think. So you'd be better off just getting flat damage, probably. At this point. You would also want life on hit. You'd actually go for dexterity, maximum life, life on hit, attack speed, life on hit. Life on hit will be, you do want some sustain. So, yeah, you want, I'm going to have to put in some notes here, I think, for now, for me. You only get 1 temper slot. We won't do that for level... Okay, let's do level... So for level 14, you're just going to go for 2 stats. Dex, max, life. Won't bother with the rest. Won't bother any tempers. If you happen to find a Moniton, you're going to have a good time. You definitely won't find a Zamrune at this stage of the game. And the rapid aspect is Giga Chad because you double up on a 2-handed weapon and it gives you up to 70% attack speed depending on the roll. So it's just epically good. Boots... Movement speed of kinds. I don't think they added any extra stuff here for movement speed for us, but I'll have a quick look. This is all items, spirit hall, aspects. It won't use any of this. That's legendary, so it doesn't matter. Don't care about the tempering here. I did say that this is basically dead anyway. Yeah, so there wasn't actually that much changed in that front for Spiritborn. A load of bug fixes. That was the big stuff here. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I thought. There wasn't. So this will be basically the same. We take aspects of haste because it just gives you extra movement speed every second while moving. So when you start moving, you'll just start moving faster. And I believe you can get the aspects of haste from a dungeon, I think. I did have that down here somewhere. No, you can't. You have to find that one. Okay, you can only get these 2. Fine. All right, we'll update the format with all this stuff because that's a bit messy now. Yeah, so that's good. You need movement speed early on. You consume... The one thing about this season coming is you won't be able to Superman all the way across the screen like you could in Season 10 because you don't have the double distance from the power, which felt amazing, to be honest. This is the Rock Splitter one. A lot of people tend to start on Evade, but Rock Splitter will definitely be tankier, and in the PTR... the incoming damage was quite high. I think they might be scaling that down in normal. I think normal was probably a little bit too hard. But people who want to start in like Penitent to start with will probably get a finger or 3 in the bumhole, unless they're really, really good. And even then, they might struggle. Like, seriously, they really ramped up the incoming damage. The amount of max life you got was a lot less. It really put an emphasis on getting defense and life sustain while leveling, which actually works very well for this build because it's quite a tanky build in general. And then I just go, just literally all armor stuff. Juggernauts, Aspects of Moonrise is great if you can find it. Attack speed, damage, great. Bruisers. Bruisers is actually very good for leveling. It gives you extra armor and extra thorns when you're missing max life. So that means if you take damage, you'll just do more damage and you'll gain more armor, making you tankier. So that's pretty sweet. And Disobedience is a must-have. You can even get that from a dungeon. So that's just going to give you more armor, makes you tankier. And yeah, Seer and Qua for movement speed makes sense. I literally geared this up to make it so you can move faster, be tanky enough that you don't just get violated. And for damage, all you need is attack speed, really. Attack speed, get your points in Bastion, off you go. If you happen to roll any Thorns damage on the pants, even better. So I put Dex Thorns here, because you can get it on the pants. I think you can even get, Dex Thorns on the helm, because that gives you damage, right? It's just any amount of Thorns damage, like literally even like 20. If you get 20 or 30 Thorns damage on that and you get attack speed, you're going to wreck everything with that Thorns baked into Rock Splitter at this point with the Gorilla stuff put in. Aspects of Adaptability is great. Attack speed, movement speed makes sense because these is just what you need for leveling. Socket in. Actually, yeah, I think we do want diamonds. Getting armor was a lot easier. Like the way that armor works here is different. So yeah, I think you do just want to stick. In fact, actually, diamonds will be really weak at this point. Yeah, I don't know. You don't get individual resistances on these anymore, like this. You don't get this anymore. That will change when they do the Season 11 switch over. You just get all resistance, and that's it. Like this. This just implicitly... The amulet implicitly comes with all res, and that's what the rings will do as well. And your armors come with armor, and your weapon comes with damage. Offhands come with damage as well. Hey, Tiny Ren, how's it going, man? I always use Disobedience in all of my leveling guides, Gilbates, pretty much. Because I treat my leveling guides like it's their first character of the season. They haven't got all of the resources. They haven't got all of the aspects, etc. It's one you can get from a dungeon straight away, and it helps you stay tankier on any build. And it really doesn't take long to get, yeah. Dex attack speed on the rings makes sense. Movement attack speed here. We'll stick with all res in there for now. Because if you do get Disobedience and Juggernauts, you'll have quite a lot of armor, to be honest. So that will help you get your resistances up a bit early on, which makes you tankier. This actually just looks pretty much ideal. This just looks fine. This looks exactly as I would use it. I don't think anything's drastically changed here that would drastically change this build. So we can pretty much leave those as it is. Hey, Killer, how's it going, man? How's your streams been going? Yeah, I'm good. Just trying to get some of these guides updated. Right, the above aspects are all great for boosting the build, but are not... I'm actually going to highlight that bit, to be fair. Not necessary. For the build to function, all you need to blast level 1 to 60. Is the following, right? And this we can actually change to do this. There we go. So this will look, so you can highlight these now, and it shows them a bit better. Tormentors, aspect. So yeah, we put the Fellsayers in. Oh, so we do. Oh yeah, we do get vulnerable damage if you get the. But you need the Fellsayers aspect. That's why I put that in for leveling, because you'll cast an incarnate skill and you make all the enemies around you vulnerable. And it also means if you kill one, it does a bunch of damage around to enemies around you. So that's quite good for leveling. Tormentors is exceptional for leveling if you poison them with your toxic skin. Because it just makes them take Thorns damage while moving around you. To about level 45, and then that curves off. So I think I might take that off later on, but in the early ones, it's really good. Yeah. I mean, you could just put conceited in, actually, to be honest. Conceited would be really good here. Because that's one you can get from a dungeon. And you, with the way that Gorilla Spirit Hall works now, you get less barrier every time you hit. But there is no cap on it. So if you've got a lot of attack speed, you can stack barrier very, very quickly. And even though it says the barrier lasts for X amount of time, every time you stack another one, I think it resets that timer. So it's not like each stack lasts for a certain amount of time and you can only get to 30%. You can actually get to 100% with it if you tack very, very quickly. Makes you quite tanky. Conceited would maybe be better because you get a multiplicative damage based on barrier. And I believe you can get conceited from a dungeon, actually. Let me have a look. Might change that. Because you will always have barrier on this. Actually, you won't have barrier at this stage, so I won't put it on 114. Maybe in the next one. If you get tormentors at level 114, you'll literally just poison enemies and run around, and they'll just die. They'll just die running towards you with the thorns. It's crazy. Yeah, okay. I haven't really made any big changes to this guide in a long time because it's just worked the way it does. Like, the only thing is the perks normally. Disobedience. Aspects of haste. Has this got all the ones in there? Rapid. Haste. Juggernauts. Moonrise isn't in there. Okay, yeah, you don't actually need Moonrise to blast. But I suppose all you need to blast level 1 to 60 is the rapid aspect, the Fellsayers. You don't actually need Tormentors to blast 1 to 60. I'm actually going to take that one out of that list. Like, those, if you get those 5 early on, you will get to 60 so easily. It's like movement speed sorted, armor sorted with those 2, vulnerable sorted, attack speed sorted. Done. Like, it's just crazy good. Yeah, I thought I spelled that wrong. Need 3 views on 4 different... Oh, you still going for... Okay. Oh, you'll get there. Getting to affiliate took me ages. Believe it or not. Like, I used to stream and then I stopped and came back and then some friends helped me get it way back. But yeah, getting affiliate took me a long time. You'll get there. It's over 4 days now, is it? I believe it used to be more than that back in the day. I think they've made both affiliate and partner a little easier to get than what it was. Okay. This does look nice. I'm going to have to request a few things to have all this. I want everything possible in the game that can have highlights to have highlights at some point. It just looks a lot better and people can highlight stuff and see them without having to go look up here, you know? I think there's a fix coming as well. There's meant to be these build variants. I think that's meant to be here. It's meant to be in all the places. I think that got broken. I think they're deploying a fix for that at some point today, maybe. Later on, once we hit level 60... and start building into the end game, we will swap out some of these aspects. But for leveling, these will give us the following boosts. Yeah, I'm actually going to highlight that. Like, a lot of people skim read, so what they'll do is they'll skip all of the text that isn't bold and underlined, but they'll go, right, level 60, end game build, aspects, for leveling, following boosts, and then they'll look at the list. That's why I do that. It's like literally shorthanding it, isn't it? Incredible movement speed. Correct. Capped attack speed. Pretty much. Extra clearance ability. I'll actually highlight that, I think. That's true. Very tanky. I mean, we just highlight that. I mean, it's just true. Very tanky. More thorns! Yes, more thorns. Oh, actually, no, that might be why I didn't do that before. I don't actually like doing those highlights and bullet points. I might just Oh, I don't know. I normally do. I want them to add. I want them to add. This is a bigger change. I want them to add things like actual affixes. I want affixes to be highlightable. That's why I left those like that. Yeah. Yeah. It's the affixes. I want those to be highlightable at some point. I might not highlight those ones for now. I might leave those like that because it looks a bit weird in a bullet point list. All right, that's that one. Let's copy paste that a second. Actually, let's save that so I don't accidentally lose it. 15s, 29. Straight up copy paste this. But I think once you get to level like 15 and beyond, you could go for conceited here because you've got the primary. I think conceited here would actually give you more damage. And Tormentors does curve off pretty quickly. It's very good early on. And we can actually read. I'm going to put. I didn't put temperings in before. I'm going to put temperings in on these now. Pit 105 in 5 minutes with a squishy build. Nice. Which build, PD Wellen? Oh, the rake build, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, it will be squishy without the Harlequins. So I guess your armor will be hard to cap. Your max life might be a bit low. You lose the damage reduction. You haven't got the cooldown reduction to keep smashing counterattack over and over again. To keep out 100% dodge and to keep your armored hide up with the block chance and stuff. Right, that's there. I believe that doesn't tell me it comes from a dungeon anymore, does it? It used to. That's annoying. Oh, no, it does. Unlocked by completing. Okay, conceited you can't unlock from a dungeon. Okay, fine. That's fine. We can add this to the list then. Conceited aspect. I thought you could get the conceited aspect from a dungeon. Diablo 4 conceited aspects. I thought you could get that one. No, you can't. Okay. Maybe I must be thinking of a different one. Fine. I'll update all the links and stuff down there when we get to it. Right, we're still on the right variant. Yep. Okay, let's have a look at the stats. So for this one, that would actually be attack speed. I'm only going to do 3 stats at this point. But yeah, you'd want Dex, Max, Life, Attack Speed. Not vulnerable. And tempering-wise... Well... If you're very lucky... Huh. It's not there. What? Where the hell is the deal's double damage gone? Huh. I might actually have to boot up the game and look at that. I don't believe they've removed that. Have they? Oops. Am I being blind? It's got all the additive damage. It hasn't got all the weapon. Look, it hasn't got any of the. It's got like 0 weapon tempers. That's annoying. I'm gonna have to report that. Yeah, that's annoying. That actually fully breaks all. I can't even have a Spiritborn build on season 10. That's correct then. Without that, I don't think. I'm gonna have to quickly check a build for season 10. Like, where's Rake? Oh, I suppose you. Well, 1 second. Let's go pit pushing here. Yeah, no, that's got it. What the hell? Weapon chance for Rake extra. That's got it. What? Oh, maybe you can't get them at this level? No. No, they're actually not there, look. Yeah. Yeah, they're actually not there. They're still showing here because they were copied over in the database, but I can't... If I click on that, you can't actually see the tempers that are showing on that guide, so I can't update this. If I update this, it will nuke this item. I can't change that item at all. Yeah, they are missing them. Okay. You're missing so much, but you're enjoying it. That's the main thing. Hey, Blaze, how's it going? Yeah, okay. I can't actually put the tempering in. I want to. That's kind of annoying. Okay, I'm going to have to make some notes here for myself. All right. Heading to notes to self for future update. Weapon, third affix, attack speed. I don't need to make the formatting on this good. This is literally just notes for me. Weapon temper. Rock Splitter deals double damage. Actually, do you know what? We won't do Rock Splitter deals double damage at this stage. Because honestly, it'll be such a low percent that probably wouldn't be worth it. What you can do is you can just go flat. You could go, at this stage, you go lucky hit chance for damage, maybe. You could do that. Or you could just put on slap. You could just slap straight on physical damage, offensive physical damage. I mean, that's just straight up damage right there. Which would be pretty significant, especially if you're not taking vulnerable damage there. I can't remember how high that go. I think I did lucky physical before. The lucky hit chance on Rock Splitter is like 20-30% by default or something. If you've got like 10% Rock Splitter chance to deal double damage, it means every 10 hits you might hit double damage, but you need to hit that on your third attack with the Thorns. It makes it infinitely more unlikely at that stage. So you're better off taking something with a higher chance. If it's a 30% lucky hit chance on Rock Splitter, that'd give you a 12% chance to hit this. So that means if you lucky hit, it's just going to be like 1 in 3 or 1 in 4, you might hit this. You're probably better off just going physical damage. Or basic skill damage, actually. Yeah, you'd be better off going basic skill damage. Because basic skill damage scales the Thorns damage element. Yeah, you take this. Take that out because that'll be attack speed. Moni Tom makes sense why we do this. Oh, we snooped the image. Oh well. Boots, Dex, maximum life movement speed makes sense. Dex max life Thorns makes sense. Dex max life attack speed on the gloves makes sense. Dex max life armor on the chest piece. Yep, that looks good. Dex max life Thorns on the helmet looks good. Dex max life movement speed. I believe it's flat dexterity on amulets now. It's not percent anymore. They changed it, so it's a flat value. So yeah, that looks fine. Dex max life attack speed on both the rings. Okay, they all look fine. So actually, it's just the... For me, it's just the attack speed here. Oh yeah, we can do the tempers here, can't we? Hopefully they've got all of these. Looks like it. It looks like it's just the weapon ones that are missing for some reason. If I remember rightly, I think they said to me in the feedback place, they might be scaling up the max life tempers. And at this stage, max life is quite hard to attain, honestly. I think on the boots, yeah, you go for rock splitter size if you're lucky enough to have it. But on, like, you've got a decent amount of armor as it is, probably. You might have a decent amount of max life. So I think what we'll do... Can't remember how much total armor you get from this, but max life is a flat value. And they said they were going to scale it up to make it more competitive. So you might be better off rolling some extra max life, because your max life is pretty low early on. The more max life you've got, the more barrier you generate, because it's percentile. So this just makes you tankier, honestly. So that, honestly, is probably the way to go. You can reasonably get sockets at this point as well. So I suppose we can just stick in emerald, emerald. Gloves, basic damage again. I mean, actually, you could just roll bonus to Bastion, actually. Honestly, that would actually be better. Yeah. Yeah. Roll ranks in Bastion. Probably. Maybe. How many ranks in Bastion? I'm assuming you'll have blue tempers at this point. I cannot for the life of me remember how many ranks. Can we get that here somewhere? Hey, Gorsh, how's it going, man? Drinks City Streamer. Cheers, everyone. I can't remember for the life of me what the blue tempers are like. Diablo 4, blue temper scrolls, Spiritborn. Let's see if anyone's got those somewhere. I know what the tempers are. I just can't remember what the values are. I don't think anyone's going to have those anywhere, are they? That's unfortunate. No. Do I put basic skill damage or do I put Bastion? Can we get additive damage elsewhere? We're not gonna take a lot of additive damage elsewhere. We already have 3 ranks in Bastion. There's a lot of extra base thorns. You're gonna want at least 1 roll basic skill damage, probably. You're probably gonna get like 20, 30, 40% out of this. Let's assume you'll get 2 ranks if it's on a 2-handed weapon. Without Masterworks, maybe. 1 rank on these. So you get like 60 or 70% from basic skill here. If you get another 2 ranks of Bastion, that's a 66% increase on your base Thorns, assuming you've got none from other things. You could also potentially masterwork up some of these things and get an extra rank from it, and that would make it almost double. Yeah, let's just go Bastion. Screw it. Oh, I can't even put it on there. What? What? Oh, we don't even have the Bastion tempers here. What the hell? Huh. Yeah, we're just missing. It's not just weapons. We're actually missing a load of tempers here. Oh, I'm going to report that as well. Hey, Joe, Demars, how's it going, guys? Yeah, we're missing a load of tempers here. Hey, Brian, how's it going on YouTube? I thought we don't know the Season 11 tempers were going to be. So, Brian, I hope you're still there. Sorry, I've just seen your message. So, I did a lot of testing on the PTR. And honestly, I could go back through my videos and probably see. So, yeah, I tested just Spiritborn. So, I know the tempers are pretty much what we've got. What they've done, they chopped it. The changes to the tempers were in the patch notes. There wasn't that much that changed for Spiritborn. The only major change to Spiritborn on the temper side was, and this might change again because this kind of broke things, but the Mystic Circle potency temper, that used to be an offensive one, so it could go on your gloves, weapon, rings, and amulet, and now it's a weapon temper, so it can only go on the weapon, which makes it pretty much useless because most builds use a unique weapon in the end game when you're not in Season 10. In a normal season, you'll use the Rod of Kep, the Sepizontic or something, so you'll never use this probably in most builds. But yeah, tempers we do know. There are some unknowns, and we'll get those nearer the time. So I'm doing the best I can with Season 11 guides right now to try and just prepare so that when I get the final patch notes, I've only got to do a final update as opposed to just doing everything from scratch, because it takes a long time. We're actually just missing a load of tempers here, though, on this guide. I'm going to have to report this. But yeah, how you doing, Brian? You playing this season? You enjoying it? And some offensive tempers. For example, Bastion. Gorilla Finesse. Which has Bastion on it. Can't select on weapons. It also means we can't change items on Season 10 guides, as we would lose the tempers that were migrated over and can't select some anymore. Okay, well, I've reported that, and hopefully they'll look into it. Hey, Blood Parts, how's it going? Well, we're trying. There's some they've updated their engine and there's some bugs here, so I'm doing the best I can. All right, we'll leave that as basic skill damage for now, but I might make a note here to say weapon temper. Oops, can't type. Probably wants to be Bastion, not basic skill damage. Needs 2 math. I can't remember the values. That's the problem. I could quickly math this, to be honest. It'll take me 2 seconds to write a Google Sheets to just math this quick. Right. Let's say base Thorns damage. It doesn't really matter what the base value is. Base Thorns 10. Bastion Thorns 3 ranks. Base Bastion Thorns 10. That's going to equal that times 3. Oh, God. What have I done? Press the wrong button. That one times 3. And then what you'll want to do is you'll want... let's have light. Physical damage, 2-hand weapon. It's just to do physical damage temper. Let's say it's 30%. I can't actually you know, let's start with 30%. I can't remember what the value is on the blue tempers off the top of my head. Physical damage temper 2-hand is 2 times that, right? Oh, I see. It's done 0.6. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, okay, this is fine. I can math with this. It's no problem. Yeah. View format number. It's going to do my head in. Right, there we go. Oh, it's done it to 2 decimal places. Okay. Good. All right, there we go. Okay, physical damage, temper 2-hand. And then we also need Bastion ranks. Let's say you can get on a 2-handed weapon temper. Let's say base 1. Oops. Do you know what? I'm actually going to make this Down there. There we go. Oh, ball sacks. That's not moved it properly. Oh, God. There we go. Oh. Well done. I'm going to make it so slightly easier to read here. Right, let's just do that. And then we can put that over here. Oh. Go to that. Go to that. Move over here. It'll be slightly easier to see. Let's make that two-handed. It's just a... We can just quickly math it. Let's just shoot... Well, that's going to be double what that is, right? Because that times 2. So obviously you can adjust these values and it will adjust these ones for you. So then all we need to do here is we go... Like, we just assume we're hitting for 30 damage when we hit Throughout Thorns damage. So, this isn't going to be a complete accurate representation because every time you hit on your third attack, you get 100% of your thought. Yeah, we'll just assume it's your third attack of Rock Splitter. With no Zepasontics, you only hit once. It's 100% of your Thorns. We'll assume you've got no Gorilla on, so it's literally just 100% of your Thorns. We don't care about the non-Thorns element. So we'll just assume you're hitting for 30 damage, and that's it. No other scalars, nothing. That is literally the only Thorns damage you've got. Nothing on items, no other scalars, no damage or anything. It's just flat 30, that's fine. That makes the math easy here. So that'll give you final Thorns damage. I would just put total here, I guess. So that'll be equal to that times, in brackets, 1 plus that. Boom, 48. And then you just do equals that times bracket 1 plus in brackets that times that. That's not right. What the hell? D12 30 times 1. Oh yeah, we don't need the 1 there, that's why. That might be why. That's still a lot higher than I was expecting. What the hell? G15 2 times 10. Oh. That needs to be plus, that's why. Yeah. Alright, there you go. So even if physical damage temper was 30% on a two-handed weapon, that gives you 60% extra damage. That would actually still come out less than if I had 2 Bastion ranks. The minimum you'll get Bastion ranks on that temper is 1. So you'll definitely get 2 on a two-handed weapon. Minimum, without Masterworks. I think. And that actually ends up giving us more damage. So Bastion is better. There you go. Just. But if you adjusted those accordingly, like if that goes to 2, that goes to 4, and boom, that's 70. So then you'd have to update that to like... Yeah, that needs to go up to something like 70 to be better. Which you definitely won't get on a blue one. That's really high. I don't think it goes that high anyway. So we'll have to see what the final numbers are. But I think Bastion's the play there, yeah. Yeah, update to Bastion. When available. Nerd stuff. Yeah, well, I should probably do the math, really, because so the guide's actually accurate by math. Like I say, there are some other scaling implications in there, honestly, but that was just the basic, you know, the base level of it, all right? I can't actually select it in there right now. It's not a temper that I can select, so I'll just put basic skill there for now, so there's something in there. Rock Splitter, max life, bonus Bastion, right? Chest piece, we'll do max life everywhere, because I think because of the... Because we've got the Gorilla Primary, you generate barrier. It's a percentage of your max life. So the more max life you've got, the more barrier you generate, which makes you tankier. Because you're attacking fast, you're generating 2.5% barrier, because they've reduced it to 2.5%, not 5% a hit. But it's not capped, and it doesn't reset the timer. As long as you refresh it and add a new stack within the timer, it doesn't kill your barrier. So you can just keep stacking. So the more max life you've got, the more barrier generating. So it's more effective life. And effective HP is very important while leveling. At least it was in the PTR. You'd be very squishy otherwise. So the max life is just going to be Giga Chad here. You'll get armor through other means. Helm, same again, max life. Just literally just stack max life for days. I don't... Yeah, missing so many tempers. Oh, no, here we go. No, they're all here. Right, the utility and defensive ones look good. The rest of these are all gimmicky at this point. I did put one on the boot. I put the boots one as rock splitter size. Now, you don't necessarily need that. I mean, movement speed... You might not... Yeah, it would go for rock splitter size because if you get the haste aspect, then you've got enough movement speed anyway, probably, to be honest. And you can get movements... I think you can get movement speed in the perks, which we don't have access to yet. That'll come in the Season 11 update. Math? Yeah. Well, this is... I can do this stuff in my head, Hyru, but I normally do... I can demonstrate to you, like, what my head does. This is what I do in my head. I sort of figured in my head Bastion would be better, but this actually just tells me, right? I mean, that's really simple stuff. You can go a lot more complex than that. Amulet. Let's have a quick look. You can put more damage here. So you could go Bastion ranks here as well. Actually, you'd be better off going for resource for cooldown reduction on your ultimate. Even though it'll be very low. Being able to use that more often will give you more damage more often, and it will make you tankier because it generates more barrier on top of your gorilla barrier. And honestly, this ultimate does so much damage while leveling. I cannot emphasize how good that is for leveling. I was going through using Protector and everything was going like literally pop, like a balloon. It literally just hits the floor and everything just goes boom, headshot, and everything just dies. So you're probably just going to slap that on everything, to be honest. As long as you get the temper, of course. You're just going to slap that everywhere, I think. Yeah. Just so you can use it more often. I mean, that's looking pretty solid. Remove before season starts. There you go. Okay. Actually, if I make that a heading... Oh, no, heading 1. If I make that heading 1, does that come up there? No. Oh, that's useful. Oh, I haven't saved it. Maybe that's why. I don't know if headings 1s and 2s come up in there. Let's have a look. Maybe not. No, they don't. Oh, that's useful. Oh, that's a bit much in heading 1, isn't it? Heading 2's fine. Yeah, okay, this is fine. Right, on to 30 to 60. So we can probably just straight up copy these, to be honest. And then I've just got to change the items, and then we're done with this bit. Your head, Oventar. Oh, you lost some points. Oh, no. How you doing, Oventar? You good? Well, yeah, Tormentors by the time you get to level 45 is kind of a bit meh. Now... Yeah, we got 4 affixes here now. So we might actually want to add the 4th affixes for this to strive for. First thing we'll do, we'll add these in. Rock splitter size. You'll probably get some yellow tempers before level 60. You won't necessarily get them all, and you won't necessarily get the ones you want. It's weird how Bastion's available there, but not on a two-handed weapon. Protector. Yeah, okay. You'll definitely be able to get double sockets in all your places by this point. That one there as well. You're just going to stick emeralds everywhere because it's the most obvious choice here. You could go for purples, but you'll have enough barrier gen. You're better off just going for damage here. It'll help you out. In fact, I think I might have forgotten to add one of them here. Yeah, I don't know why I had a topaz in there. That's weird. That's a copy-paste from somewhere else, I think. Okay, that's fine. Right. So that would be attack speed. The other one will be life on hit, and that is also not available right now. I think you don't get lucky chance for heal. I can't remember. You get lucky. You get life on hit here now. I can't actually select that yet, so I'm going to add that down here. Yeah, weapon 4th affix. Like, life on hit is going to be on almost every Spiritborn build, at least one place somewhere, on a lot of them. It's just a lot of builds anyway, at least one of them. So you've got at least some life on hit because it generates the healing towards the Ravager stacks. It's another, and then one source of life on life regen. Again, it just means you're just constantly generating Ravager stacks, which in a lot of builds is very strong later on. You're good, Oventar? Glad to hear it, man. Glad to hear it. Right, okay. So we're in... Yeah, it would have been nice to have that there. Hopefully I'll fix that soon. So that's the 4 affixes there. For this, you're probably going to go... Do we go armor or do we go resistances? Maybe you try and get resistances down here. Or a resistance down here. I don't know. All resistance would be better. Maybe armor. Resistances will be harder to cap at this point. You'll probably do this. Because you got this as well. You got the pants as well, right? I don't know, actually. Maybe we do armor here. And maybe we do resistances here. Oh, no, actually, no. No. You'll do life per second. I remember I did this. Life per second. Yeah, like I say, having a source of life per second was actually quite strong in the leveling phase, I found. Yeah. Max life thorns, and then you'll go... I don't know. Let's go. You could go armor here. No, we'll go all resistance. We've got quite a bit of armor because of the aspects. Let's go all resistances there. Gloves. Dex max life. I mean, you could go life on here, honestly. Or you could just go damage. In fact, maybe that's what you would do, actually. Maybe you'd go damage on here instead. For the starters. I don't know. Damage percent. Because you can't guarantee you'll make them vulnerable if you haven't got the Fellsayers. Vulnerable damage would be better if you've got... Oh, what? Why the what? Oh, that's nukes all the aspects. What? No, that's got to be a bug. 1 second. That's got to be a bug. Empty? What? What's happened there? I'm finding bugs here. Oh, no, there you go. They're fixed. Yeah, that's a bug. When you select stuff, when you do the sockets, it nukes. Or when you change something, it's nuking the aspects. It says empty for some reason. I was like, what's happened there? Yeah, if you've got Fellsayers, which you may or may not have, then you'll have vulnerable, I guess. Damage percent would just work all the time. Vulnerable goes higher. Let's just put vulnerable there, I suppose. And then you can put life on hit on the gloves. Glove 4th affix. Life on hit. So we put life on hit on the gloves, I think. Because there's no like ranks and stuff we can put in here that'll be useful to us. We don't care about crit chance here. You solve that with the Zamrun later on. That's the only way you can make your Thorns damage crit. Core skills. I mean, you're going to want some flat armor somewhere, but we've got that in a few places. Rank, stinger, resistance, recourse. We don't need resource cost reduction. Yeah, you could just put damage here as well. I guess. And you get more life on hit down here. But I think maybe life on hit's fine here. And then here you can go all res. Yep. I mean... How many defensive skills have we got again? 1. We got 2. I mean, you could get defensive ranks for counter-attack and armoured hide, I suppose. It'd make your armoured hide last longer. I mean, you could just get armoured hide in there. It'd make that last longer. Which is quite handy. But I think actually just stacking all res is probably still the way. Like, telling someone to get armored high at this point is actually going to be quite hard. It's going to be quite rare. Yeah, you change something in there, it's nuking that. I'm going to have to refresh it. On the helm, cooldown reduction. Absolutely. Oh, no, they're making a change, aren't they? There is a change coming. Cooldown reduction is going to be rollable. I think you can get cooldown reduction on gloves. I need to get my D4 builds up. 1 second. I think... Could you roll cooldown reduction on gloves? Can't remember. You can get life on here. I remember this. No, okay. They're making it so you can roll cooldown reduction on the rings. So that will be the fourth act. That will be very good early on. Yeah, okay. So cooldown reduction on the helm. That makes a lot of sense. Because none of these make sense for us. We don't care about vigor per second. Yes, this is fine. Amulet. Fourth affix. Can't remember if you can really get passives much by this point. We got, I mean, you could just stack cooldown reduction everywhere here. Just to somewhat solve that problem. You could go max resource here, actually. Because that scales your damage on adaptability. So that just gives you more multiplicative damage. Yeah, we could do this. Because you're going to be able to get cooldown reduction here. Which, at least on one of the rings, will be a very good option. Cooldown reduction, cooldown reduction. You could get lucky vulnerable and change fell soothsayers. Lucky vulnerable. Go for another. Is there another aspect that's worth taking here? At this stage. No, I don't think so. I can't guarantee that they'll drop the uniques. Unless there's some big... There could be some big unique changes. Who knows? We did request some, but we'll see. I mean, actually, the aspects of a cursed touch is another option for the vulnerable, but it's lucky hit based. You could recommend aspects of a cursed touch rather than the fell soothsayers, I suppose. But it doesn't give you that extra damage element. We've already... your defensive cooldown skills are 70% while moving. We're not really moving a lot while in combat. So it's just between combat. That would only give you a little bit of extra damage, but it would give you some. I think at this stage, given you can't get cooldown very easily elsewhere, I think you just slap cooldown in both of these. And just keep that on for the vulnerable solving. This will just... It makes it easier to solve. As long as you get fell soothsayers, you've got vulnerable. And then this just means you can just get cooldown, cooldown, cooldown. That's 3 stats of cooldown. Let's assume they go to 8 each. That's 24%. And you've got a whole bunch of protector cooldown. So your protector will be relatively spammable at this point, which will be really nice. I think we do that. Yeah, so we do ring 4th affix. Affixes, cooldown. That's something they said in the interview was coming. And that'll be that. That's all of those. I think this is fine. This will work well. Let's save that. That's taking longer than I thought, but I suppose I just want to make sure these are decent. That won't take too long to update when I get to it. I am in edit on. I am. We don't care about the chaos perks. I'm just going to have to update the divine perks or whatever they're called when they come in. So we'll just ignore this skill tree. This will be basically the same, I think. The only difference here actually is the leveling paths. So we'll need to change these. Because I'm only going to spend up to... I'm only going to do 15 points in this variant, I suppose. I mean, that's only going to take me up to... Enhanced Armored Hide. You won't even get to your ultimate, which is crazy. Take these out. Take this one out. You need that bit there for the maximum resolve gen. Let's see what we got. You need Bastion, which means you have to come through. You want to max that because it gives you, while you have a barrier, which you'll have all the time, you get 1.2 multiplier, and it gives you a decent amount of scaling thorns damage based on your levels. You need this. Do we need all the ranks in there? I don't actually remember. Do you know, I'm just going to reset this and start again. Right, you have to take this to start with. That's what unlocks the thorns on the rock splitter. Need to spend 3 points. So yeah, you do have to spend those. You have to spend 3 points there. Don't care about any of these. You want this because you need the 2x damage there. Take those just to get your Ravager. It's pretty useful. You don't really need those just yet. Come down here. We take those. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I've got 2 more points. I suppose you take counter attack. Oh, no, I can't. You need Bastion. Holy cow. I can't even... You can literally unlock 1 rank in Bastion at this point and then... Wow. That does give you a flat amount of thorns baked into it as well as make it do it. So you get a bit of thorns damage to start with. You probably don't need counterattack to begin with. You don't get the damage scaling and all the extra stuff on this to start with. So yeah, you take this rank in Bastion as soon as possible here. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, that's that variant then, I suppose. Hey, Charm Chaos, how's it going, dude? Okay, variant 2. Oh, yeah, it'd be nice for them to fix that. Scrolling up and down for that is quite annoying. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. You're probably going to max that next. How many skill points did I say here? At this point, you'll have 30 skill points guaranteed. Yes, I'm only going to do up to 30, okay. So I've done 50. I've got another... It says I spent 17. Oh, yeah, I spent 17. I could spend 30. So I've got 13 more, okay. We need to get to Protector next. That's what we need. We're not knocking anything down just yet. Probably should unlock those, to be honest. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. Let's just do those. And then we got to do 3 more. So we take those because that gives you more max life and barrier gen. That unlocks this. So then we take Protector. So what's that, 26? So you're not even going to get adaptive stances unless you do your season journey at this stage, blimey. I guess we just max out Protector at this point. Like maybe in the Ultra Endgame you won't need to max these out, but early on you will because it reduces the cooldown. That's your 30. I might adjust these once the season goes live, once I know realistically how many you're likely to have by a certain point. I'll judge that as I level up. And I can adapt all of my leveling guides accordingly. But I don't want to make any assumptions. And then, yeah, we can just max out the tree on this one. Which is basically what it will be already. So we've taken those, all 3 there, all of these, all of that. What's the leveling path like? And then we took reinforced. That makes sense. That's exactly what I did, yeah. Counterattack reinforced. 3 resilient. 1 protector in there, maxed out. That's literally what I did in my other one. So I followed what I did before. I just had to dumb it down a bit. Potent because Potent's actually changing. That's right. Potent's... This will change because Potent's different. Okay, we're going to... Potent's changing so that Jaguar skills will get attack speed and cooldown reduction. It won't be a damage scaler anymore. So that is a bit of a nerf to the leveling here in general. Okay. We're going to do that. Rethink that then. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2. I'm not this. I'm not that. Oh no. Max that out. Take those. Take that. Yeah, that's right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, that's this. Right, we got 3 more points. So I did that originally because of the damage scaling to unlock adaptive stances, but I suppose what other damage options have we got, if any? We probably won't take either of those in this form. In the end game you would, but at this stage you won't. Won't take any of those. That there is not useful until you're knocking enemies down, which we're not right now. You could put them in here. That's more barrier gem, but you probably don't need that, honestly. We're not critting until you get the Zam rune, so that's useless to us. I suppose we could just put them here. You're not 100% unstoppable or unhindered, but you are unhindered if you use Toxic Skin. So that would give you some damage. It might actually be better just to come in here, 1, 2, 3, and get Supremacy. Just gives you some extra damage. 1, 2, 3. It gives you some... You're unstoppable while near this anyway. Oh, I suppose, actually, you're unstoppable while you're near the Protector. So as long as you're spamming that, you're good. Yeah, it might be better just to do this. Take adaptive start. You take adaptive stances because it gives you 30% damage reduction. Damage reduction is going to be a lot harder to come by in next season compared to this season. It's not as available in places. So it's a bit more of a premium. And this gives you double core stat increase, which is just massive damage increase. Hey, Volky, how's it going, man? You can do it! I'm trying! How you doing, man? I probably should have kept this open so I know what I actually had selected. Well, I guess at this point, we max out Supremacy. The maximum figure here gives us straight up damage as well. You're better off scaling that first. It gives you adaptability damage. Scale that first, scale that, then scale this. That gives you some sustain. That's pretty nice. And also intricacy is pretty useful. Might be better to take this here. Because it's going to allow you to spam your counterattack, your armored hide a little bit more. I think maybe at this stage that's nice. I'm going to have 3 spare skill points, so I won't put them in potent anymore. My main skill isn't a Jaguar skill, not without the Jaguar primary horn, which we wouldn't use at this stage. So we won't use any of that stuff. So one thing that was broken, I reported this immediately on the PTR, was anti-venom. It was still set to increase your poison resistance by a percentage, but the new system was different. So this all needs to be fixed so that your maximum resistance in that element could be increased. So that might actually be very good while leveling, because that will help you just giga charge your poison res, and then you could put 3 single elements in, and then you've just got 1 weak one, I suppose. But it'll make you very strong against poison, which against... There are places where there's like Helltide's all Duriel based. So there's going to be a lot of poison in the Helltide, so that will actually be very strong early on in the Helltide, honestly. I am actually thinking here... that you might actually do this. So you've unlocked adaptive stances. I may actually just go cap that out next, assuming it's working. That should give you a whole load of poison resistance. It'll make you a lot tankier to that stuff. And you do still get damage reduction. Oh, no, you don't need the damage reduction here early on. You've got adaptive stances. So after this, yeah, we scale damage. Might swap that around. I think this is fine. You might be able to cap that out later. At this point, we can just scale damage. We've got a pretty decent amount of sustain. We should have 1 roll of life per second, 1 roll of life on hit. You've got life coming in from your ultimate hit and stuff. So you've got a decent amount of sources of life sustains. That's not too bad. And then you could go replenishing Ravager. Because that's going to, with all your life sustain stuff, it's going to give you those stacks. It's going to hit elites extras. It's just going to do more damage. And those do Thorns damage as well with your Gorilla Primary. So that actually does quite a lot of damage right there. Thinking you might want to take that earlier rather than later, actually. Yeah, let's do that. Take Replenishing Ravager. Then we take that one there to scale Replenishing Ravager. Then we take the Anti-Venom because that will help you out with the Poison Res, maybe. Actually, you can take that afterwards. Scale these up. Then take Anti-Venom, and then we're just scaling damage, really. Extra block talents. You should be making your enemies vulnerable by now, so you just damage, defense. Coming here, unhindered and unstoppable pretty much all the time. More damage. Mobility skill cooldowns. I mean, yeah, Rock Splitter doesn't have a cooldown. So at this point, how many points we got left? We've got 14 points left. I mean, you want a Zan rune. You can't guarantee people will get one by this point. But you would eventually take this here. Your healing is increased by 20%. Probably take 1 point in there just for extra healing, I suppose. Why not? We're not guaranteed knocking things down right now. See the PoE2. I haven't seen the teaser, Oventar, no. They announced that they're going to be doing a full... Don't you touch me here, Agravain. Thanks for checking out and hanging out and kick for me, man. I appreciate the support. Yeah, I haven't seen the teaser. I'll watch the after stream. That I saw the announcement on. I saw the announcement that they're going to be doing the big reveal on the 4th, which will be very, very close. That might be the same day as the Diablo campfire. What day is the 4th? Let me have a look. That might end up being the. They do that. It happens, doesn't it? It's gonna. I mean, that'll be a busy day. Jesus. Oh, it probably is. There is a good chance that December the 4th is going to be both the PoE2 and the Diablo reveal at the same time, like they did that once before. It might have even been this time last year that happened. I can't remember. Oh, man. What a crazy end to the year. I knew December's going to be insane. Well, I got 13 points. Where do I spend these? I don't even know. I guess you could max this out. You'll want to use a quarterstaff. I suppose if you use the pole arm, you do get lucky hit vulnerable just baked into the build, actually. There is that if you've got focal point on. Quarterstaff gives you extra block damage and block chance with block damage reduction. So if you use the pole arm, you'll get a lot more damage. But the problem is the pole arm attacks slower, so you probably don't want that on this build. Your main damage does come from attacking fast. So you probably want the quarterstaff, really. Pole arm would give you that vulnerable baked in, though. And it does give you more damage. I mean, I'd probably try... I haven't ever tried that on the endgame build. I suppose you use this Epizontic on the endgame build, so you can't anyway. So, yeah, this is fine. You'll just stay with that. So you could take that for more block damage reduction. We're not really evading much, so that doesn't matter. We don't care about these. None of these matter. I did request it so that leveling up ranks of Rock Splitter scaled the Rock Splitter accelerated, like the Thorns damage in here as well, because it doesn't right now. The ranks on the skill doesn't scale the Thorns damage applied on accelerated Rock Splitter. That would be nice if that ever happens, but it's not the case right now, so we can't assume that will be. Not putting points in Potent leaves me at a loss as to where to put all the points here, to be honest. I guess we do take Perseverance just because we can. I did also request, actually, Field, which is where you gain life on kill equal to a percentage of max life when you have a certain amount of stacks of Ferocity. I did request that maybe that could change to life on hit, because life on kill is just not good. Really, from even midway leveling to 60 onwards, it becomes very invaluable. Much less value. Changing that to life on hit would be just nice. But you might actually use that then. Hey, Zeref, how's it going? I mean, there is a world here where maybe actually I just max out my Ravager. What the hell? Why is it showing that? That's weird. That's better. Maybe you max out your Ravager ranks, because that would go to 3 then. You get a minimum velocity of 3. That's 15% in attack speed base 2. Yeah, maybe we would do this for extra attack speed. You can probably do that before that point. Hey, Endo with a raid. Again. With 9 people. Welcome in. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. Hey, Jono, how's it going, man? Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. I am immortalized. Some of you might know me in RL if you know Endo in RL. Some of you may not. But yeah, I know Endo in real life. I'm actually doing some boring build planner stuff at the moment. I'll play some D4 in a bit. But I've got a lot. I'm a build creator for Mobalytics for D4. So I've got a lot to do before the new season starts. So I'm doing a bit on stream to help myself out a bit. But yeah, guys, if you haven't checked out Endo, he's raided me a whole load recently. Friend of mine in real life. Please go check him out. Show him all the love. The shout out is in the chat. How you doing, Jono? How you doing? And Endo, how you doing, man? How's your stream? That's quite an early finish for you, isn't it, Endo? You normally stream DGen hours. Right, we max out Ravager. We max out Perseverance. How many left? 5. I've got 5 points. Where do I spend these? I don't really need these, so I'm not going to take those. Oh, you could put... actually, you could max out Armored Hide. Yeah, we should probably do that first, actually. That would be better. Yeah. Let's max that out. Max that out. Slap those in there. Slappity slap. And we got 1 point left. And you could stick that in Auspicious, maybe. Just for a kind of barrier gen. By default, maybe. Yeah. You might actually want that earlier on. Yeah. Where does that come down here? Yeah, you want those, on those. Tell you what, let's take all of those out. Let's just take those 1 points early on. Obviously, if you had the Shroud on, you wouldn't even worry about these. Just take those so you've got them. That just gives you, when you're running between enemies, you just have some barrier. It'll stop you from getting nuked by damage over time instantly. Right, yeah, then we can take all of this stuff. Damage, defense, damage. 12 points left. So yeah, then we max out Armored Hide, max out Ravager, and then max out Perseverance. Job done. All right, nice. That works. That looks good. Save. That's what I say. Doing all good? Yeah, Jono, good. Yeah. GM raids. Yeah, I'm good, Jono. So I'm a class writer for Mobalytics for Diablo 4 for Spiritborn. So I do a few leveling guides for the other classes as well for funsies. So they've recently just completely overhauled their engine. So I'm now having to go through and reformat my guides. And there's a big change coming to this game in December for Season 11. So I can't do everything I need to do here. I'm just trying to do as much as I can in preparation and leaving myself notes of what's changed when it's fixed or added, so that I'm making my life a bit easier, because we don't get the final patch notes until like maybe the last few days before the season. It can be a bit of a mad rush in those last few days. You're a bit hungry and tired. Fair enough, dude. I get that. I get that. Right, skill tree's good. We don't care about the Paragon board here. I don't really need to make any notes here, I don't think. Oh, I suppose actually I could actually be explicit here. Be sure to check out the leveling path. People will miss this if they don't know it. that is selectable. That can be toggled above. Yeah, above. Oh, for God's sake! In the skill tree. There you go. I'm just going to make that explicitly clear because I bet you people missed this. Yeah. I don't really need to put any extra info in here, I don't think. I mean, I could put more info in about like why we've chosen adaptive stances, why we've chosen the skills. All right, let me see where I land with all the extra info first. Maybe I'll add some extra text there. Oh, toggled. I can English, everybody. I can. Hey, Jono, thanks for the bits, man. Oh, Jono, I've always got my work cut out for me. The last couple of weeks have been a bit more chill than since the 1st of July. So, yeah, I'm always doing build guides or stuff. I'll keep myself busy. Right, Variana, attack speed, movement speed. That's definitely the same right here. Yep, that's good. Cast when injured. That seems fine. I will actually just add a little bit of text here. Why not? Mariana. Oh, actually, can I select her? Is she selectable? I don't think she is. I think someone requested this. No. Okay. Mariana. How do you spell her name? Mariana. Yep. Yeah, appreciate the bits, Jono. Yeah, hopefully see you soon, man. I won't be out when Endo mentions. I think it might be this weekend he mentioned, because it's my brother and brother-in-law's birthday this weekend. No, sorry, the week after, and my dad's. But this weekend I'm doing a family thing with my brother and brother-in-law and such. So I'm already otherwise engaged this Saturday, sadly. But yeah, I'll hopefully see you guys over Christmas. I'm sure I might be down to Alex the weekend afterwards, actually. To be confirmed for a few hours, I suppose, for emo night. We'll see. You know, can't take the emo out of the hair. I haven't got the hair anymore, so I can't be emo anymore, apparently. But, you know. Right here. I don't need the underline there. Primary. Yeah. Me and an old friend, we tend to, that's like our night out if we do. We don't do it every month. We do it sometimes every other. I think we did go at the end of October last minute. But I think we're planning on going. We normally just have a couple of drinks before we go, and we normally stay out, so I don't know, 12:30, 1 or something. Yeah. Depends who's out. But there's not a lot to do these days out, isn't there, really? At least they play some half-decent music. And I normally see a bunch of people down there, I know. Right, I'm just going to make some notes here. We take Variana. Oh, for God's sake. For the attack speed and movement speed, she grants, which are both mandatory and exceptional for this build whilst leveling. Cool. Exceptional. Yeah, it's Freak Show, yeah. Last Saturday of the month, I believe so, yeah. I'll let Endo know, and then he can update you. I'm pretty sure we're going though, yeah. And then, as our primary, I'm a big fan of being very specific with detail, because then people can't be like, why have you taken this for the primary and not the secondary, you know? we take right here as our secondary. What do we call it? We take right here as our secondary as a get out of jail free card, I suppose. If he activates in time when you are become injured. Yeah. I guess we can highlight this. Jail free card. That's kind of the reason we take him. Oops. I could probably copy paste this across builds because I'd use the same on all of them. So that's what I mean. I'm writing this in such a way that it isn't specific to this build because this is pretty much what I use on all of my builds for leveling. Very rarely do I use Subo for leveling because as much as the map pack is nice, I prefer the movement speed and attack speed you get for most builds. Depends if the build needs attack speed or not. Some might not. And some might not. Evade maybe wouldn't do that because you wouldn't necessarily need the movement speed. Oh. I need to copy that across all the variants still. Okay, good. Yeah, they need to make that so you can change the variants on these. I think it was meant to. I think it just got broken. It's a bit annoying having to scroll up and down to do this. There we go. Yeah. I doubt I'm going to get all these leveling builds done today, to be fair. I might try and do 2. Yeah, nice. Well, I'll have to mention Nintendo. I don't actually know if he'll be doing it or not, to be honest. I was only chatting to my friend about it earlier. Okay. Might flesh this out more in a minute. We'll see what we get up to a bit down below. Save us again. Right, I think we now exit. Yeah, okay, we're end of variants now, so I don't have to scroll up. So we now are into this bit. This is fine. This is non-variant based. The main focus here is to scale your Thorns damage. True. Still, where boosting your weapon will drastically increase the damage output the boost whilst leveling. The rest of the gear can be whatever you find, as it's highly recommended to equip defensive aspects. We can highlight that, actually. To help trivialize the leveling process. Let's highlight a few bits in here. I don't know why I didn't do that before, really. Don't want to overdo it, but... Oops. Right, we can actually... Oh, they don't have skills here yet, do they? Oh, they do, actually. No, they do. Okay, Ravager, cool. Useful. Armored Hide. They spell it differently to me, do they? Okay, they don't have the U in there. Good. Good old differences between languages. Oh, that doesn't have a hyphen in it. Okay, toxic skin. It looks so much better when you've got these. It makes it so much easier to read because makes them stand out, you know. I missed a full stop there. Oh dear. The Protector. Exalted the Protector. But no, we just want Protector. The Protector, there we go. Barrier Gen. Yeah, cast Rock Splitter liberally. Yep. This pretty much plays exactly the same as before. That hasn't changed. That looks good. How it plays. They actually build rotation. That's it. You really don't need any more in there. How it works. Okay. Right, this needs to be heading 1s. Build overview. This Gorilla Spiritborn leveling focuses on... this is pretty much the same as above, I think. To some degree. I'm a little bit concerned I'll lose things. That's why I save after I change something. I've literally updated an entire guide before in the past, and then you go to save and it goes error, and you lose it all, and you're like, no. So I'm not, I'm not keen on losing that. I cannot keen on that happening to me again. Staying tank enough to beat. Oh, yeah, makes sense. Rock splitter here. Rock splitter. That works well, clearly. Use of the rock splitter Thorns tech. How does that look if I underline it? Because it's kind of important, yeah. Both Gorilla Spirit Halls. Making use of the Razor Plate unique if you drop one. That is true. I mean, I don't base the build on it, but if you get one, that obviously will be very good for leveling. You'll be squishier, but you'll do a hell of an amount of damage early on. I think I actually dropped one of those while leveling on this build while I was on the PTR, and I literally Giga Chad blasted all the way to 60. It was easy. You did so much damage with your Thorns. It was actually kind of ridiculous, to be honest. Yeah, it was just a straightforward leveling process, but that's obviously I can't base anything upon it. Oh, gaming. I just noticed your message about being a mod on Kick. Yeah, I sorted that earlier. I also added one channel redeem on Kick for you. I worked out how to do it. It's actually quite hidden away. Yeah. It's turned on by default, but it doesn't have any by default. So yeah, I set one up, so there's at least one in there. Oh, dear. Just double checking something. Okay. Maximizing the base Thorns damage, yep. The Tormentors aspect. For... It's not really huge Thorns damage. I should change that, really. The Tormentors aspect for easy... For free. It's better to have... It's for free Thorns damage, to be honest. Counter attack. For 100% dodge chance. Oops. Don't necessarily need that in italic. We could just... Yeah. I'm also going to put in... we don't need the there. That's a bit unneeded words. Conceited aspect for free damage whilst barrier is active. You don't like touching anyone except you. What? What do you mean? I'm confused, gaming. 100% block chance using Armored Hide. That makes sense. We don't need all the italic stuff now. Now we can put all the reason I did the italics was to differentiate number-based emphases over skill-based, but I don't need that anymore because these all can be highlighted. So we take all the italics out. The Protector. There we go. For the incredible utility and damage output. Maxing attack speed through aspects and not chaos powers. That is gone. and equipment, though. Because you can now get attack speed in various places on there. I mean, that's a good point, actually. You could roll attack speed on the gloves, but you don't really need to. Yeah, we don't really need to. You get so much attack speed anyway. You're maxed out anyway with the weapon attack speed, I reckon. Reducing... Oh, no, you can't do that. Yeah, that doesn't work in this season. Oh, man, this is going to be such a long text-wordy section. At some point, elixirs and potions are going to be their own interface, so they'll go. I'm probably going to push for this stuff. Special section for elixirs, special section specifically for aspects to say where you can get them from and such. A section for runes, specifically. A section for uniques. I suppose you could put that in the equipment section if you really wanted to. There's too much in here right now. I need to figure out where I want to put it all. This is going to take the longest because I need to figure out where I want to put all these bits. All my guides follow the same format, so I'm sort of just trying to work out where to put it. We used to have the ability to make it so they had their own sections. Oh, I replied to aggravating. Oh, okay. I used to be able to section them out in their own like sections with unfoldables with their own headers, so it was like really easy to see, you know, what was going where, I guess. Okay. Extra details. This build was incredibly easy to level, requiring very little blast, and it went to pit 90 plus in the season 11 PTR, which was true, and it will probably go higher. We have been told the pit scaling will be reduced. I can't spell. In the final version, when season 11 drops. And that all builds. Hey, Hellspawn, how's it going, man? How you doing, dudes? We'll go about 5 to 10 pit levels higher. Putting is that better? This build should get to pit 100 plus easily enough. In a PTR at Paragon level 200 to 220. Maxed glyphs. And 0 sanctifications. Make that very clear. With decent gear. Oh, decent equipment. Max glyphs and 0 sanctifications. There we go. It's making that very clear in season 11. Yeah, you're doing well, Hellspawn. Nice. Vegeta, how you doing, man? Yeah, not too bad. This one's taken me a lot longer than I was hoping, but it's because I've got to reformat everything. So once I've got the format down in one, it should be a bit easier for me to sort the rest out. I was hoping to do at least 4 today, but honestly, I might end up only doing 2 and then doing some gameplay before the end of the stream. I want to completely burn myself out, but just doing some of them gets me going with it at least. Right, we can put this Epizontic in here. So it's like all this, like you can now embed stuff, and they've changed the format of like the sections and stuff. So I'm just figuring out third activations. That's changed. Every Paragon board legendary node is not being buffed. However, there is a world where the main Paragon legendary node will get buffed. I don't think any of this stuff has been buffed as per se, actually. I don't think, if I remember rightly. So I might just need to take those out for Season 11. As things currently stand. Now only school. Yeah, okay. Oh, no, that is true. The gorilla barrier limit was removed. That is probably it. Yep. Barrier limits. Oh. Removed on the gorilla primary spirit hall. There we go. Oh, the hardest game. Yeah. Easy peasy. Right, that's those. Paragon 164 and hardcore and clearing pit 50s in about 4 minutes. Nice. Smashing it. Smashing it. What's next? Leveling tips. Is there a better place to put it? That's the question. Leveling tips. As opposed to how it works. Is there a better place? That's a build overview. You want that to be as short as possible, really. No. Like, if I make these headers, it does come up here, so that's useful. So at least people can click on this and go to the bits they want. So I suppose that makes it a bit better. I don't think you could put lines in here anymore, like with Markdown to section them out, like you could used to. It'd be nice if we had the ability to have a line across like we used to. We don't anymore, I don't think. If I put that in there, I imagine it will just literally look like that because it's simple text now. It's different. That's what it was before. Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, I could just... I suppose I could do this. I could just do this, to be fair. Da, 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 da. Could do that. Problem solved. Although saying that, how would that look on mobile when it gets squished? Maybe not great. That is the problem. I'd actually need to look at that. Oops. Nope, definitely don't delete that. Is that maybe a bit overkill? I don't know. Yeah. The single line. The Eagles is probably a bit overkill. Probably doesn't look quite as good. I need to check how that's going to look if I squish the box up. Let's have a look. Is that going to overrun? Yeah, it does look, I think. Oh. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, no, yeah. See that it does that. Yeah, you'd need the actual feature, so it specifically is a line that goes from the width to width rather than you trying to overrun it like this. It's I mean, maybe actually what I can do. I mean, how much can you squish this? Oh, I see. That's what happens if you squish it that much. It gets rid of those banners, and you can only squish it that far. Okay, what you could maybe do, which would be a kind of workaround. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I center these? Oh, there's no way to center text in here. If I could have centered that, that would have been fine. That's annoying. Yeah, we're missing some features here. Oh, yeah, well, that's not going to work then. I guess we just don't do that then. Oh, I maybe can request that. It's not a mandatory thing. I was just interested to see. I will leave a gap there. It becomes a bit hard to read if you've got all this text. At least if you do that, it becomes a bit more sectioned out, doesn't it? Hey, Mark White, how's it going? Who's the official Mobalytics writer for Necros right now? That's Ruse Cruz. He's part of the Goblin Inc. team. The Goblin Inc. team are very, very much into PoE2. They're one of the best PoE2 teams. Specifically, they play as a team and they do everything as a team, and they're very well known for it. They're going to have a real tough time with the way that PoE2 is dropping around the same time as Diablo. I was going to leave an extra gap here, I think, as much as that looks messy as well. It probably looks better than this. It just becomes like, I look at this and it's just like text, and people are just going to ignore it. At least this sections it out a little bit more, I don't know. Yeah, some of this stuff I literally use copy-paste from both across all my planners, so that's going to save me time. I started doing this in Borderlands ones. Helltides and Strongholds. What happens if I make this say... Oh, that is a header too. That doesn't come up there. Okay, fine. If you don't fancy the Nightmare Dungeon grind, or replaying the Vessel of Hatred campaign, then you can simply go run Helltides and run until... I'm actually going to up that to about level 48 to 50. Oops. Wrong button. We don't need that in italics. It makes it quite hard to format it properly. Handing in any whispers along the way. Once you hit level 48 to 50, you can run strongholds to get you most, if not all of the way to level 60. Oh, I see what I did there. Most of the way to level 60, if not all of the way there. In italics, note. This can be done. The strongholds grant the same reward XP in all difficulties. So run them in a difficulty where you can blast them. You can blast through them at a good speed. There we go. Nice, PD. Got 69. Hey, 12.7 point. You're at the top. Giggity. Look at that. Going to number 1 with the number 69. That's GigaChad. GM didn't come out so lucky. He lost all his points. Not so GigaChad. That's really funny. You got a 69 to go to top. Brilliant. That's amazing. How funny. And then complete this strongholds to get you most of the way to level 60. Even not all the way there, okay? Nightmare Dungeons. This is highly anticipated. Oh, yeah, this has changed. I should have changed this for Season 10. This is a viable strategy. Nightmare Dungeons is a viable strategy if you have Nightmare Dungeon sigils that have the experience moat affix on them. It's not quite that much. That grants 8%. They changed this of experience per motes. Okay, that looks fine. Start tips. I might reorder these things when I get to it. All leveling strategy for all leveling strategies. Start tips. I don't really need that bit. Just start tips. Equip pet. Claim renown rewards. Although you don't necessarily need to do that so much in Season 11, actually. Claim season journey. Skill points. Start seasonal quest line. Equip pet. Equip mercenary. Claim season journey skill points. Start season quest line. Unlock seasonal reputation board. Start leveling strategy. Yep, seems reasonable. I think that covers just about everything. Oh, I'm going to give that a save so I don't... Can we make that bold as well? Oh, we can. Very nice. It's a bit overkill though, isn't it? Don't necessarily need to do it, but... Oh, I suppose I've done it for there. Just keep things consistent, really. It'll make me sad otherwise. Do I want the gap between all those? I don't know. I kind of want a line between these. I want to be able to put a line between them. I'm actually going to request it. Can I have it so I can put a line across this to section this out? Because it'll look so much better. Yeah. It's kind of bugging me. I can't do it. I might put that higher, actually, but we'll give us a save first. Got 59, Haru. Nice. I'll send him a screenshot for that later. Yeah, it just looks a bit, it's just too much. Like, it's just like, it becomes like trying to read a massive text of A4 that's just full of text. It becomes like people will just get bored and won't read it, even if they click on this. I think if you could put a line between these, so it's just like, it's quite clear where the start and end of a section is, and you can just add it as an element. Boom, line, boom, line. And then obviously the headers, you just click to the header, you go, and then it's quite obvious. This is start section, end of section, easy peasy. That would solve that problem. Guerrilla primary, level 15. Guerrilla secondary, level 15. That's... Oh, I suppose that is correct. No, you can't equip your secondary at level 15. You have to wait till level 30, don't you? What am I talking about? Level 30. Yeah, you have to wait till level 30 to get your second one. I'm sure you do. Yeah. The obvious choice for this build, as it gives us 150% thorns damage. Let's take the italics out of that. on every... Oops. I don't know why it does that. It highlights the space afterwards. It's kind of annoying. Thorns damage. It also grants us a form of constant barrier generation. So as an extra layer of early defense. We can actually highlight that as well, I think. Let's to the build. Secondary, we take the double Gorilla Spirit Hall setup in preparation for later on when we will double down on the Thorns damage when using a Loyalties Mantle Helm. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of true. I think I actually used the Harmony of Ibawaka, though. I mean, you could actually... Unless they fix the Gorilla Gorilla primary damage, you're not going to end up going Gorilla primary. Eventually, you will go Harmony of Ibawaka. It just gives you more damage. And you can't guarantee a Loyalties Mantle's going to drop here. It might actually be better to go Jaguar here. This does grant you permanent unstoppable, but with the Gorilla Ultimate, actually, you get unstoppable with that anyway. Extra resolve stats, multiplicative damage, but the ferocity... But I suppose Jaguar gives you that ability to get ferocity stacks on kill, which is quite nice for attack speed. I have a feeling that might be what I did on the PTR. Gives you one extra maximum stack, but it also means... Yeah. So way up between more resolve stacks and the ferocity stacking. Yeah, I don't actually know. I've always taken this for leveling. And then if he happens to drop a Loyalties Mantle, you can double up and get all of the Thorns damage, and it'll be crazy until the very end game. So we can double down. Let's just do that. Can double down on the Thorns damage when using a Loyalties Mantle. I might... Oh man, I'm getting in my head now. Like, do I want to change that? You're gonna have 3 stacks of ferocity regardless all the time, and you're gonna have 115% attack speed without the duelist aspect actually, and the hunter's ultimate. It's pointless having the secondary on. You're only gonna get 1 stack of ferocity out of it. So no, you'll get 2 stacks of ferocity out of it, 10% attack speed. It's probably not even going to hit you on attack speed breakpoint, so yeah, it's pointless. Because you're going to have 3 by default. You get 4 maximum without duelists, and then you're going to get 1 extra from the Jaguar. So yeah, secondary Gorilla's the best here. We can actually link into this. Extra resolve stacks. That's probably why I did that reason before. Don't know why I was questioning myself there, really. It does make you pretty much immune to crowd control effects while you're leveling, which is incredibly useful. There's a lot of crowd control and effects going off in a new version of the game. So that's Spirit Halls. That's easy peasy for the leveling. That's save. Right, uniques. If you happen to come across any of the following uniques whilst leveling, they will greatly boost your build. Do I need that in bold? Or do I need it in italics? Yeah, I suppose it will make sense. Hey, nice statement. 67. Winning. Right, razor plate, unique chest armor. I was wondering whether I changed the formatting on this now that we can embed stuff. I had like proper explanations here. I'm wondering if I just make this. I'm wondering if I simplify this. Let's see if I can reformat this to make this simpler now that we can embed stuff. I am actually going to take a leaf out of my own book. How did I do this on PoE2 in my guides? That is probably a good idea, isn't it? Where's my league starter? Because it uses the same engine. How did I do it here? I wrote about them, yeah. I'm just a bit conscious about how... Yeah, I prefer it like this. I'm a bit conscious about just having huge wadges of text everywhere. People just won't read it. I don't think. Can we... Let's have a look. Can we make this, like, really big? Can that be made into a heading? No. Doesn't look like it. Interesting. Can we make it bold? No. Block. What does that do? Oh, hello. Oh, that's cool. Oh. You can literally embed an image. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, okay. Oh, where's the text? Oh, I wish we could put text there. That'd be amazing. I can't type after it. I'd have to do it here. That's pretty cool. I like that. I can't make the text bold, though. That's annoying. In line. Block. I can't center it or anything either. I don't know. It looks a bit weird. I wish I could put the text on the side. Yeah, I wish I could put the text to the side here. That'd be awesome. Oh. Hello. What? Oh, lol. I can if I do that. Okay, good. Yes. I don't know why that one works. We can type that character. What other characters can we type? We could do that one. We could do that one. Oh, we could do special characters here. Oh, I see. You can't do normal text until you've done a special character. That's really funny. How funny. You can't do normal minus, though. Or equals. Anything that might not be intended. But apparently it works. Cool. God. Oh, there. That breaks it. Lol. Look at that. I found that might be a bug in their system. Let me see if I can make this. Oh, actually, what happens if I like... I need to test what happens if I do this. Let's make that like that long. Oh yeah, that completely breaks it. But if I go, I reckon, if we do that, give that a save quickly, and then make this really small, I bet that's going to break it as well. I have to consider this because it's on mobile. It'll just, yeah, look, it's completely busted. So you can only put like really small amounts of info in there, like that amount. How many characters? Not many. Interesting. Trying to think how I want to section this out. It's not really a header, is it? Can we put text before it? No. Oh, we can do that. Oh, that's really funny. I'm going to have to let them know that because someone could come along and break their whole planner. I reckon they might be able to break planners with that and probably break their website. So it injects bad characters and it will cause some funny stuff to go on in their background. It might break their databases. That's how people break databases. They inject special characters where it's not covered, and then it puts bad data, and then it breaks the whole. Yeah, it breaks the whole site. Gonna send them that screenshot now. Special characters. There we go. All right. I mean, that does look sick. But what about if I do... So I could just do this. Oh. Oh. Oh, even after those, I can't even do a hyphen after this. Oh, that's annoying. You could do that in the PoE2 one. I'm sure you could. I'm sure you could put... I'd have to do an edit on that chat. I'm sure I've done it somewhere. Have I not? Yeah. Yes. What? Why can't I? Why can't I do text after that? What? I was able to here. There's something weird going on with Razorplay there. What the hell? Yeah, I can't type text after it. Huh. What about another one? Is it just that one? Yeah, no, it's all of them. Yeah. That's a bug. Let's try a rune quickly to see if it's just items. Or something else that's not... What about that? Yeah, it's all of them aspects as well. Is it just that section? I can do it there. I think it's just this section. What's it? It worked here, though. Or maybe it's just because I replaced it there. So it works there, look. Yeah, it works there. What the hell? Up here. Yeah, it's just this. In the how it works section, labels aren't working properly. It looks like. In the how it works section either. You can change links to block rather than inline. So these are just because they've moved over this engine. These are obviously things that they'll fix and stuff. Hey, Bargashi, how's it going, dudes? Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out a bug here. I can actually get around this by typing the text I want and then putting the item in, I just can't, for some reason, type. Once the link's there, I can no longer type after it anymore. And I could type before because I've got text there. So if I put the link between text, I think it'd work, right? Yeah, see that? Trying to work out how I want... I'd have to cut down this text for all of these, like, in a big way. I don't know how I want to... I wish I could make that bigger. I really like this, but I'd want the text to be at the side. And I'd want it to be proper formatted, which it isn't right now. I think this is intended so you can actually type to the right of it. But that doesn't really seem to be working right now. And if you go beyond it, it just fully breaks it as well, like. Oops. So, I mean, this is what I used to do for a living, coding and stuff, so I can find bugs and work them out. To the bottom. And overlaps when going to a new line. So, I mean, I don't know if they'll support that for season 11, so I'm not... I don't know. I don't think I can rely on that. I'd have to have, like, minimal text here. Maybe I just go with this. I'm going to make this as well. I think I need a better representation here. Oh, that's probably a good one. Can we please get a simple text line? A line tool to go across the width of the how it works box, so we can make it clearer where each section starts and ends. It is like reading a full page of A4 with size 10 font. Well, that's actually make an emphasis, size 8 font. Size 10 font. From top to bottom. Otherwise, I think it would look a lot cleaner. A lot cleaner, and the headings can lock to each section then. Yeah. I'm very big on readability and formatting, to be honest. It bugs me when I can't. I actually preferred their old system over what we got currently for this stuff. It was better for readability. No, I can actually move some of these, actually, to be fair. I think what I might do, we'll move this. We might move this up here, actually. Maybe just get rid of those. Maybe I just do that now. Maybe. That's what I'm going to have to do for now. I think I'm going to have to resection all this stuff out. I'll still want the line, though. There is a certain amount of text in here that, yeah, having it so you can section out would be really nice. That's why I used to have sections at the bottom for it all. Oh, my cat's under by my feet. Let's give it a save. Once I figured out the formatting for this, I'll just follow suit on all of the guides, I guess. Like leveling tips, start tips, leveling strategies. Actually, it's better here. Start tips. They should probably come first, because that is literally starting, right? Leveling strategies comes after start leveling strategy, which is literally just below. That's perfect. Extra details. Those kind of go together. Guess those kind of, oops. Guess those kind of go together. Build overview, extra details, start steps, leveling strategies. Right, uniques. This could probably go in the equipment section, honestly. It'll get a bit big, though. All right, let's... Uniques. Yeah, I'm going to work out the formatting down here first, and then I'll figure out where I'm going to put it. I want to cut this down. It's too much text. People won't read this anyway. This chess piece... Pure Thorns damage chess piece. What happens if I do this? Ha, okay, that works. That's nice. Pure Thorns damage. Okay, that's nice. Yeah, this works. Just pure Thorns damage. That's it. That's the main reason you take this razor blade. It's just pure Thorns damage. That's all it is. Just, yeah. Big damage. Big numbers. Big spiky thorns. You almost did a 130 on your first attempt, Zach. Nice. Is this in hardcore? Damn. You go for 130s in hardcore, or you back to softcore now? Oh, I was gonna say, if you're doing that on hardcore, Jesus, Giga Chad. Hey, Oldman, how's it going, man? Marksman, how's it going, dude? I like this. This actually makes life easier for me if I'm cutting down the amount of text I'm writing, to be honest. I really, really prefer shorthand stuff because it honestly, people won't read all this. They just won't. Like and it takes me ages to write it all, so if I can make it easier for people to understand, brilliant. I mean, I suppose some people like the explanations. But yeah, this is just pure Thorns damage, right? I mean, that's the main reason you take the razor blade. Just big damage. Big damage. I actually want... Oh, for goodness sake. I want that there without this. I don't want that there. I want that there. That is very annoying. I don't want the big space. I want it there without that. But I can't do it. It won't let me. How annoying. Oh, there we go. We do it that way. Giggity! Works around it. Oh, I can't make that bullet point note. No! Can I do it here? Oh, it attached itself to that. No! Oh, that's annoying. It's actually going to make me do that, isn't it? How annoying. That looks messy. That doesn't work. Oh, we can do it that way. That works. Oh, can I do it this way, actually? Oh, okay, we can do that. That works. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted enough of a gap so it's not like just one string of text making it hard to read it all. Oh, because I'm really big on readability. Can't look, looks away. Hey, Bone Mill went all in. You got a 68. You nearly got a 69 as well. How funny. Yes. All the points. Let's go. Synergizes well with Act Rock Splitter. Oh, actually, we can link this, can't we? Hey. Enhanced. Accelerators. There we go. Nice. Zepazontic. Big damage. Makes every rock splitter attack will activate accelerated rock splitter. Double basic skill damage. They're the main reasons you take this. Big damage. Makes it so your third attack always happens, and the basic skill damage. Yeah, that's nice. All right, this I like it. I'm liking this format. I might actually put this in the equipment section above. It's a lot of copy pasting, mind. But that might be what I do. But I'm just doing it here first to, oops, work out what I'm doing. And I could do that for mythics as well, maybe. Yeah. You could use the Balazans, that's correct. You could do. I mean, it's not the best for this build, but it certainly wouldn't be bad for leveling. Oh, wow, I couldn't spell, apparently. Close combat, thorns damage, auto poison. Makes toxic skin. Where is it? Easy to activate. Ranks to Bastion. Thorns damage. Base thorns damage. Yeah. I mean, that's the main reason you take it, right? They haven't got an icon for that one. I might have to report that as well. Lords' Mantle. It'd have been amazing if I could have had a massive icon with the text and then these bullet points next to it. But this is working okay. I don't know if I want that in bold. Yeah, that's probably better. Do I need that in italics? That's better. Can you underline these? You can. I suppose you could do that. Maybe that's how we get away with this right now, I suppose. Maybe that makes it a bit more obvious what's going on. I would prefer the line thing. I've requested it. It's not necessarily required, I suppose. Oops. See, it didn't take me this long to do this stuff in the past, because I guess I had a... Yeah, okay, this doesn't look too bad. The underline on the title makes it a bit easier to read, I suppose. I would still prefer a line, start and end, though. It would make it easier. It would make it look cleaner. I suppose this is okay. So we got... Yeah, Hesherek Songi. Would be pretty Giga Chad if you're leveling. Hey, Delta, how you going? How you doing? You got your webcam and it's looking great. Nice. I look forward to seeing it when you're live, Mark. Awesome. Hey, Rosie, thanks for the following kick. Appreciate it. Yeah, I look forward to seeing your camera in action, dude. It's going to be good, I think. It'll be good. Law's mantle. Double gorilla power. Spirit Hall. Potency. Huge gorilla cooldown. Skill. Should probably make that a bit more clear. That's mainly it. They took the damage reduction off of this item and made it dexterity. So you don't get damage reduction with these anymore. Same with the Harmony Beaver Waka. It's exactly the same, yeah. That's the main reasons you're taking this. The rest is all just a bonus. Hesherek Sangi. Huge damage on using the Protector. Can use the Protector at range. Yeah, I'm just trying to make sure I've got consistency in my text here. These are specific terms. That's why I've got them in capitals at range, okay. Yeah. Oh, is it look better like that? Maybe. That's fun. Can use Protector at range. Protector cooldown. And ranks, gorilla skill ranks, which is pretty big actually. Like, that's huge. Although on this build, it's not actually that. I suppose no, actually it is pretty big, because that gives you a lot of ranks into your Protector. It gives you a lot of ranks into Ravager. It gives you a lot of ranks into Armored Hide and such. So although it doesn't scale your damage, it does give you a lot of bonuses elsewhere. Still. And that pretty much gets rid of all that text for the same thing. There we go. All about optimization. That's much better. Now, the question is, do I leave that there? Or do I put it up here? I quite like the simplicity of this. I think I need to save that, and then I need to try and see what it looks like. Problem is, that's all varianted off. This isn't. They'll see here, oh, uniques, boom, we can go to this, and then it's like, okay, that's down there. Obviously, if the unique was... I think I will leave it here. Because if the uniques were actually used here, then maybe I'd put them in here. Obviously, I could do this, but it's... And obviously, I'd have to put a header in, that's it. And then it becomes this huge wodge of text, and it takes you away from... and this is just explaining why you would use them if you find them. Yeah, I think we leave it like this. I like the simplicity of this. And it means you don't have to copy it 3 times. You can't have it in just one variant, otherwise people will miss it, I guess. Better to have it in explanations, I think. I don't even put mythics in leveling guides, because you're realistically probably, at the moment, not dropping one while you're leveling from 1 to 60 on a fresh run. If you happen to have it, then brilliant, but... You're getting all the software set up. Nice. If you get any issues, just let me know. I'll see if I can help. 10 days, 2 hours, 45 minutes. Nice. You hit 1 month. Nice. Well, hey, good times. Oh, we're actually nearly there. Although there might be one extra bit I'll do. Some extra stuff on. Runes, okay. Probably just do that. Following rune pairs. Whilst leveling, that will greatly boost. Yeah, there we go. Maybe we do that. The build. There we go. Consistency is key for me. Moni and Ton. So we can do the same here, actually. I think I can simplify all of this stuff. However... Oh, no, it might be right. That Moni. I could do pluses. Nice! Oh, I could type other stuff after this. What the hell? I could do it after runes. What the? Now I can type after that one. What? What's going on? Okay, well, that seems to be working now. They're not being able to type after labels doesn't seem to be 100% of the time. I'll keep an eye on it. Might have fixed on a save and refresh. Something locked that up. I don't know what. I can type after it now, apparently. Somebody locked that up for some reason. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Moni plus Ton. And then I guess we can just do the same here. I'll say people just aren't going to read massive wadges of text. They'd rather scroll down on their phone and see this item, this is why. Like, in short form. It's going to be true, right? Rains, meteors, meteorites. Every 2 attacks. I want to do that? No. Meteorites. Every 2 attacks. I don't know if I like that. I mean, it's not proper English way of speaking or writing, but... Can't spell, apparently. It's not consistent with what I've done above, I suppose, this mate. What happens if I change that? I mean, I suppose that is the proper way of writing English, isn't it, really? I'm just using some weird formatting. If I do it any other way, I might just do this. It does make my life a little easier. I'm all for making my life easier. The thing is, this is going to replicate outwards on more builds. I'm kind of working out my formatting right now. The next guide will take less time because I know how I'm formatting stuff. Gorilla skill cooldown. Damage. I'm using that. Yep. On range cooldown. Ranks skill. Yeah, we'll do this. Oi, cat, come on, stop it. What are you doing? My cat's being needy. Hey, Polis, how you doing, dude? How you doing, man? Yeah, rains down. That's pretty much it. Just rains down meteorites at every 2 attacks. Wonderful. Great clearance. Easy leveling. It's just true. Great clearance, easy leveling. There you go. Boom. All right, Seer plus Qua. Circle of Life. That's not for my class. Soul's movement speed. Along with aspects of haste. Let's just type haste. Maybe that'll come up. There you go. Easy peasy. That's pretty much it. Just Soul's movement speed for you. Wonderful. There you go. I mean, look how much cleaner that looks. That's great. Although I don't know if I like this. Greatly boost the build. Maybe I just leave it as it was. Yeah, we'll do that. Since I'm putting all this effort into reformatting it, I should probably give it the love and power it deserves. Right, we don't have all this stuff right now. That'll be divine perks, I think they're called. We don't actually have those. I can't remember what they're called. I actually can go find those from my other guides though, so I will do that from the others in a second. Obviously, these won't exist anymore. Aspects. Oh, I possibly could put that in the equipment section. I don't know. I'll consider it. Is this grammar class, Polis? I am a bit OCD with my formatting. We're getting a proper elixirs and incense section at some point. That's gonna be nice. They updated the website, so there's I'm just reworking out how I want to format the guide. See, my PoE2 guide was like this, right? Like there was. Well, I never actually finished this because I guess I just ran out of time. But in my previous guides, I've done like huge wadges of text, and this is great. The reality is, a lot of people don't actually read all this. I mean, look at this. A lot of people don't actually read all this stuff. They just don't. They'll boot it up on their phone or whatnot, and they just want to get the information they want. So I'm kind of these are uniques. If you happen to come across them, they'll greatly boost your build. Razor Plate, and this is why. Pure Thorns damage synergizes well with that. Boom, done. Sebas on tech. But you know what I mean? It's like, I actually think this looks better. Like, someone would reasonably read that. They would go, oh, if I get a Razor Plate, this is why I'd use it. If I get a Subsonic, that's why. If I get it, you know, and so on and so on. But if it was like a whole wad of text, it's probably not going to get read. Exactly. Yeah, I've learned this. I'm taking into account all the guides I've done in the past. This actually makes it quicker for me to do as well. Writing huge amounts of text does take me a long time. But since we've got this embedding, I'd rather use this as well, right? This just looks nice. It looks nice. It's easy to read. It looks nice in your eyeballs. People subconsciously turn off. It's not even because they don't want to read it. They just subconsciously go, oh, no, and then just close the guide or go to another one. They just do that. So, yeah, this is what they do. I'm going to... I thought I had one open. Here we go. If I go to my builds, I've got a Rock Splitter build. Which one? It'll be the same ones for leveling. Rock Splitter, here we go. Here we go. Divine Gifts. That's what they're called. Divine Gifts. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to save this quickly, actually, so I don't lose anything else I've done. Yeah, this one's pretty close to being done now. I'm pretty close. It's taken a lot longer than I thought it'd take, to be fair. I knew these always take longer than I think they'll take. I know that they're updating this at some point, and they're updating all these sections at some point. They're on the list to do, I think. And they've got embedded stuff now, which is quite nice. Oh. That looks weird. Why didn't I? Yeah. Don't know why I didn't underline those. I got distracted, I guess. Me a dum-dum. There we go. I'm still not sure if I want to do that or not. What on earth is that? That's bugging me. Let's just do that. I don't know. I don't know why that's coming up with underline. That's just bugging me, though. Items. There you go. Oh, dear. Why is that? I just doesn't understand that word, apparently. Good. All right, Divine Gifts. So you've got Purified and Corrupted. That's right. Now, we don't have these yet, but I can take them from this guide. Purified and Corrupted. That's it. Maybe we better to have that underlined as well. Maybe. Still, I think I like that. Okay. Purified. I guess we can underline these as well. I think it's the best I've got right now. It just shows new sections a bit easier, doesn't it? Yeah, we haven't got too much of that, fortunately, with the new formatting I've got here. Hey, Joa, how's it going, man? Welcome in, first time chat. How you doing, dude? Hey, Zane, how you doing? What have you missed? Well, watching me get OCD over the formatting. Mobalytics updated all their engine and their formatting and stuff, so I'm just figuring out, once I've got this like on one guide, it'll be a bit easier for me for the others, because I replicate, I keep consistency across my guides. I'm just figuring out with all the new tools how I want to format everything. But I'm also trying to take learnings from previous guides where I just wrote huge wadges of text to explain everything. But I think, honestly, people just won't read all of that. So I'm trying to make, I want the guide to be useful to people, you know? I've still got some sections of text, you know? But I want the guides to be useful. I mean, I honestly could simplify that down to this format here. I actually could. And maybe I will, actually. It's a lot easier to read. I might do that in a minute. So this here, we will do this. We will actually do the same as what we did. 1 second. Normal text. I'll just have to write them in right now because I don't think they exist right now. We don't have. You're doing good. Recently started playing Diablo for the first time ever. Okay, so you're brand new to the Diablo franchise and Diablo 4. Yeah, welcome to the franchise, man. Welcome to the community. Made a chain lightning sork, followed a build a little bit, but could not figure it out. You couldn't figure out the vulnerable thing. Okay, do you know which build you were following? Whose build and what website? So vulnerable. All you need to understand with like damage types is stuff like damage percent, vulnerable damage percent, critical damage percent, overpower damage percent, basic skill, core skill, anything that says this damage type percent, they all what we called increased damage. Those all count in the math. When it gets down to the maths of damage, they all get grouped together. The only difference is the condition required for that damage to be applied. So critical damage percent will only be applied if you critical on that hit. Overpower if you overpower. Vulnerable if you hit an enemy that happens to be in the vulnerable state. Now, you know when an enemy is in a vulnerable state because their HP bar will show like a little purple highlight. So you would need some way on your build to activate vulnerable. Now, a good example here is on this leveling guide I'm doing for next season. I've got this aspect here specifically for that purpose. Fell Soothsayer's aspect. This is on my Spiritborn build. What this does, it means when I cast any skill that has the incarnate tag on it, it will make any enemies surrounding me within a distance vulnerable for 5 seconds. So they become vulnerable, which means any of your vulnerable damage will now apply to those enemies because they're in a vulnerable state. The same as an enemy can apply vulnerable to you as well, and you can be in a vulnerable state. You'll see your HP globe. It will go like into like a cracked, it will show like in a cracked sort of UI interface and sort of purple highlight. You don't understand which skill or passive is making the mobs vulnerable. So with Sorks, there's a few different ways. You can do it through Frost Nova. Your Ice Blades. If you've got Ice Blades can make enemies vulnerable. I'll have to get 1 second. Let me get a Sork guide up here. I do have a leveling guide for Sork somewhere. There we go. So if you look at Ice Blades, it says on it, conjures a pair of Ice Blades for 6 seconds that rapidly slash enemies and has a 40% chance to make them vulnerable for 2 seconds. So it could be your Ice Blades. I think also Inferno. I don't think you'll have this on that build. That one can make enemies vulnerable. What else have we got? I haven't played Sork this season, so I've got to try to remind myself. There's a few different ways you can make enemies vulnerable. Oh, skill trees. Here we go. On Chain Lightning, you could also have Lucky Vulnerable in your gear. If you don't have that, then it won't be that. Yeah, like I said, there's a Frost Nova vulnerable mechanism in there. There we go, Mystical Frost Nova, that does it. What else have we got? Yeah, the Ice Blades make them vulnerable. It could be that. It's all lightning and it's not using Lightning Spear. Okay. All lightning. I'm trying to think. There will be somewhere on your build that's applying vulnerable somehow. If you are. Obviously, I can't see all your items, so I can't remember there being many others. It doesn't happen through unstable currents, I don't think. No. I don't think it happens. You're probably using overflowing energy, right? Because of the cooldown reduction and the damage. Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay. It does. My channel auto filters links. Sorry about that. I can see the link you posted. Let me have a quick look what it is. Oh, Sladerers. Okay. Yeah, I know. I actually know Sladerer. He's probably got a link to a build planner. Here we go. Okay, let's have a quick look at the planner. Banished Lords doesn't do it. The Crown Illusion doesn't do it. Actuals Conduit doesn't give you vulnerable. Erudition doesn't. Edge Masters doesn't. Lightning Rods. Oh, I see how. No, I see how. Okay. Have you got the runes that are in that build? Have you got those runes in? Exactly as the guide shows. I'm looking at the mythic version, like the proper endgame version. I'm assuming you're using the mythic version at this point. With the Ring of Stardust and such. Are you onto that version yet? Yeah, okay, 1 second. Let me find this guide. Community builds. Here we go. Let me. I've got. I don't know if I can search for him specifically. I'm gonna have to find one of his guides so I can find his guide on here. Hopefully, it won't take me too long. Slader. Oops, what happened there? That's weird. Oh, is that not finding him for some reason? Slay. All time. Huh, okay. Interesting. Thought he'd be in there. Alright, do you know what? It'll be quicker if I do this. Oops. Can't search for him. I'm just going to have to create... Oh, I can't grab the link. God damn it. Yeah, but the thing is, you linked it in my chat and it gets auto-filtered. Now I can't see it there. That's annoying. All right, Slader at Mobalytics. It's all right. All I need to do is find him on Mobalytics, right? I just need to find him on Mobalytics, his account. There you go. That's what I want. Because I can find it here. Right, where are we? Chain Lightning. Non-mythic. Mythic, here we go. Right. Are you using the mythic or the non-mythic version? Because there's two links, right? There's one for non-mythic and there's one for mythic. Which one are you using? It says here, non-mythic, non-mythic. Okay, right. Let me have a look at this. I think I know how, though. Yeah. Oh, okay. No, that's not doing it. Okay. That is not doing what I suspected it was doing. Oh, yeah. It's going to be your ice. Yeah. No, it's not. Oh, he's using that for extra vulnerable damage. Yeah, how is he applying vulnerable? I am not convinced this is applying vulnerable. When you hit enemies, are they going purple? I can see how they're going vulnerable in the mythic version. I am live, Little Air. I've been live for a while. Yeah, how you doing, dude? When you hit an enemy, can you see their HP bar go purple? Ever. Like, literally just go hit an enemy you don't kill in one shot. And does their HP bar sort of like highlight... It has like a purple, like, sort of like outline on it. I'll see if I can find an example on images here. 1 second. Diablo 4 vulnerable enemies. Vulnerable UI. Let's see if I can find it. An example for you. Like this here. Can I make that bigger? No. Good. Oh, you can sort of see here, right? You see that purple outline on the HP bar. Do you ever see that? I'm not actually sure that is applying vulnerable. Let me have a quick look over it again. Because these don't apply vulnerable. Charge. 1 second. He has got charged bolts in there. I don't think that does it though, right? No. Let me check the Paragon boards. Just glyphs. I think I know what's happened here. And I think this is broken, this build. I don't think it does apply vulnerable in this state. I can tell you how to fix it, though. Yeah, I think I know what's happened here. Little error. It's like I'm coming. Drink City Streamer, cheers! There isn't a mythic that applies it. Let me just double check the rest of the build. I think this is based on a build he did in a previous season. I'll explain. Just give me a second. Let me just double check. I want to try and make sure I'm not... I like Slader. He does a lot of builds here. I think this is based on a build from a previous season, and he's not in this version. I don't think he's accounted for a change that happened that actually means you won't be applying vulnerable without ice blades. I'm just double checking that. Yeah, these don't do it. Cat, can you start opening the door? It's bloody freezing, mate. He keeps whacking the door open and letting all the cold air in this room. What's this here? No vulnerable there. No vulnerable there. There's two ways you could fix it here. Yeah, I don't think this applies vulnerable. His mythic version will. But this one, I don't think it does. Which actually means you lose a lot of damage. That means Icy Touch doesn't work. It means all of your, like, Shredding Blades doesn't work. It'll make the build a lot worse. Yeah. I don't think that is applying vulnerable. Let me check his mercenary. I'm trying to check everything. I can't see any items. That doesn't do it. Lightning Rod doesn't do it, does it? I'm just double checking stuff hasn't changed here. I don't think it has. I got a pretty good take on the build. That doesn't do it either, does it? No. No, I don't think this is doing it. Mercenaries, where are they? Oh, he hasn't even got mercenaries in here. Okay, brilliant. Yeah, okay. So what's happened here? I can tell you what's happened here, I think. Let me go back to the Paragon board and find it. Not that one. I bet it's in here. Is it here? Yeah, it is. Okay, that's what's happened. Okay. So in the past, this legendary node, Static Surge, that used to be different. That used to apply vulnerable to enemies when you cast when you spent a certain amount of mana, which with charge bolts or any other thing like chain lightning always applied vulnerable to enemies, like pretty much permanently. It just solved vulnerable for you, and they changed that either this season or last season. I think that's what this build was assuming on, because I can't see any other way. It's even like you're even losing vulnerable damage from this glyph. You're losing a lot of damage if you're not making enemies vulnerable. I can actually see why you can't figure it out. The way this is solved on his mythic version is using the glyph. So there's, let me find that mythic version. Here we go. So like down here, the Thol glyph. Sorry, not glyph, rune. Thol rune, which is the the one that's activated. What that does is I think it's got a 3-second cooldown. It activates Mystical Frost Nova, and actually there's a better rune combo for it there, to be honest. But still, yeah, you can activate the Mystical Frost Nova, which what that does, if you look at the skill tree for Mystical Frost Nova, that is the one down here that applies vulnerable to enemies and makes you do more damage to them. So you got two options here. You could either just take, if you don't need the mana regen from Shimmering Frost Nova here, if you've got enough mana regeneration, you do not need this anymore to manually cast this. You could swap that over here, which means every time you manually cast Frost Nova, which has got a huge cooldown on it, you'll make enemies vulnerable. Your other option, honestly, at this point, although you might lose some damage, would be to probably change. One second, I'm on the wrong one. Mythic version. I want a non-mythic version. Here we go. He's got the crit chance in here. And honestly, I think you just put the Thol rune in there and probably change Ahu to something like Igni. Igni Thol would be a lot better than Ahu Thol. If you've got an Igni instead of an Ahu, I would just use the mythic runes. And then you could actually, to be honest, you could just leave this as is, the non-mythic one, and you'll gain both benefits from the... You'd gain both benefits. It's a waste of skill points, but you would, if you need Shimmering Frost Nova, you could leave that there, and technically, I think that would... Every time that rune activates, you'll get your Mystical Frost Nova, and that means when you manually cast Frost Nova, you'll get Shimmering Frost Nova, I think. You might even get both with the activated one. I don't know. But the activated one specifically does Mystical Frost Nova, so maybe not. You could just do that. That was... Oh, you don't have the DLC. Ah. Yeah, okay. Sorry, I've just seen... Yeah, okay. This is one of the issues you're going to have following builds now. Obviously, the DLC's been out for over a year. It came out October last year, so you won't find many builds now that won't use runes. And unfortunately, both this and the mythic version is relying on that rune. What I would do then in your case, you've got two options. Swap this for Mystical Frost Nova, and you're just going to want enough cooldown reduction that Frost Nova isn't 24 seconds, but honestly, that's a long cooldown. I don't know if you've got enough cooldown on this to really solve that. Oh, actually, no, it might be all right because you're probably using. Oh, you've got to be using cameos. Yeah, you might be okay. This will reduce all your cooldowns. Oh no, it's only your shock skill cooldowns. No, that won't work on Frost Nova. Okay, no, yeah, that's a long cooldown. You've got that, or you're gonna have to roll Lucky Vulnerable somewhere because you haven't got Ice Blades, so that you can apply vulnerable damage. But obviously, you're going to need the crit charts and attack speed here. Although, actually, oh yeah, that's Season 11. In Season 11, you can put 4 affixes on rings. Yeah, that's a problem. You're going to have to put Lucky Vulnerable somewhere, probably. You want Vulnerable in your builds. But without that, you either do it through Frost Nova here, Ice Blades, or that rune. If you buy the DLC, you'll get the rune. Problem solved. You'll have to find one. But yeah, the Thol rune, what that does is it activates this here. It literally, you can activate it every 3 seconds, so it's way better than manually casting Frost Nova. And it activates Mystical Frost Nova. So not only does it make enemies vulnerable, it makes them take 15% more damage as well. I mean, I personally think the DLC is worth it. If you're playing the game enough, you'll get your money's worth out of it. You get the Spiritborn class, you get all the runes, you get the new features, you get mercenaries. You get the new area. The campaign was pretty decent as well. I'd recommend playing that at some point before the new expansion comes out next year. And so on and so on. It comes with a bunch of stuff. No problem. Yeah, it took me I haven't played Sorks. It took me a moment to try and figure out. I think, honestly, that his non-mythic version is broken. Like, that non-mythic version does not apply vulnerable anymore, I don't think. I'm pretty sure that'll be based... I could be wrong. But I can't see how that would apply otherwise. You'd need to swap in the Thol rune or something. Maybe you meant to. I don't know. Yeah, hopefully that helps a bit. Oh, don't worry. I can't spell today either. It's all good. Right, where was I? This one here, that's right. I guess we go for a save. I can't remember what was that. That's right, you can manually craft mythics as well, of course. Yeah. Yeah, being able to manually craft mythics using runes and stuff is good. Yeah. Hey, thanks for the follow, Joe. I appreciate it, dudes. Appreciate it. Right. Nearly finished with this. I don't know if I've got it in me to do another guide after this. We'll have to see. It's taken me ages. I might just go and do some gameplay for the rest of the stream after this. At least I've done one. Actually, to be honest, this one was always going to take longer because of the formatting. God, how over-ambitious thinking I'd get 4 done today. Bloody hell. Definitely going to have to do some outside of streams as well. I won't have time to do it all in stream. Right, Divine Gifts. What are they called? Essence of Pain. That is... Okay, Essence of Pain, and that is the Purified. Let me just write them out. I don't think those are here yet. No, they're not. They will be eventually, though. We'll be able to inline those when they've added them. Essence of Screams. In fact, that is briefly. I'm going to have to do these as I go, I think. Game, barrier. Barrier. When injured. Once every 20 seconds. That doesn't need to be bold, though. Okay. Essence of Screams. Hello, Cat. How you doing, mate? Hey, Smat. How you doing, dude? How you doing, man? You alright, boy? What else we got? Yeah, Essence of Screams is a mandatory on pretty much every Spiritborn build. It just gives you 20% increased resistances. Yes, please. I'm pretty sure that's just going to get used on most builds. 20% increased resistances. And there's also an armor one as well, which I believe I'm using. Yep, Essence of Sin, same again. You're probably going to use that on every single Spiritborn build, to be honest. There's certain ones that'll be very bad for Spiritborn builds, like the one the way that these new divine gifts are going to work on season 11 is you can either each one of these sections is a certain boss. So I can't remember exactly which one's which. Right, that one's Duriel's section, the top. So north is Duriel, east is Andariel, south is Azmodan, and west will be... Oh, no, I probably did these wrong, didn't I? Duriel. The other one will be Belial. I can't remember which way's which. Pit. Belial was Pit. Yeah, I've put Duriel in there. That shouldn't be there. I think that's meant to be over here. Oh, I've put the same one in twice. Whoops. Yeah, it's not meant to be there. Oh, I don't know what I've done there. That's weird. All right. What the hell have I done there? What? Essence of Lies. That's meant to be Essence of Lies. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so that's Belial. North is Belial. East is Andariel. South is Azmodan. And west is Duriel. So you get 2 for each boss. And you get them by killing them at certain times. You can only equip one. So the ones in the middle, they give you the Purified. They're like beneficial things. They're not damage based, but they'll be like increased resistances, increased armor, barrier when you're injured. And this one's meant to be Essence of Lies. I don't know, 45 for 1% of your max life a second permanently, which is, it's just basically more life regen. And then the ones on the outside will give you the Corrupted, which are bad things. And there's certain ones like, where's the barrier one? Yeah, if you put the barrier one on Corrupted, certain pangs of Duriel will 100% break your barrier, which will just make Spiritborn insta-squishy, because so much of your defense comes from barriers, so you definitely will never use that on Spiritborn, for example. Yeah. When am I doing main game, Little Error? I might play some in a bit, yeah. How's the cooking, Seraph? Yeah, it's going okay. I'm just sorting out the formatting and stuff, and I'm pretty much down to the last bits here now. So that's actually Essence of Lies is here, and that's the Fortify for 1% of maximum life per second, I think it is. Is that right? Of your maximum life. Yeah, I mean, that'll be embedded eventually. There you go. Essence of Armor is 20% increased armor. I mean, it's basically the same on every single one of these builds. I think a lot of builds and classes will use these, honestly. Some of the others are a bit niche. Like 10% chance to stun. The 30% movement speed's kind of nice, I guess. So for leveling, maybe, actually, the Essence of Anguish would be better. I don't know. Increased resistance is kind of nice, but maybe it depends which one you get first. You might take the movement speed first. You can kind of solve movement speed without it, to be honest. But yeah, you might take movement speed there, I guess. You can kind of get away with resistances while you're leveling. Maybe we will use Essence of Anguish early on. Movement speed. Yeah. You probably don't need the resistances so much, but I guess we'll find out when I go to play. You hit 29 million damage in your build. Nice. Looking forward to Season 11. Yeah, it should be good. Looking forward to it myself. Do you like music? I do, yes. Yeah, I do, yeah. Big music fan. I can't embed these right now. I'd look a lot better areas like this, but hey, this will do for now. I mean, these are self-explanatory, right? I really don't need any more than this. Once they're embeddable, I will literally just have a bullet point. This, and this. I think. I mean, maybe we just do that. I don't know. It'll actually make it a lot easier for me to update when it comes to it. Because I won't need this. You can hover over them. It'll literally just be a bullet point. This, and this. This is fine. It doesn't look the greatest, but honestly, it doesn't matter. When I come to update it, they'll be fixed. I'm assuming those will be... Or do I make it so I don't assume that they'll become embeddable? I'd like to think they will be, given they've done the previous season powers. Maybe I'll just leave it like that. It'll only take me a second to format it when we get there. Do you like music, Joa? When does Season 10 end? I believe the new season will be December the 9th, but we'll find out near the time. You reckon Sork and Spiritborn will be the best classes in Season 11? I mean, technically speaking, Barbarian was the best on... the PTR, but that was using the Melted Heart max resource scaling, which is going away, I think. So we'll have to see what the final patch notes are to see if it gets compensated and how much it gets compensated and all that stuff. Yeah. Right, we stick those in there. Agonized souls are enraged and will now form explosions and pull you inwards and generate electrified ground that deals maximum life per second. Yeah, I mean, it's not amazing, is it? Essence of Screams. I might swap those around at some point. That'll be... I mean, I'll level on a build that uses these. All of my Spiritborn level builds will use the same things, so I can test these out when we get there. See how they feel. Oh, interesting. I had Essence of Lies up there. What? Yeah, you'd have to put that one there. You don't have to put them in, actually. If you don't want the bad ones, you just don't put the bad ones in. But this does give you more gold and stuff when you do certain things. I suppose while leveling. Chance for an extra upgrade in the pit. You probably just don't want any bad ones while leveling. You probably just don't want them. Because you're not going to do the pit until you're level 60, I don't think. If I remember rightly. Can't actually remember. You could do the Undercity, so you might leave that one if you want more Obels. You get more boss keys. Oh, you only get... Survive world boss encounters to earn lair boss keys. Doubled while purified. So that gives you lair boss keys when you get from the world boss. Maggots in hell type can drop experience globes. Doubled while purified. That would be very good for leveling. Okay, we're going to swap that around. Which means, well, that's the only problem, right? If we swap those... Okay, actually, no, this is fine. Because we don't care about the socket balls in Hellkite. We can just not use that. Yeah, Essence of Squalor for leveling. Absolutely. Okay, that's what we do. You can just avoid the bad one. You don't have to equip it. I think I'm just going to recommend not using the bad ones unless you really want both of the bonuses. Because that gives you more experience globes in the Helltide from the maggots, which were really broken on the PCR, but they may be very good still, even if you've got this on. Yeah, Essence of Squalor. XP globes from maggots in Helltides. Maybe look at this. Increased movement speed is nice. Guess we don't really care about that, so we won't use that one. We're not too bothered about that. We're using that mainly for increased armor. That'll be very good while leveling. Activity keys, okay. Doubled while purified, fine. That's for earning gold. Belial's apparitions... But that's only while you're in a pit, so it's really not going to do anything to you. Belial's apparitions are in the pit, so you don't even need to equip that, yeah. You take that for the extra fortify. That's really nice while leveling. Yes, Essence of Belial's. We'll take the movement speed, I guess. You could take that one instead. Okay, I think that's what we want. I don't think we take any of the corrupted for leveling. That's just end game. I mean, you could use either or, honestly. Yeah, it's either that, or you could literally use either of these. It really doesn't matter whichever one you prefer, I suppose. Essence of Screams. I think that's what I'll do. You can use either of these. In fact, there might even be an interface for these. I might not even need to list these. You're probably better off doing that. Yeah, okay. You're a little tired of rock lately, Joe. What sort of music do you like listening to? I listen to a lot of alternative of all styles, to be honest. Any idea when we will see the patch notes for next season? I imagine we'll get the final ones in that when we get the campfire. And I would, well, it might be the same day as the PoE2 announcement on the 4th of December, around that time. Can we do Hordes? Little Air, I'm a bit busy at the moment, mate. Hey, Drugula, how you doing, man? How's the rest of your stream last night? Where's my techno playlist? I do listen to a bit of EDM occasionally, yeah. Hey, Gregory, thanks for the sub over on YouTube, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, I think for leveling, you just take the best ones. Because you're not going to get pit stuff anyway. I mean, just looking at these. Yeah, so you want the XP. Socketables are nice in the Helltide. But you definitely don't want that in Corrupted. They ambush you more often and have a 100% chance to shatter your barriers. That is absolutely a big no. The world boss stuff is not that important. So, yeah, you just take one of them. You don't really need to worry about the other so much unless you specifically want to farm boss keys or something, which I suppose you could do at some point. So I think this is fine. I'll say later on I can just make those a bullet point list. It'll be nice and small. Aspects, you can acquire the following from aspects from world map dungeons. I probably don't even need to specify that now. I can literally just do this. It literally says it. What the hell? Rapid. Why is... Oh, there we go. That was weird. Don't know why that wasn't coming up. Yeah, I probably should do that. It will be a lot easier for people to find out where they need to go. Just update this. Aspects of disobedience. I'm wondering whether I put this up above. Yeah, I might do that. This is starting to get a bit long down here, isn't it? Resourcefulness. Oh, yeah. That's for scaling the aspects. I'll change that in a minute. There'll be a section for elixirs eventually, which explains it all. Yeah, I think we can probably put aspects in here. I know I said earlier I like the simplicity, but this is actually relevant, I suppose. So they can see here where they'd get them from. Bruisers is there. So there's Moonrise. These are all... That one will be on there. That one will be on there. I mean, obviously they can highlight and see this anyway, but honestly, but hey. Phil says... Phil Soup says, yeah. Conceited. Aspect's nice. Mostly just copy that, I think. Oops. And drops only. That doesn't need to be bold. Okay. It's looking all right. Do I put an underline on those? I guess we can, because it makes it look a little cleaner, maybe. Just put overview. There you go. Yeah, that's probably okay. Looks fine. You just got the DLC for about $7. Hey! Well, there you go. I mean, that's... You can't go wrong for $7, can you? Well, Boss is the best for getting mythic tributes. It is, but not necessarily in that level 1 to 60. First character range, right? This is a leveling guide, so I'm assuming someone is starting the season out level 1, first character. Like, you know, not being boosted. As in, like, day 1, first minute of the season sort of thing. That's what I'm making assumptions of here. Yeah, the only thing about this is I'll have to do this for all 3 variants, which is fine. That's maybe okay, because I do change the aspect. Well, there's only one change in this build, but it means if I change any aspects, it shows those. I'm not a big fan of duplicating stuff in general, but notes for future updates. So I think the only thing that really changes here is we put conceited in. Oh, yeah, we got conceited there. Okay. That's fine. That will disappear once I get the final update. So one there. 3T to 60. And let me just stick that in here. All right. That's that section done. All these notes for future self stuff. I've actually had to do less of that than I thought I would have to. And then this, that looks messy as hell now. It looked better in the old system. Level 1 to 49. Oh yeah, and then when you get level 50, you get those. We also want an incenses section for some reason. Yeah, I suppose you can use incenses at level 50, can't you? I've probably got that on my other build, you know. Where is it? Full leveling. Oh yeah, that's my new one. There it is. It'll be down here somewhere. There it is. Incenses. There we go. Yeah, I can see why I did what I did. Actually, if I added elixirs to this yet, maybe. No, they haven't. Okay. Huh, okay. It doesn't look great, does it? That looks better. For now. If we had embeds, this would be fine. Wouldn't be an issue. Apparently I can't spell. Why has I got 2 L's in it? Why is that? Oh yeah, I can't spell elixir apparently. Lol. I'm good at English, guys. There you go. This is fine. Heading 2, yeah. Heading 1. I guess we'll put this in here. And I'll need to just put a header in to say you'll need to be level 50. You can use all 3 tiers of incenses, I believe, for bonus XP. You can use the following 3 tiers of incenses for bonus XP. I'll probably just, well, it's the same for both, so we'll just do that. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Can I just slap those as a bullet point? That'd be nice. In fact, actually, you could just do that. Much cleaner. There we go. Doesn't need to be bold. Doesn't need to be italic. Those will probably be embeddable eventually. Do you know what? I'd probably better off just doing that. Yeah, that's better. All right. I'll underline that as well. What am I doing, Little Eric? So I do build guides for Mobalytics, and I've got an awful lot to do before Season 11, so I'm going to be doing some of those during my streams between now and the next season release, because I just can't do it all. I can't do the sort of level of streaming I'm doing, the amount of hours, and do it all offline as well at the same time. It's just too much. It's what I used to do, and honestly, it just used to cook me all the time. Because I used to just... So I won't be like I won't do the whole... I probably will just leave it at this one guide today. This has taken me hours. It's taken me a lot longer than I expected. But this is because they've updated the whole website with a new format. I've spent a lot of time on this to try and work out what the new format I want to look like is. Because they've got all like these embeddables now and all sorts. So I'm just... So the next one will be a bit quicker. And I'll have to do some off stream, I think. But doing some of it on stream, honestly, just makes my life a little easier as well. Right, we're nearly there. I think this is nearly done. There is one section, this new section, I might add some extra info into. We're largely there. Some of this stuff will become embeddable eventually. Yeah, these will become embeddable eventually. Elixirs. Do I want those bold? I don't know. Yeah, you need to... So is it better underlined? No. Oops. Yeah, once those become embeddable, they'll look better. I think that's base gearing. I'm just trying to make sure I've actually covered everything here. Oh, no, it's base gearing. We don't need mythics for this. I did say I might narrow this down a bit. Make it simpler. Okay, I might actually simplify this. I can copy paste this across all my guides. Hey, Gamer Dork, how you doing, man? How you doing? I'll probably just literally make it a bullet point, honestly. Let me see if I can come up with something. Hell tides until Oh, that's why it looks weird. Hand in whispers as you go along the way. Once you hit level 48 to 50, run strongholds until level 60. I mean, that's the thing, right? I can literally make it. Would that look better without any underlines? No, probably it's better like that. Fastest strategy. Non-campaign strategy. Don't know why I highlighted all that. That's weird. Do I want full stops the end of those? Maybe. How's that look? As I say, people just won't read wadges of text. They just won't. Great, man. How are you? Looks like you're having fun. Yeah, not too bad. I was hoping to get a lot more done today, but this has taken a lot longer than I expected. I suppose I probably should have expected it to. But I'm probably going to go do some gameplay after this for a bit. We'll see if there's people around that want to play. I'm nearly done with this one. Maybe like another 20 minutes or something. At least I've got one done, and I've got my formatting sort of mostly there, so I can replicate that across the guides. It'll make it a lot easier for me to figure out what I'm doing. Fastest strategy. Historically. Run a Vessel of Hatred campaign. Oops. Until level 48 to 50. Doop, doop. That's in bold. Let's get rid of that. I'll just take the underlines out of this. Oh, that's weird. What done that for? Oh, this is fine. I won't underline that top bit. It looks a bit odd. Makes it stand out. And then, yeah, it's just literally once you hit that level, run strongholds. It's just the same thing. Yeah, it's a bit less to read, isn't it? We want to play? Yeah. I might be too much longer. I have done most of it at this point. I'm just tidying some stuff up here now. At least I've got one done. Like I say, it gives me a head start on... I can replicate the format for my next guides, which will make life a bit easier. Requires Nightmare Dungeon Sigils. Sigils. That doesn't need to be underlined. Oops. Experience. Moat. Affix. Not the fastest. But provides other material. Provides other materials. So it has bonuses. Yeah, so it sort of depends what you want to do. It's not the fastest leveling strat though, so it's probably not the fastest there. But anyway, make that clear. Yeah, that's cleaner. I mean, look, it just doesn't look like wadges of text anymore. I still prefer to have a line there and a line there to say the beginning and end of section, but still, this will be tidier and this will be tidier eventually. When we get to the point where we've got normal text. I don't know if I want those underlined. Probably should. Yep. Okay. All right, we need to add this here as well. 4.0. Been supporting this build for quite some time now. What's the date? 21st of November. First edition updates for season 11. There you go. It's not first draft edition update for season 11. There you go. Yeah, I guess so. It's not really 4.0. 4.0 will be the actual update. I guess we just do like 3.9 or something. Yeah, I do. Oh, I could actually just do 4.0.A or something. 4.0A or something. Yeah, let's just do that. Or I could just have that. Oh, I know, it looks weird. How do I want to version this? I know this sounds silly to you, but it's just like, this helps. This really helps me when I go back to look at what I've done in builds, when I go back to look at them in the past, to remember why I did things. It's not really version 3 anymore. I think it's a completely new version. It's an in-between, right? Because ultimately, I'm going to want this to be, you know, whatever that date is there. X, Y. And that's going to be version 3.4. And that will be updated for season 11. It'll be that. So you want something that's between this and that. How's it look if I do that? It will look weird to me, that. Yeah. Alright, we'll just do that. Maybe I just do this, actually. 3.99A or something, 3.9A. Let's just do that. It's just in between. Yeah, I'll do that. It makes the most sense to my brain. Foundational work, yeah. I'm trying to write this in a way where I can copy paste a lot of this stuff. I might have to change a couple of little bits, but a lot of this will be copy pastable between builds. Like if I have a build that uses Moniton, boom, just copy paste, boom, easy peasy. I try to write stuff generically, and also this is season 11 is going to take a lot more work because of the new formatting and new engine. Going beyond that, other than massive overhauls like the expansion, a lot of this stuff will be replicatable, so it won't be so bad. Okay. I might add just a little info here, and then I think we're done on this one. Just double checking everything. Oh, I don't want that to be bullet point. That was weird. Do I want that as an underscored? Maybe. Changing my format up a little bit, but it does make it a little bit more readable. Yeah, it looks good. Okay, before I do this last bit, I actually really need to go use the restroom. Yeah, I will add a little bit here. It's going to add a little bit more work for me, but I've cut down the work for me on the end game guides by doing these changes here. Actually, this is a massive reduction in work. Eventually, a little bit of upfront, it'll be a massive reduction overall. I'm having to write so much text blocks. All right, I'll be back in 1 minute, guys. BRB. Okay, I'm back. It's better. Oh, right. I think there was just a couple of things in here I wanted to make it a little bit clearer, maybe. One sec, was there? Ah. Oh, God, yeah, it would be nice when you can select the variants on all the different sections rather than scroll up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. Oh, goodness me. Right, is there anything I want to specifically mention here? Accelerated rock splitter. Is where the thorns damage comes from. Comes from applied every third hit. Attack. can be made to work every attack when a Zepazontic is equipped. Hey, Mad Spam, how's it going, man? How you doing, dude? What else we got? That's just more damage. Six skill damage. Oh, it's annoying I can't format that like that. God damn it. Yeah, that is annoying. Ugh. Okay, what we'll do... Skill info here. Is there any useful skill info? And then we'll just have... further info, I guess. Maybe I'll come up with a better name for that at some point. 86 skill damage. Scales. Earth Thorns. Damage. Activated. Y accelerated. So here we go. I should have just put it here, right? Scaled with base. Actually, basic skill damage scales this. Double damage. Tempers. Scale this. I should probably go there, actually. Yeah, do all the scalers afterwards, okay. Those are ones that people won't be sure about, but they do work. And he popped over after the quiz. Nice. How'd you guys get on in the quiz? Did you win? Question mark. You guys normally do pretty well, don't you? Okay. Armored hide. I'd rather do it that way because I can format this better. 100% block charts. Last active. Right, it's unstoppable. Last active. Right, Thorns damage. I should say extra Thorns damage, to be honest, to be clear. It's not just Grant's Thorns damage. Last active. And refills. Oh yeah, Grant's maximum resolve on activation. There you go. That's those. At Bastion. Should probably have a section for passive skill info. Just straight up thorns damage. I don't need to do all of them. I'm just doing the important ones, the ones that actually matter. Enhanced armored hide grants that. Yep. That's it. That's that version. Okay. Easy enough to understand. Grab that. You didn't play. You think they got third or fourth? Oh, nice. That's not too bad. They normally do pretty well, don't they? Are you going? Are you going to go to Freak Show next week? I think we might be there for a little bit. I'm not sure, but I think so. All right. Yes, there's one minute. I'll copy paste this in, and there's only just a few additions, right? Toxic Skin and Ravager. Which version am I on? Yeah. Counter attack and protector. Okay. I am creating more work for myself doing this, but it means there is actually skill info for stuff. I can pretty much copy paste this to the end game build for the most part as well, which is pretty useful. So I'm saving my time there, saving myself time there. So that's nice. So it's pretty much the same, I'd say. Grants unhindered when active. Poisons enemies whilst active. When active. Grants 100% thorns. Actually, I'd put in multi-predictive there. Thorns. Damage when active. That's that one. Ravager is mainly there for grants minimum ferocity. Attack speed in bucket. Plus 5% attack speed per ferocity stack in attack speed. Bucket 2. In bucket 2. Yep. Trying to keep that short in case they squish down the box. I don't care about that too much. Protector. There's a lot of stuff. Oh, yeah, counter attack. Honestly, oh, it just grants dodge, doesn't it? Really, that's really it's always doing. Dodge. Chance. Passively. Passively. Hey, easy. How you doing, dude? How you doing, man? Oh, Protector. Grants barrier. Inside area when active. Deals a lot of thorns damage whilst leveling. Grants unstoppable in area when active. That's the main things. I mean, that's right. It reduces enemies' damage. That's right. At rank 5. I should probably specify that. Reduces... Oh, wow, I've run out of characters. Ah, we got a character limit in this area. No, why have they done that? Oh, that's annoying. It's not even that many characters. Why have they done that? 1,000 character limit. Why? Oh. Man, I hate doing this on PoE2. That's why I didn't do it so much stuff. I want to give all the detail. I don't have enough characters. I specify that one. I'm not going to have enough room in the future. We really need more characters here. I need like at least double. Oops. Showing them what I'm trying to do. Okay, well, we can just get rid of any of that stuff. Reduces enemy damage by 30%. I'll just put reduce enemy damage. That'll do just fine. Get rid of all the full stops. That's just character wastage. I don't know how I'm going to fit this all in the next section. That'd be interesting. You're good, Easy? Glad to hear it, man. Is it damage for 5 seconds? It might be. 6 seconds. Fine. I might have to just not do passive info. I mean, passives are probably self-explainable. So increase the damage, or is it while in the area? While it's nearby, you are unstoppable and deal increased damage. Okay. I think you have to be inside the area. I'm not sure. Whilst nearby. Okay. I'm going to need to leave those characters, honestly. For adaptive stances, that's the main thing I haven't taken here. Yeah, I mean, this one's taking ages because I'm working out my formatting for the guides. I'm also finding bugs and stuff, but they overhauled the whole engine, so I'm having to take what I had before, and they sort of just, what they did is they took all those sections at the end and whacked it all into one massive text thing. So I'm just sort of, I'm using this as an opportunity to overhaul my formatting. I've learned, although some of this will be better once they've added the embedded stuff, but I've learned having massive paragraphs of text, people don't really read it. I can pretty much take a paragraph of text and make it give you the same info like this, you know, with all the embedded, so it looks easier to read, it looks nicer. People would realistically read this stuff rather than a massive you know, bullet points. They might not even read that, honestly. You know what I mean? It's like, so yeah. So it's taking me a minute. I'm sort of trying to make it so it's not unnecessarily long to read. You want to make it as easy as possible to use. So like here, I'm just giving some basic skill info, but instead of writing a paragraph, which people got to read, which I guess does explain it, it's like, all right, we're accelerated rock splitter, and this is what it does, right? And how it works. I think I've got everything encapsulated for this one here. I can't do passives here. I haven't got enough characters, so I'm going to have to leave passives out for the time being. But most of these are self-explanatory. I think they can read that on the skill tree, honestly. I can specify why we've got the skills, at least. I've probably got enough characters to do that on all the builds for now. Yeah, I'm gonna play in a minute. I'm gonna do like an hour and a half of gameplay. I'm nearly done with this one. Like this won't need to change a lot by the time. There's only a few bits I'll need to update, so it's gonna save me a lot of time. I'll need to do a video for it, but oh yeah, we can get rid of this. Yeah, we just can't fit passives in right now. There is not enough characters. I can pretty much take that though. Yeah, this will be fixed. I think this is a bug. You did have the variant swapping on all the sections. It's not there right now. They'll be fixing that, I think. It's already been mentioned. I believe I do want to add a section for key passive though. I have very little characters left. Very little characters left. God damn it. Okay. Adaptive stances. Yay for bullet points. I definitely couldn't have done paragraphs in here. You just couldn't have. And the how it works section, okay, it's called how it works, but then no one's going to read this section if it's just 30,000 paragraphs. But yeah, I've requested lines to make it obvious where the sections start and end, so that'll make it easier to read this stuff. But no one's going to read 30,000 paragraphs in one section. This is the skill tree. We probably should have the skill info here, to be honest. Grants. 30%. Oh, I'm going to have to optimize my character usage. Okay. Damage reduction. Grants 100%. Core stats. I'm 36 over. Ouch. Basic skill damage, double damage tempers. Oh, really need that info in there. Thorns damage. Let's literally just save some there. How many did I save there? Oh, that was okay. That was most of it. Okay. Every third attack. 6 more characters. Okay. Better word would be activates. Every attack when it's epizontic is equipped. Boom. Yes, I win. Character optimization. I had to do this on PoE guides in the past. Can I fit that? I mean, it's quite important info. I wonder if I can optimize that in. I might be able to. Just do that, I guess. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. I think we're done here. Just double check this. Yeah, we haven't got time for the passives. Oh, I suppose there is one more bit to add there. We've added. We do have some extra bits to add. God damn it. Okay. Slightly more. I'm going to have to optimize some more bits. I think I can probably do it. How do I need to write this as short as possible. Multiple hits on elites. Yeah, I didn't stack that up. It's just that one. Oh no, it's armored hired, isn't it? %. Block reduction, damage reduction. It's amazing how 1,000 characters doesn't go very far. Per nearby enemy. Wow, that's actually going to make it very hard to solve, I think. 20%. Massively over. Ouch. What do I do? Via Zepazontek. Just take that out there. That saved a few. Hit some elites. Deals a lot of damage. Deals storms damage at rank 5. That's a lot there. Enemy damage. Increases damage for 6 seconds. I guess we just can't specify that. In area. There we go. Just about. Okay. It's just sort of formatting out on elites. Okay. All right, just about. That bit's actually really important. That's why, I mean, not everyone will know that. That is about as optimized as that's going to get. Okay, that one is good. Pretty short. Apart from some formatting stuff, that's pretty much good to go. Wow, that took me a lot longer than I expected it would. A lot longer. Okay. At least I got an idea now how I want to format that. And honestly, the endgame guides only elaborates a tiny bit more. We'll add in things like... I mean, out of interest, actually. What's the character limit in the equipment section? Oh, so it gave it 10,000 in the equipment section. Okay, good. For some reason. Just didn't give us much on the skill tree at all. Or the Paragon. I mean, actually, I suppose the Paragon board, that's fine. And I'd probably add extra info. I'd add all my glyph stuff in here. But yeah, and Mercenaries is fine, but skills you probably need a bit more because there's a lot more to talk about potentially. You got 20,000 on how it plays. You really don't need that. And then how it works, you've got like 50,000. Yeah. You probably just need a bit more for the skill one, like I said. Okay, I think I'm probably done. Yeah, I can copy paste a lot of this stuff into all of my guides, and then the endgame one will just elaborate a little bit further with like mythics and stuff, but the formatting glyphs, but most of it's kind of the same. Really, I can probably utilize a lot of that stuff. Gives me an idea what I'm doing. It's forced me to start working on that stuff, to be honest. Okay. All right, who wants to come play? I'm going to go smash some Diablo for a little bit. Let's boot up here. Oh, I don't think I've got the brain capacity to do another one today. Yeah, nice. I suspect the next one will take me a lot less time. Because like I say, you got to imagine it's like you're creating a blueprint for the others. That's what I did with some of mine for season 10 when they asked me to do the season, when they asked me to become the Spiritborn class lead. I took my I took the rake build and I basically duplicated it for all the core skills. I went and tested them all. It was definitely better than the spam builds. You know, and then I just duplicated it and adapted it. And it took me so little time compared to the first one because the blueprint was there. You just had to adjust things to be correct for the new version of the build. But yeah, so I can take that saves a lot of time. Hey, Vegeta, of course, man. Yeah, we could go do some pits and level you up on the druid. No problems, man. All good in the hood. We can get a couple of hours in here. I did come on late today, so I'll stay up a little later. And I'll stay on a little later today, so we can play for a couple of hours or something. I appreciate that's not necessarily the most entertaining thing for people, but it really does help me out. I mean, you can see how long that took me. If I was doing that, not streaming, it might have been a bit quicker because I would have had 0 distractions, but it would have still taken me a while because that's what I do. I am really, really fussy, but I really don't want a guide that's like really good content, but really crappy to read because I can't stand that. I don't want to provide things to people that I wouldn't like to use myself, and I will always strive to make it readable, useful, and good builds, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah, come and join, guys. Let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Oh yeah, no problems. Give me 2 seconds. I just got to check something here in my yeah, let me just complete that. Get those out of the way. I haven't checked anything while I was doing that. I was completely distracted. Nice, all right. I'll get you in easy. And then we'll drop the difficulty. Make sure you spend your obols first before we drop this difficulty. Hey, Prophet, how you doing, man? So I've got to make at least one more. I've got to make an evade leveling build. But I can literally reuse that entire format and then just chop and change the few bits. And then obviously the items will change. That's the main thing that changes there. But that won't actually take as long as it sounds, funnily enough. As long as you know where the items and aspects and stuff are, that section won't take that long.
Yeah, have a wee gamble.
Let me just spend my opals while we're in T4. Get those out of the way. Oh, I got a Chaos Unique in the chest. Fist of Fate with lucky hit chance. Not bad. I've probably got a better one already. We're going to do Pit 100, but I need to go down to Penitent. I'm just spending my opals quickly. That is, in fact, better than what I've already got. So we'll salvage that one. Good. In fact, I've got a good chest piece. I got a Hesher in the pants, didn't I? It's the rod I'd need. Let's roll boots, actually. I can't imagine any of these are going to be that usable. Alright, let's get rid of those. Alright, sweet. Let's just, yeah, make sure you spend your obols, guys. I'll give you, like, 30 seconds, then I'll down the difficulty so Vegeta can come join us. What we're doing today, I was literally just doing build planners. I thought I'd get a lot more done than I did. I've got one pretty much done, and I can't do anything more on it now until Mobalytics either update their website with the extra bits I need, or we get the final patch notes. So that's basically what I'm going to try and get all of my build planners up to that state before the final patch notes drop. And then I will need to do a final pass on all of them with the final patch notes to adapt, adjust, and whatever. So that'll be within the last week before. It was one guide that took me like 4 hours with some distractions, maybe 4.5 hours. But a lot of that was spent adding new bits of content, adapting old content to the new build, and adapting the old format to the new format and such. Right, let's put this down to Penitent then. There you go. So honestly, I've basically front-loaded a load of work there for future guides. So the next leveling guide should take me half the time, in theory, because I've done a lot of the work here. But yeah, how you doing, Prophet? What you been up to today? Have you had a good day? Let me see what my potions and stuff are like. Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do some of those offline. I'll do some in stream, and then hopefully it means I won't end up with final patch notes dropping and between 4 to 7 days to do like 15 guides. I'll have the majority of the guides done. It'll just be a pass that's required to get them complete. And then I can focus more on... I've even got the video footage for the original videos for all the endgame guides already. I've already started working it. I can literally video edit all that stuff in, and they won't take me long. Super easy, super quick. I've already got a drop and drag copy paste version. I can even prepare the thumbnails for it, for the most part. So I can front load a lot of work this time. I did a lot during that. I don't think people realise how much I did in that PTR. A lot of it was preempting how much work I'd have to do so I don't end up with this stupid amount of work to do in the very last few days, causing myself to get 0 sleep, stressing myself out, and being completely burnt out before the season starts. Yeah, so I'm hoping to have everything in order this time a little bit better. And I'm also hoping to have the Spiritborn tier list very comprehensive this time, not 3, 4, 5 builds. I want it to be pretty comprehensive. Yeah, I want to make sure the class is actually covered in a pretty decent way. I won't have every single build, but... And obviously, I'm sure I'll be able to update and improve things once the season's live. But I want it to be... I want the coverage to be good. If I do things, I don't do them in half measures. You know, if you're going to do something, do it properly. Or just don't do it at all. There's no point in half-arsing it. He just pulled those away from me. I was about to kill them and they were like, nope, gone. So the fun thing about next season is I haven't actually got a planner for it, but I will come up with one. There will be the concepts of having support builds. So there's already a support druid floating around. I saw it from the PTR for tower pushing in parties. Like just having a build that is near indestructible that can just run through, group all the enemies up. And there will be a Spiritborn one because your Vortex has one of the biggest pulls. Your Vortex and your Protector, if you have both of those together, you've got 2 pulls. One at range and one that's just like... Vortex is enormous, right? It's got this huge pull range and so does Protector. So you can just go around. You can grant all your allies barrier. You can reduce the enemy's damage with Protector. You can pull them in at range. You can pull them in with Vortex. And so on and so on. So you can actually... you can apply all these bonuses to your... And then that means your damage dealers, essentially, can go a bit more glass cannon. Because you can apply them with barrier. Maybe even some classes that can't get barrier. So there will be a Spiritborn build that will just go around and group enemies up. Allowing damage dealers to just plow it. But this will be for tower, ultra high tower pushing and the leaderboards. There will be a world where there will be a Spiritborn support build. And Druid, at least. I'm sure some other classes as well. I mean, Necro might as well because they've got the tendrils and that's absolutely mental for pulling enemies in. Anything that's got groupage can debuff enemies in any sense or form. So, I mean, Necros, I mean, Decrepify, right? They can reduce their damage, slow them down, crowd control them, whatever. All these things. So there'll be a few support builds floating around with an actual purpose and wanting that in group play. So that'll probably be the last guide I do. It's the least important, but it's definitely one I'd be keen to do, to have one up. And I'm going to call it Supportborn. Pretty much. Buff Barb with chains, maybe. Yeah, exactly, Vegeta, right? Exactly, right? I haven't actually worked out exactly in my head how that'll work, but you basically just want to go Giga Tanky. It doesn't really matter too much how much damage you do, although if you can do some, that's always good. But you won't in the ultra high end. Your purpose will be to not ever die and to be able to run around and group everything up and just group it, you know what I mean? So like, I suppose you could have a Sork that just goes Giga Tanky and wears the Raiment Infinite purely for the... and then and uses the Oculus for permanent teleport because they said that that's meant to create permanent teleport, and then they can just teleport around and group everything up with the Raiment of Infinite, for example. And then stuns the enemies all the time. Just locks them up. Are like insta staggers bosses. And even after the 3 staggers, you've got so much crowd control in your build that you do still build up the stagger bar at some rate. But mainly the one thing about the Spiritborn is you debuff. If you can constantly cast your Protector over and over again, it reduces enemies' damage by 30%. That's really big. Like, the incoming damage on the PTR was high. Even if they reduce it, it's still going to be high when you get to the ultra high pits, like relative to how much life you could get and stuff. So reducing enemy damage is actually very big, especially where damage reduction is at a premium as well, and max life was at a premium as well. Like, max life was way more valuable on the PTR than what it is right now, because you could get a lot less of it. And then also the area of Protector slows projectiles. It makes it easier to avoid them and so on and so on. Like, for example, the Shadow mechanic, the Fireball guy, it slows all them projectiles. Makes them a bit easier to avoid. So yeah, I could see Spiritborn being quite useful in that field. I'm sure there's some other things we could make work there as well. But that was just off the top of my head. Like, you can constant knock down enemies and such. Obviously be a source of just applying vulnerable all day, every day. So the other builds can just not ever worry about it. Some builds won't worry about it anyway, but some might be a bit more conditional. Unfortunately, I don't think there's a way of Spiritborn right now of making it so you can make enemies take more damage for your teammates. Not right now, but if that ever came, that would be great as well. Better go Burr. I've just seen your name, Vegeta. Better go Burr. It's going to be the Shred Bear. The Shred Bear. Okay, nice. Yeah, I've heard Shred's been doing pretty well this season, to be honest. Never did actually use a potion here. Probably should, shouldn't I? Extra XP, why not? Might hit 283 tonight. I normally get to about 284 in a season if I play all the way to the end. Somewhere around that. Clear these ones just because they're actually quite near to the entrance, and they might decide they want to come and touch you. That probably wouldn't end very well. The way the aggro table works. There you go, that should be right now. Playing it safe now, are we, Bone Mill? If they bring 20 bucks, anything is possible. Well, yes, indeed. Oh, dear. I think what I'll do for my endgame guides to start with is actually duplicate them, and then I'm going to need to go through all of my all the D4 builds planners, because that's where I did all my planners since MOBA didn't have everything set up. And I'm just going to copy in the skill tree, Paragon, Mercenaries and stuff. So I at least know all that stuff's up to date, and I'll do all the written context afterwards. That's probably what I'm going to have to do. The funny thing is, with my Spiritborn builds, because some of them use like the same or similar rune setups, and they provide the same mythic information or same unique information, like Rod of Kepaleka is across more than one build, some of it becomes copy-paste. So some of those builds do become quicker to do, which is good. And considering I made all of my core skill builds T1 to T4 be the spammable versions, which is the version that you will be playing next season since you won't have the evade version anymore, those builds will actually be quite... I already have the bare bones for that. Rock splits are the same to some degree. Like, the core of the build is basically the same. I don't think much would have changed there. It's just the Chaos version that changes. I'll need to make the Mythic version not be Chaos uniques, I suppose. Go back to what I had before. I'll need to add that back again. But that's what the... that's easy peasy, because that's the D4 build planner I've got. The Mythic version. So those builds actually shouldn't take too long. It'll just be all the extra written stuff. Lightning element will remain supreme in PoE 2, or do you think they'll knock it down a peg? I mean, I've got to be honest. Obviously, Lightning ended up being very good this cycle again with... they really buffed up Arc. Sorry, I could literally picture the skill image. I just couldn't get the... I wanted to say Lightning, but it's not. It's Arc. Yeah, they really buffed Arc, and then obviously Spark is still very good. I mean, Spark seemed like it was in a pretty good spot. They're more likely to buff other stuff, probably. But it wouldn't be the first time that they've gone in and completely thrown up the meta, right? So, who knows? With a new class coming, I to be honest, it's probably quite... You got to assume that that's Druid coming. it's quite likely a significant portion of the audience will play Druid to start with anyway. It will depend on their skill set, right? They may even bring in extra stuff for other classes. They might bring in some extra ascendancies for other classes, like they did when they brought in the Amazon or whatever it's called. The main class, you know, that has that ascendancy. They brought in 3 other ascendancies of existing classes, didn't they, as well? They might do that for existing classes, bring in a few extra new ascendancies. I mean, if I find a minute, I might make some leveling guides, but honestly, I haven't got... I'm not going to be able to play on day one, I don't think. It's just quite annoying for me. Yeah, there's quite a lot of classes that don't have their 3rd one yet, so yeah. Yeah. We'll see. We'll see. I might try and find some time to play it, but my priority is D4. It's my main game. I'm now obligated with the build guide stuff, so I've got to prioritize that first. And then we go from there, I suppose. I imagine PoE 2 will have bigger viewership when it drops, just because it generally... I mean, the highest peak D4 viewership doesn't even come close to what the highest peak PoE 2 viewership was. That was mental. It was like 1.2 million or something stupid. I think D4's was like 600,000-700,000 when it released. Yeah. Like, PoE's just got some phenomenal following, hasn't it? But we'll see. And they do know how to market their stuff very well, PoE 2. There's normally enormous hype around all of their big updates because they market it extremely well. It doesn't even matter if it's going to be brilliant or not. I mean, you know, every one of these games has its pros and cons. It definitely has. There's definitely been things in PoE 2 that needed to be fixed and improved, but they market their stuff very, very well. I'd say the trailers for the Diablo stuff are as good as, if not better, in most cases, because their cutscenes are always light years ahead. They're like, you know, they're so good at that stuff. But in terms of marketing, PoE does a very good job of that. I checked the other day on Twitch tracker. I'll have a look in a second. I mean, obviously that could be incorrect. Alright, let me have a quick look once I've TP'd back to town. We'll have a quick look. Honestly, I don't know. I didn't look at Twitch's numbers on the release of D4, so I actually wouldn't know. I was just going by... if you look at Twitch tracker here, for example... and like Diablo, games, here you go, games, and oh no, you just type in Diablo 4 here, for example. There we go. And then once that loads, you can go, there you go, look, you can go back to the absolute peak. So going back, the absolute peak, according to this, was concurrently viewers on Twitch only. I can't even get to it. I need to zoom in more. Peak, here we go. Oh, no, you might be right. Oh, that was the average. Okay, no, you're right. Okay. 17th, 933,000. It's not quite a million, but it was pretty close. Quite close to a million. And then if you go to Path of Exile 2, for example, that definitely went above a million because I saw it. Path of Exile 2, yeah, that went absolutely bananas. Yeah, I think that, there you go, yeah, that went up to 1.2 million, yeah. I remember getting baffled by that. Okay, it's not as... I mean, that's it's still a 20% difference. It's not as quite as stark a difference as I presumed it would be. But yeah, generally speaking, PoE2's got more viewership there. Yeah. I mean, it's just interesting that. Yeah, okay, fair. You were pretty close, Polus, yeah. Be better clear these because they're a bit close. Yeah, oh, and that one. There you go. You didn't buy D4 until 3 months into Season 1 because you wasn't sure about pay to win. Okay. Okay, I mean, that's what Twitch Tracker said. That's Twitch alone. So there might be numbers from other... well, I suppose Twitch is the only place it would have been viewed. There might have been more concurrence on Steam or Battle.net. But that was viewership on Twitch, right? That's not how many people were playing. That's how many people were viewing people on Twitch playing D4, or at least in that category, on whatever day. So yeah, maybe that's the difference. You watched it on Twitch, okay. Alright, I mean... Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, so that, maybe it's not accurate, but that's I'm just going by what Twitch Tracker shows. I mean, historically, it's pretty good for accuracy, but doesn't mean it is right. I don't know. Ooh, 2 GAM in it. Nice. What's that got on it? Nothing good. Good? Oh, there is that, Polish, yes. That is... yeah, you might have hit the nail on the coffin. You might have hit the nail on the head there. Legit. Yeah. Yeah. It's actually really interesting about that, right? I don't talk about that stuff too much, but because Twitch changed a lot of stuff in October as to how they count lurkers and stuff, there's a thing in Twitch in the creator dashboard that says how many minutes I've had my content watched within a month. And it's like, the amount of minutes watched against the amount of hours I've got now is vastly different. I think it's just because that minutes watched is different now. The way they're counting that is different. Because my average viewership is just as good as it was at the beginning of the year. Like, obviously, July and August were mental. So I had this crazy number of minutes watched. But yeah, generally speaking, my average view time, average viewers and stuff has been roughly the same as what it was for a lot of the year in the first half before I stopped work, before I went full-time creator. And the number of minutes watched per hour is way lower. And I don't think I think that is just because Twitch has changed how they track this stuff, and that reflects across a lot of their metrics, not just that one. But that one was starkly obvious to me. It could be unique IPs, yeah. It could be a number of things. Exactly, you're right, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. A significant number. Look, yeah. Yeah, yeah. So, I mean, obviously, I don't know exactly how their algorithm's working, but... we'll run a few more of these, why not? Since we're here. But it's just noticeable, that change. I know that the change they made meant that people that were quite starkly, obviously, view-botting, there were a number of streamers or content creators that suddenly their viewership numbers went down in drastic fashion. Like, you're talking like going from thousands down to hundreds. So, you know, it's like, wow. It's not like you've lost 5% and because some bad actor is working against you. It's like, Jesus, that's, you know, savage. It did happen to a few people. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. A few people got called out for it. Yeah, I mean, I still see people doing it, which is quite funny. Hey, Mattioso, how's it going, man? How's it going, dude? Welcome in. Thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. When your account got hacked, it was taken for like 6 hours in that time. They added... So I followed 1,100 people. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, there is malicious stuff that goes on. That's obviously not fun. And people can be maliciously view-botted. They might not even be doing it themselves. Like, people can do it to them to try and get this person banned or whatnot. That can happen. I've heard of it happening. Oh, yeah, if you got any questions about the build, hit me up, Matha. Because Mobalytics just updated their engine the other day, so it doesn't show, like, Masterworks and stuff now. Most of the builds there, the formatting's a bit off because, yeah, because of the update to the whole interface, but it's pretty much there. If you've got any questions, just hit me up and I'm happy to answer them. Sadly, I can't add the Masterworks back in. Their interface doesn't accept it now because next season, it doesn't work that way. They're changing how it works. So they're preparing for season 11, which is going to come around fast now. It's literally a couple of weeks. 2 weeks today. Well, actually, 2 weeks yesterday for me, Thursday. We will definitely have the campfire by then, I think. Yeah. 8th. Yeah. 2 weeks, yes. 2 weeks Thursday. So yesterday for me. We will certainly have the campfire by then because the release of the season's on the Tuesday, I think. So it's going to come around fast now. Oh, it's back in the hallway, guys. Sorry, I didn't come into the boss room before you. If you're looking for your glyph, thing, it's back here. It spawns on me because I'm the party owner. Hey, I'm Arian. How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, all good, Amarian, all good. Got started on the build planners today, so took a lot longer than I was hoping. But, you know, such is life. I'm a bit of a perfectionist, so I'm kind of my worst enemy, but my own worst enemy. But at the same time, it does mean that my stuff will have a certain level of quality to it, so I guess it's got its benefits. But yeah, all good otherwise. I figured I wouldn't do the whole stream as planners, because that can be quite boring. And because I'm getting started nice and early this season, I'm able to sort of like pace it out a bit, you know. Yeah, same, Armarian. Yeah, definitely excited to get into new content. It'll be good to see a lot of players come back. It's a shame that it looks like PoE 2 is dropping like 2 days afterwards, so that's going to be kind of mental. Oh, I appreciate that, Armarian. Yeah. Well, with the new engine that Mobalytics are have provided, and I do know there will be some stuff that we will want that won't make it for this season, but we're gonna push to, with the new engine, it'll be a lot easier to upgrade it, to improve it. So I think me and the other class writers and internal team are going to work with their developers to bring together a list of things to A, make it better for us for making guides, but all B, making it better for using the guides as well. I think that's the plan. So yeah, watch this space. During the course of next year, there'll be some decent upgrades to it, I think. They've made some really good improvements to the PoE2 guide since version 1, for example. And I might try and get them to bring some of that stuff over at some point. Oh, yeah. T4. Oh, yeah, you're level 60 now. We can do that, can't we? Yeah, sweet. Yeah. Yeah, it has nuked the builds a little bit. Masterworks don't exist in Season 11, and because they've moved to a new database for that new engine, Masterworks don't show on any of the builds now in the way they did before. But I mean, I can give you an example of what I was working on today. Here we go. This is the guide I was working on just now. This isn't fully finished because they haven't updated for Season 11 yet. When they do that, currently, that will remove Season 10. I think that's something they're working on for future, where they can have Season 10 as its own thing, and then they can upgrade to next season without nuking the old builds. But yeah, so I've just been updating the interface here. Oh, it looks much nicer. Oh, that's bugs. What the hell? I changed that, I thought. I just saw a bug. Oh, well, good. Guess we'll stick that in there and that in there. While we're here, we'll fix that. Cool. Yeah, obviously the interface is better. But I've added things like this here. And I've moved all those sections I had at the bottom. I've put them in the relevant places now, I guess. Yeah, you got skill info. I haven't got inline stuff now, so there's mercenary info. This is all getting updated eventually. And then I've tried to format this stuff in so it's not quite as wordy. Yeah, tried to make it just a bit easier to read through. Like, you look at it and it doesn't hurt your eyes to just look at the amount of text you've got to read. There's some formatting I've requested to make this look better. This will have inline stuff at some point, and this will have its own section at some point. So this will have its own section. This will have its own section. So they'll be gone. Maybe at some point we'll have a runes section as well. I think actually we are getting runes up here eventually in here. I think we'll have it in the interface. So a lot of that stuff and how it works will just go into its own sections at some point, honestly. So it'll get cleaner and cleaner as time goes on. You just make the best of the tools you've got at the current time, and then we can just put forward recommendations and ideas for improvements, and then they can add it to their, you know, they'll have priorities, and there's a timeline, right? Things take time to do, so they'll make a schedule of when they want to do things and how long they'll take and when they can get them done by.
Too bad, friend.
That's a pretty good bear boots, that. Keep hold of that. But yeah, I've tried to rework those a little bit. A, to make them a bit easier to read, so less wordy, but also, to be honest, if they're less wordy, it's less work for me to update them. So, you know, it's a win-win. But do we want to carry on doing pits, guys, or do you guys want to go and do something else? Let me know. I'm honestly don't mind either way. You guys let me know what you want to do. You vote pits for glyphs? All right, yeah, we can carry on with pits. I honestly don't mind. We can carry on doing pits. That's fine. I don't mind doing pits. I just don't like mindlessly grinding them over and 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 over again until my eyeballs become one with the monitor. You know. I like to change things up a little bit sometimes. Yeah, they are. They are. I'd honestly quite like it, if I look at it here, I'd quite like it if they had it down here as well. Like here. Just a section here. Rune, 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 rune. Maybe. Oh, I don't know. That's kind of how D4 Builds has done it. I guess. Just to show the pairs. Or just having a rune section. This is aspects and uniques. I'd quite like a rune section, honestly, to explain the rune pairs. We may get that at some point. I'll probably mention it to them. Like, we're going to get an elixir section. I'd quite like a rune section as well, where we can add pairs of runes and explain why they would be good. But at the moment, we haven't, so. You taking a break from cleaning? What were you cleaning, Zach? Appreciate that, dude. Right, just come over to the obelisk when you're ready, guys. An entire living room. Nice. Yeah, I should probably clean my house at some point. Maybe I'll do that over the weekend. You like how Max Roll does the rune section? It's like what you were talking... Yeah. Well, the thing about that, Amarian, is if I look at how I've done runes on my other guides, right? That's how I've done it. That's how I did it in my other guides, right? That's not because I copied Max Roll. It's just because that's how I like to do it. Let me find a guide that shows it. Yeah, this is a good example. It'll be down here now on this massive wad of text because they copied all those sections into one section. I did it like this, right? I also had what it's used for. This is for endgame. But I've changed my formatting for this. But the point is you can have more than 2 pairs of runes. You can say these are your primaries. But you could also have this one. Or you can use these in the meantime. That kind of stuff, you know. Like, if you don't have a Zan rune, use this. You know, use this pre-Zan. You know what I mean? So you could do that. Anyway, I don't know. We make the best of what we got right now. Hey, Tristan. How you doing, dude? Hopefully it'll last overnight for a bit. Nice. I hope so for you. Are we all ready? I don't know if Gamer Dork's ready. He's all the way over there. Yeah, I can see you two already. I don't know if Gamer Dork's doing something right now. Okay, no worries, dude. If you just want to drop, then there may not be anyone around right now. I don't know. It's not that busy in the community right now, is it? A spare ruby and skull? I might do. Yeah, I probably do. One sec. Ruby. I've only got 21 rubies. And 15 skulls. Yeah, no worries, Game Dork. You're good. If you just want to... Oh, yeah. Guys, we've got a spare spot if anyone wants to come join in. Oh. Oh, yeah. Yeah, if anyone wants to come join in, we've got a spare spot. Feel free to just jump in. Or add me up if you need to add me up. Yeah, no worries. Let's go. We can run one of these. But, you know, there may or may not be people who want to join up. Just notice my potion's going to run out. Yeah. Problem solved. Give me that, please. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Oh, you lost all your points, Vegeta. Womp womp. Big sad. Nice. Obviously, the big thing I'll have to update with the endgame guides once the final patch notes drop and once Mobalytics updates fully for Season 11, which will hopefully happen very quickly after that, is Sanctifications. I don't even know all the affixes that can drop. I didn't get a chance to test that. So I'm going to have to put my best guess in until I play and then update accordingly. But you're going to have a separate variant specifically for Sanctifications, I think, because you can't. I mean, it's going to be. I mean, we'll see what they did say they're changing it a little bit and making it a little bit more fruitful and removing some of the RNG. We'll have to see exactly what they land on. But it's if it's full RNG roll, like one and done still, you know, you can't guarantee you're going to get what you want to get at the end of the day. We don't know if we can get the offensive aspects. We don't know what ones, because apparently a lot of those just didn't work in the PTI, even though they were supposed to, and so on. But yeah, that's it, guys. If anyone wants to jump in, just let me know. Once we finish this pit, we've got a spare spot. More than happy for people to jump in. Wow, picked up a yellow item from somewhere. God knows where. Hello, cat. How you doing, mate? Come here. Not behind a chair, you'll get squished. Oh, you're cold. Come here. Oh, come and say hello to everybody, eh? Oh. Oh, good boy. Oh, no, you're disappearing immediately. All right, bye. No, you just wanted to come say hello, did you? All right. All right, good boy. Oh, they both appeared. You're a little bit premature for treats, boys. Oh, they're so funny. They try their luck. It's like, oh, they know it's 4 a.m. normally. Because that's right, well, around that time, whenever I finish stream. They always come in about 3:15 and look at me like, maybe he'll give it to us early. And then they disappear, come back again. It's really funny. He didn't this time. They have left it. No, so that one's really good. That one's really tiny. He just crawls in. He just comes in. It's the black cat. The black cat quite literally gets up and pushes the door open fully. Like, he knows exactly what he's doing. And he looks at me while he does it. It's proper cheeky. Yeah. Got some whisper? Can do. I mean, I can use incenses on you, that's no problem. But yeah, can do. I've got incenses for days. Oh, I'm not that bothered about hitting 283. But yeah, we can go get a Forgotten Whisper from a Nightmare Dungeon if you want the extra XP, for sure. We could do that, yeah. I'll probably just hit 283 anyway if we keep doing these, honestly. Your kitten wall jumps to open the door, really? That's funny. Yeah, I've left it a little bit open. It's funny, this room warms up more than any other room in the house because I've got 2 computers in here. So if that door's closed, and because it's quite well insulated in this room, it ends up getting quite a bit warmer in here. So when you open that door, you just feel the cold air coming compared to this room. You know, it's not like it's freezing in there. It's just comparative, isn't it? Well, look at that. I ran out of drink. I'll have to pour some more. I'm actually being naughty today. I had a bottle of Coke Zero Cherry. Oh dear. I'm trying to not drink as much fizzy drinks, although I have had a Monster Energy drink for every stream recently to get my brain going. But at least I'm not ploughing 2 litres of Pepsi into myself during a stream. I've done that before. This is only a small bottle. Yeah. It's not too bad. I'm allowed to have some. I was just having far too much before. I'm just trying to cut that down a bit. Right, let's get rid of the ones in the start, just to make everyone's lives a little nicer. Whoever's staying near the start. Oops. It's dirty riff. This is. I love it. Hey, yeah, for sure, Darth Ballistic. Come jump in. Once we're done this bit, come jump in, man. I said earlier, like, anyone wants to jump in, just come jump in, dude. I was doing some build planner prep earlier, but I figured since I'm on it nice and early and I've got plenty of time to do all of that stuff this time, rather than it all being rushed in the last few days, I could sort of do a bit in the stream and then I can do a bit of gameplay, so I can sort of mix it up, you know. But yeah, once we finish this, you'll be able to jump in. If you need to add me up, type !BTAG. And that should give you my tag, and then you can add me up. And I'll get you added once we finish this, and we'll get you in. I mean, it's taking us roughly 2 to 3 minutes to run. Depends on the layouts. So it's not the absolute fastest, but it's not too bad. The pit 100, so you'll be able to get your glyphs to 100 pretty efficiently this way. Yeah. Yeah, that was a bit slower to get to the boss, but the boss will go down in like 5 to 10 seconds. Well, it's not about 5 seconds. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, 2 minutes 38. Not too bad. Easy collapse. Yeah, add me up. I'll get you in. I might need to remove someone to add you. We'll have to see. I'll go salvage while we're here, I suppose.
Hot. Return soon.
Okay, no worries. Just let me know when you've added me, Darth Ballistic. So then I know at least to be waiting for it. Yeah, I saw that, Easy. Yeah, I saw that. Hey, Charmed, how you doing, dude? How you doing, man? Well, you can throw me your battle tag, Darth Ballistic. That works too. I'm more happy to add you. That works. Yeah, I think he got it above. Was not sure exactly what's happening here. Well, easy. That's basically what the tower's going to be in D4, although you won't have the legendary socketables, the legendary jewels like you had in D3 to level them up. But yeah. The tower is very similar to GR's in next season. Yeah, next season, that's what that is. It's very similar. Very similar. They clearly took a lot of inspiration from that. And then rebuilt it from the ground up for D4. Oh, that's a good tune. Are you there, Darth Ballistic? Are you joining? I haven't had any requests come through, so I don't know exactly what's happening here. Maybe. There's definitely room for support classes in group play in the tower next season. Yeah, definitely. I was actually talking about this earlier, wasn't I? With Spiritborn definitely will have a support build. Okay, I'll add you. Because you've got two different pull-ins with the Protector and Vortex. You can reduce their damage with Protector. And yeah, you can do all sorts of things, right? You can slow them down, fear them, whatever you want to do, really. Darth Brian. Can't wait for PoE 2. Yeah, I'm sure. I need to watch the teaser. I mean, I probably won't be playing on release. I just don't see how I can fit it in. I'm a bit sad that that's dropping right next to each D4's release, but I guess that is what it is, right? It was bound to happen eventually. I really want to play Druid, but I just don't know how I could fit that in. It's just too close. If it was before, I'd at least got a couple of days, but since it's after, kind of screws me a little bit on that. I won't be the only one that's in that boat, I suppose. I might need to remove someone, you know, if you tab me there. But yeah, I imagine it'll be fun, you know. I mean, there'll be people that will be very much on one side of the fence or the other, and there'll be a bunch of people that will have to or try and play both. Yeah. On the Friday after D4 drops, there, season 11 by the looks of it. Yeah, try again, Darth Ballistic. I just removed someone. You should be able to have me now. Oh, you did, yeah. Sweet. There you go. Yeah, first world streamer problems, Darth Ballistic. My friends list is permanently full, sadly. I have to remove people. Alright, no worries, Easy. You're good.
Do that.
Alright, let's do it. But yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure the Druid teaser's come out. Apparently there's a teaser. I need to watch it after stream. I just saw the post on X before I came on stream, like literally just before, basically. That didn't go to plan, did it, Vegeta? Whoops. Oh, I'm stuck on a wall. Fantastic. Perfect. One up here? Yeah, I figured there might be. Alright, down that way. I really don't like this map for this build, or any evade build, because it's such a pain to navigate with evade. I should do it. Yeah. Nice. And we go again. $99.7. Oh, missing that 0.3. Missing that 0.3. Nice. Yeah. I don't really need to pick all that stuff up. Oh, we're here, are we? That works. Oh, you're leaving, are you? Easy. Okay, no worries, dude. Thanks for jumping in, man. I appreciate it. Oh, you're off to bed, yeah. Get some good sleep, man. I'll catch you soon. Guys, I think we've got a spot opening up. If anyone else wants to jump in, let me know. We'll crack on, but if anyone wants to join, you can just let me know, and then we'll get you in after this. Yeah, thanks, Easy. I appreciate it. Yeah, of course, dude. No worries. I appreciate that, man. I really do. So I hope you sleep well, and I'll catch you soon. I will clear these just in case. I no need to worry about him.
Hello, cat. Come here. Oh, you're cold. You've been outside. Oh, no.
Oh dear. Got some whispers from that. Nice. Freebies. We like some freebies. Freebies are good.
It is done.
Yay for freebies! I forgot to uninstall that Cortex thing. There's definitely a problem since I installed that. Like, the game's frame rate drops drastically since I've installed that thing. I'm going to have to uninstall that before tomorrow. Or whenever I next play. I can feel the frame rate dropping already. I'm pretty sure it's got to be that. It's the only thing that's changed. Well, I'd like to hope it is. I'd have to try playing off stream. Yeah, I can feel it. It's like I've got a constant memory drain going on the... Let me have a look at my task manager quickly. Yeah, it's not too bad. Google Chrome is eating a lot of memory. Holy cow, what's that eating it with? What? What's Google Chrome eating up so much memory with? That's bananas. What the hell? Discord's at a gigabyte? What the F? Why is Discord eating so much memory? That's crazy. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely game related, but it's yeah, this I think it's something to do with this. I don't know. I'll have to see if I can install it. I can actually see it on my stream as well. Wait, one second, guys. I've got to reset my game. It is very noticeable. It actually hurts my eyes. Can I uninstall this thing? I want to see if it improves it. Because it's happening like multiple times a stream, right? And I installed this thing to track my hours. I don't care about the rest of it. I want to see if this is actually what's causing it. I think it might be. I don't know why it would be, but I think it might be. Obviously, if it still happens after Cortex is gone, then it's obviously something else, but I definitely wasn't noticing it like that. I've had it before, but not that quickly. Yeah, it doesn't normally take anywhere near that long to happen. It normally takes a lot longer for it to happen. The other way around. Yeah, it's really noticeable. Yeah, so that's a lot better. Jump back in again, guys. Yeah, it's a lot better. Yeah, about 180 frames a second now, not 110. Like, whatever it is that was causing the problem, it legit eats frames. Like, I don't know why. It's like significant frame drop. So, yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure what that was doing. Can go get a Forgotten Whisper, yeah. If I got one on me. I don't have one on me. Let me know if you've got one.
There is magic in all things. Let me show you.
Sure, I could probably craft one if I need to. Hey, Tegan, how you doing? How you doing? How's your day been? Let me craft some. Hopefully I'll get one. Yeah, I got one. We're just running this quickly, Darth, so that we can get a the 15% XP buff from it. Oh, Black Friday shopping, eh? Your bank account doesn't like you, I can imagine. The shops got you, did they? The shops got you. Oh dear. Yeah, I'll just accept this. We're just running through this to get the XP booster from it. There's an XP well. Which digit? What do you mean? Sorry, Darth. What? Oh, we've got one sigil. It's the this here, Forgotten Wisdom. There'll be an XP well in there somewhere, and we can all click it, and it gives you extra. It gives you extra XP. So we're just looking for that, and then we can go back to pits, and you get more XP. Yeah. You had things you were waiting to buy. Yeah, it's a fair play. A lot of people do that though, right? I mean, Black Friday, at least in England, is basically the new Christmas for retail now. That's where retail makes all of their pre-Christmas sale, like big boost of Christmas pre-Christmas sales. Black Friday wasn't really a big thing here when I was a kid, but it's become bigger. Yeah, yeah. Hey, it's on me. It's on me, guys. It's on me. Over here. Nice. Might as well finish this while we're here. You got a new phone for over $500 off. Nice. What phone did you get? Sounds like you're winning. And we like to win. Google Pixel 10 Pro, okay. I don't actually know that phone off the top of my head. I'd have to Google it. I'm a bit out of date with phones at the moment. Obviously was very in tune with it when I was at work, but I haven't had to look at it at all since the first half of this year. Sounds good though. I imagine it'll be very good. Do you like it? Is it working well? So you need to update. Okay, right. See, yeah. They're not supporting the older one anymore. Makes sense. I mean, they do that eventually, don't they? Same with Apple phones. Eventually, they stop supporting older models. You've had them for a long time. Nice. Yeah, they're good phones. I've always had Apple, but that's honestly just because they just plug in and work. I had where I worked with Macs and all that stuff, and when I first started working in mobile games in development, the iOS App Store was the it's over where I ping, guys. The iOS store was by far the best store to make stuff for. Obviously nowadays it's pretty 50-50 for the most part, but back then it wasn't. So yeah, we always worked on iOS first. So yeah, it made sense for me to have one. I can't, and you just stick with what I I know at this point. I don't have a preference either way, or I'm not like a total fanboy that hates Google phones or Androids. You know, I've used a lot of Android phones at work. They were all really good, they're all fine for what they were. Just didn't suit me and my needs at the time, I guess. Wow. Oh, you got slain, bear. Oh, no. How'd you get killed? What did you die to? Oh, no. Rip. Apple's worse though. Used to stealth install bloat. True. Well, I mean, probably true. I don't have the facts. But like I say, I'm talking about making stuff and where you could make your money if you made mobile apps, right? You go back to when I started working in the mobile games, Android store had like a 10% share or something. That's true fact. Obviously these days, it's much closer to 50-50 than it was when I first started. So you don't really prefer one or the other. You do go to both though. So you still had to work on it, both platforms regardless. Yeah, Apple had the lion's share for a very long time because they kind of created the App Store for mobiles thing, didn't they, with the first Apple phone, I guess, going way back. Going way back to when I was a teenager. I remember when that dropped. Oh, I mean, these top tech companies, even Google, right, they all get sued every year for ridiculous sums of money because of something they've done which is naughty or something which infringed some law somewhere. Got fined 50 million euros. Oh well, just pay it, move on. It's crazy, isn't it? Something like that. Yeah, exactly. You should always just get what you like using. Some people prefer Android, some prefer iOS, Apple. They both work perfectly fine. You love your Samsungs, yeah. I used to have Samsung phones way back before I had my Apple phones, going way back to when I was really young. Yeah. I didn't say they're exactly 50-50. I said they're closer to it. Let's put it this way, Damon. The US market is the majority of the market when it comes to making games. There are... Most people who make stuff for the app stores can never make stuff for China, so you just completely... You don't include those. China has enormous amounts of financial reward if you can make stuff there. It's almost impossible to release something there as a Western country. I didn't mean that offensively, it's true. Hutch has never ever been able to release a game there. Yeah, let me have a quick look. Obviously, I mean, this is the internet, right? So this won't necessarily be accurate, but we'll do a quick Google. iOS versus Android market share US. Yeah, okay. It's 58-42. It says 58-41. It's 58-42. So this is what I mean by it, though. Yeah, iOS still holds the dominant share because they do. But this used to be 90-10, literally. Or even lower. Like, literally, it used to be almost entirely iOS. No, it's not. I mean, this is just a quick AI, so it might be a little bit different to this. But, yeah, 58-42 there. So this is what I mean. It's much closer, right? I mean, that's a significant portion of the market now. 41%, right? Yeah. Obviously, like Europe, you know, it's... I mean, look at this. iOS, US versus... how do we do it? Market share by region, maybe? By country, here we go. That's not what I wanted. What I wanted was... App Store spend by market share by country or something like this. I'm just trying to prove why, as a game developer, you know... Yeah, China, the US, and Japan. But obviously China is just... Like, China and US account for 65% of global revenue on Apple App Store. There you go. My point, right? You know, it's... I don't need to look at the rest of the numbers. It's close. That proves the point. So everything else that's not China and US on the App Store, and Apple is 35%. That's the whole of Europe, Australia, the rest of Asia, everywhere else. Yeah. It's mad. Obviously, like I say, for most developers, you just exclude China as well, because China isn't available. You cannot make stuff for China. The only way you could publish something in China is being a Chinese company to begin with, or you have to work with a Chinese publisher who will work to get the rights so that you can publish said game. This is what. So Diablo 4 is finally going to have Chinese servers, because they're working with a Chinese publisher, I think, out there, who is going to essentially run the game in China for them, like their servers and stuff. But it's taken them that long. It's taken Blizzard and Microsoft that long to get Diablo 4 out there. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. It's almost impossible to release a game as a Western company in China. It just is. Obviously, that number might be different for Google. I don't know. But yeah, the US market share is huge. Your fiance loves her iPhone, however, isn't very tech savvy and always comes to me to troubleshoot. Yeah. I mean, in my experience, Apple phones are simpler than Android phones in a lot of ways. It doesn't mean they're always simple, but in my experience, they're simpler. It's a bit more black box. They wrap up a lot more of the functionality and just give you buttons to press. And it does a lot of stuff, but it means if you can't do what you want to do, you're never going to be able to do it. Yeah, it's all wrapped up in their software, isn't it? That links directly into the hardware, I guess. Yeah. I barely use most of the features on my iPhone. That's why I'm not going to upgrade when I have to at the end of this year or next year, whenever it is. I will just go on a SIM-only card. I've got an 11 Pro. I've got a 15 Pro. And that will do me just fine. I use it for text messaging, a bit of internet. Occasionally a picture. I really don't use a lot of features on my phone. My brother just got the new iPhone Pro recently, and he does actually use the camera and stuff, but you know, it's, for me, it's a waste on me after a while. Window tabs, yeah, obviously you have to get used to their interface and their user experience and stuff, right? That varies, I guess. As a long-time Android user, I actually find iOS hard to use. Well, yeah, exactly. If you're used to Android, then iOS will feel alien, and vice versa. I used to have to use both, but I was primary iOS. Every time I went to Android phones, I had to... It took me, the thing about Android phones that's a little bit worse than iOS is there's so many more versions of Android. Like, it's because companies like Samsung, Google... I'm trying to think of other Android phone makers. So any phone maker uses the Android, which is most other than Apple. They can customize the Android to their own interface and their own user experience. So they'll all be slightly different. And you end up with like gazillions. I remember this from development. It made it infinitely more difficult to develop stuff for Android compared to iOS, which has like every year releases 3 versions of a phone. And I mean, you actually have 20 versions of the iPhone 15 Pro, for example, but they're all slightly different in different regions, because different regions have to have different networking protocols, so they have slightly different hardware in them in America than they do in the UK and stuff. I did have one problem ever, very early on in my client-side engineering career, where I had a bug on an iPhone, and it kept black screening when we minimized and opened it again, and it wouldn't open the app. And it only happened on one of our phones. We had 3 of the same phone, but one of them was from a different region. It was like one from the US or something. And it only happened on this phone. And it was because of something different on the networking chip. And we had to find a way around it. It was bizarre. I didn't even know that the iPhones differed in that way until that point. I had to go and find out why it would be different on that phone. But I got hold of someone from Apple and they told me, yeah, it's probably this. And I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. But yeah, I get where Damon's coming from. Yeah, no, things will feel... It's a bit like if you've not used Mac OS before and you're used to using Windows. When I first got my first computer and started streaming again, getting used to Windows again was a real... It was a bit of I was a bit like, Christ, I haven't used Windows in like 10 years, really. Not much. And it's changed a lot. I was like Windows 8 last time I used this. Yeah. That was a bit of a wake-up call. Right, I think I finally got all the strength here now. 74. I think we finally maxed it all out. Nice. OnePlus. Who makes the one? Oh, who makes the OnePlus? Oh, so I'm not up to date with phones and who makes what these days. Bone me, I've got a funny story about Windows Phone. I probably shouldn't reveal this, but I suppose it's not really that secret. It doesn't really matter anymore. So, game I worked on, MMX Racing. That was my first full mobile game that I worked on that went big, and actually did really well. It was a monster truck. I don't know if any of you ever played CSR Racing on the phone. That was the huge inspiration for it. Natural Motion made that. They got bought by Zynga. And it was hugely inspired by that, but we were doing monster trucks, right? So MMX Racing, I actually did a significant portion of that game. And I'm really proud of that. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh, Windows Phone. Yeah. So when Windows Phones were coming around, they were obviously looking for developers to make stuff for Windows Phone. And they basically offered us, let's say for sanity's sake, they offered us like £250,000 to get this game on there, right? That might have included some other T's and C's for future games, but it was like that game had to be made to work on Windows Phone. And we were using a particular UI technology called Scaleform, but we were limited to an old version of Scaleform because the person we got in to help us do this stuff did not do a very good job of setting this stuff up, and none of us were particularly expert in Scaleform. Scaleform is Adobe Flash's like UI system. Now, some companies do use that still, and the more up-to-date versions are way more optimal than we had. We had great performance issues with this. But anyway, this Scaleform thing made it impossible for us to backport the game to Windows because we could not, any of us, like even the really, really expert programmers that set up Hutch, like some of them were really expert programmers, no one could figure out how to get this thing, short of literally re-engineering the whole UI in this game, which would have been more work than it would have been worth, basically. We'd have had to re-engineer the whole game. So we had to give the money back. Yeah, but to be honest, it turns out, I mean, it would have been nice to be able to keep the money, right? But it turns out Windows Phone, their biggest issue was the reason it was so hard to make for that is they made it so black box, like so hard to make stuff for, because they didn't give you much API or much customization, that it was, and it all had to go through the App Store. It was so black box, it was basically impossible to make things for. So like no one wanted to make anything for it. And then it was dead on arrival because of that. That was the main reason it died. The App Store, it was all in or nothing on the App Store. The App Store had to succeed for their Windows phones to succeed in a way because hardware isn't enough. They don't make that much money on the hardware. They make most of their money on driving the fact that everyone's got their hardware so that they have to use their App Store. And then they make an absolute metric ton on the shares and cuts that developers make stuff for on their App Store, and they're taking 30% of everyone's through there. That's the cut that the platforms takes, 30%. I believe it's still the same as what it was before. So the more iPhones out there, the more people using the app stores on average, and the more people they're making cuts on day in, day out. Same with Google on their app store, right? The more Android phones out there, the more people are doing that. Some people are circumventing that now with web stores. That's why they're using web stores. And there's a whole there's been a whole load of law going on the last few years trying to stop Apple and Google from removing developers or their apps from their store who are circumventing their costs. There's literally been laws put in place in certain countries to make it illegal for those companies to do that because of we've got one here in the UK which is like the whole idea of becoming a monopoly and preventing people from competing. And yeah, web stores was people's way of getting around those 30% costs. So 30%'s a lot. You make $1 million on the App Store, that's 300,000 you lose immediately. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of money, right? Yeah, very interesting though. So yeah, it was very exclusive. Yeah. So yeah, there was one person at our company who was absolutely Windows Phone or nothing. Like they were diehards for it. But yeah, it's funny. I'm still good friends with him, and it's funny because when I last had a real conversation with him properly, we spoke about that bit because we were laughing about it, and he said, "Yeah, I was a bit stupid back then, wasn't I?" I was like, "We did have to say it," you know. Yeah. Yeah. It was hyped up in a big way, but it never lived up to it because it was never... I know. But it was hyped up. And if they hadn't have messed up with the actual store, it probably would have been relatively successful. Or it might have even been successful. But, you know, they just... It just got... It was dead on arrival because of that problem. And I don't think they realised to start with. And that's why they ultimately just boycotted it and got rid of it. They realised they would have had to redo the whole thing again. Yeah. It took Android a very, very long time to eat into the App Store market enough that it was a real contender to iOS. And it slowly but surely is eking towards the 50-50 mark, you know. Hardware drives that market share. So whoever brings out the best new thing will get more market share, right? And that happens every year. So it sort of swings one way or the other depending on who wins each year, really, I guess. But yeah, and I find that very interesting. That's true facts, everything I just told you there. I don't think I'm breaching any NDAs there. It's such a long time ago. Well over, that's like 10 years ago or more. Doesn't matter anymore. That sort of money back then, when we were getting that, it was like life-changing to Hutch back then. Nowadays, it's nothing, I guess. Much bigger company, much bigger incomes, more products, etc. Owned by a company where 250,000 is like chump change. Well, basically, Damon, yeah. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I remember my first ever mobile, my first personal mobile was a 3210. I had a gold one, it was a brick, and it played Snake. And it was just before the 3310 dropped. If I'd waited another couple months, I would have been able to get the 3310 where it played Snake even better. And a 3310 was near indestructible. It wasn't entirely indestructible because me and my friends did finally break one. But they were virtually indestructible. Like, you really had to throw it at a brick wall over and over again to break it. They really did build that thing to not break. It's quite amazing. Like, these days, you accidentally drop something on your phone screen. You haven't got a phone protector on it. You better be calling your glass, your phone repair company. Yeah. It'll cost you half the cost of the phone to replace the screen. It's mad, isn't it? Oh, it's better than what it was, but yeah. Obviously, there's so much glass on the phone now to break, isn't it? No matter how good the glass is. I always have phone protectors and phone cases and stuff on mine these days. Trust me, I've broken enough screens. I get very good screens. It's worth paying a little bit more for the very good tempered glass screens to put on to save your phone screen for. It only takes one accident or one incident mishap, and that's, you know, it's going to be very costly. They're so expensive, phones now. It's nuts, isn't it? You know, over £1,000 for these top ones. Mad. You got a 1. Oh, Lord Carnage. How's it going, Lord Carnage? How you doing, man? Yours fell off a bluff, roughly 50 to 100 foot drop, and survived. What, 3310? Yeah. The 3310s are near invincible. Like I say, we eventually did break one, but we had to keep... We had one that didn't function anymore. So we were like, screw it. Let's see if we can physically break this thing. And it took us, like, multiple attempts at throwing it at a wall and all sorts to finally physically break it. Like, the actual case to break. Yeah, it was, yeah. I need to spend my obols, it seems. Let's go do that. Yeah, we were silly kids back then. We did all sorts of stupid things. As you do.
What's still got some good in it?
Yeah, have a wee. Well,
Actually, we'll do boots. Yeah, let's do those.
hello, shining beauty. Well, hello, shining beauty.
Oh, well, there's a lot more in phones nowadays. They were a lot more simple back then, right?
Is it well?
They were a lot more basic, that is for sure.
Hello, shining beauty.
It is amazing how badly the frame rate drops when the UI is open. My frame rate goes legit from an average of like 150 to 90 when the UI is open. Or 90 to 100, so somewhere in between there. That's bananas, isn't it? UI systems are very notorious for performance issues in games.
Hammer sings on your return.
I would know. I've coded enough UI, I've worked with enough different systems, and I've experienced the notorious performance issues. Yeah, they are notorious for it.
Shame that. Go one more.
Very CPU heavy sometimes. Yeah, you tend to offload a lot of it to the CPU. It can be quite heavy on the CPU. How are you getting on with your glyph staff, Ballistic? You got many left to do. We're just giving Vegeta a second. '90s/80s, okay. Alright, well I could be on for another, I don't know, 15 to 45 minutes. We'll see how my tiredness factor goes. Let's get in there. Yeah, so each one of these, you should be getting, what, 3-4 upgrades, and I guess anything between 80 and 90 will be, what, 100% upgrade probably, and then anything from 90 to 100 will be a bit less. Yeah, I won't stay on any later than that because I'm back on again tomorrow. Well, today for me, I suppose. I'm back on again, technically speaking. 16 hours. 15 hours and 45 minutes, actually. Although, well, we'll see. I mean, I was on a bit later today because I needed extra sleep before stream. Maybe I won't be so haggard tomorrow. We'll see. Hello, cat. Oh, you know it's treat time soon. Don't. Oh, you're cold again. Oh dear. Oh, you're wet as well. Oh no. Oh dear. That's pretty fast, actually.
Very nice. Yeah, that was a good one. That was like 1 minute 47, 48, something like that. Pretty good one. Not bad. Right, let's do it. Oh, I like this tune. I haven't heard this in ages. Oh, I died! What a noob! Oh no! What? Don't know why. I'm normally invincible. No! Well, what a noob. Yep. What an absolute noob. Uninstall. Oh, nearly died again. What the hell? Why am I taking so much damage? Oh, it might be because I haven't got all of these on, actually, to be honest. I think some of my incenses are run off. Like, I am running minimal resistances and stuff here. It might be because of that, actually. There you go. Yeah, I feel like things are doing way more damage to me than they normally do. Ooh, that's some performance hit there. That was weird. Oh, bull sacks. Went back up the blooming ladder again. Oh, there we go. Let's go this way down here. There we are. this is feeling a lot more stable. I think that Cortex, I think what was happening was once you activate Cortex, it's like releasing memory or something. I don't know. It's doing something in the background. I think that wasn't playing nice with D4. It's probably releasing like key things, slowly but surely releasing memory, and it's causing the game to degrade. It's like, oh, I can't find this stuff anymore. I mean, if it's trying to find something in the background, gracefully handling it and not crashing the game, but throwing an error, and it's throwing up a log message in the console somewhere that the devs would see. Honestly, that alone would cause the game to degrade over time. The more of that's happening, the more it would just cause the game to slow down. It's very, very slow to handle that stuff. Programmatically speaking, that is slow. That's what I mean. Green Day, nice. Go on in, Den Mother. Let's go. Very good. Win. Oh, there you go. Load time. Yeah, no, you're good. I just couldn't see you anywhere on the map. I was like, he's gone. He's in the ether world somewhere. He's in the void. Purgatory, indeed. Yeah. Oops, got stuck on a wall there. Lovely. Yeah, let's backtrack over here. Nice. Onwards. Oh, stuck on a wall again. Oh, there we go. Good. I just got a pretty nice amulet. Goodness me. It's only taken all season. It's probably not better than what I've got, because I've got a max dexterity roll and maximum resource GA. Obviously, I could get resource without the GA in there, but I wouldn't be able to get the max dexterity percent. You'd only get one extra rank of potent. So that extra 10x is probably not worth it. But yeah, I mean, that'd be worth a bit if you wanted to sell it. Yeah. Yeah, tell me about it. It's good. That's a nice little whammy there. Yeah. Nice little whammy. Maybe I'll give it away to people who are still playing at some point, because I probably won't make use of it at this point. You could absolutely roll the extra passive on there if you wanted, for example. Let's put that over here somewhere. There you go. Yeah, nice. Pants, okay. Do some donuts. Two more to get to 45. All right, nice. Well, I'll be on for about another 20 minutes, so we'll just run these for another 20 minutes, however many we get in that time. And then I will have to call it, because it's nearly 5 in the morning for me. I've got a couple of bits I need to do before sleep, so... I will need to go and do that whole sleep thing at some point. Yeah, of course. No worries. Nice. That was pretty quick, that one. Good times. That's dumb strong. What bit are you talking about, Vegeta? Oh, Shred. Yeah, I heard it's really good, yeah. Once you get it going, yeah. I know a lot of people have played that this season. Have really enjoyed it. Yeah, no worries, Charm. Thanks for being here, dude. Appreciate you. Catch you soon. Where are the elites at? There they are. This is like, where are they? Alright, let's crack on. Wow, this one's gone real fast. 1 minute 19 to the yeah, 1 minute 19 to the boss. Holy cow. That was fast, that one was, yeah, under a minute and a half. GG's. See how fast you're attacking. That's hilarious. He's just regurgitating all over them. Just watch everything die. No, there's no point. I'm going off in like 2 or 3 pits. Depends how long they take, but yeah, I'm going off shortly. So by the time we've done that, we're going to run another pit or so. It'd probably be better just to do that. Oh, I'm chained. Go away. I absolutely hate that mod, seriously. That chain mod. GTFO. Bit of tribute. Nice. Oh, I need to go spend my obols. Nice. Go do that, I suppose. Yeah, it's like about 2 or 3 minutes on a rotation or one of these. So I've probably got like a couple more of these left for me. Give or take. And then I'll have to call it for the night, I think. Let's quickly smash out these obols.
Finished, are you?
I forge more than horseshoes and nails. Would you need?
Hello, shining. Well, hello, shining beauty.
I'll keep my forge hot. Return.
Hello, shining. Hello, shining beauty. Hello, Vasili's ghost.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer?
Hello, not a bad coat. Hello, shining beauty.
Oh my gosh, that pillar's getting in the way. Oh, do you know what? I'm done. I can't bother with that one. Move on. Guy's so close to the pillar, I can't actually evade over the top of him. There we go. Nice. Oh, stretch. I'll probably make this the last one. And then it'll wrap up for the night, I think. It's getting quite late. Well, it is late. Nice. I'll just pick up everything here. Can't even see the GAs anyway. Good stuff. Alright, that'll probably be my last pit for the night, guys. Thanks very much. I hope that helps a little bit. We ran a fair number. I mean, we were running those pretty quickly at the end there. Like, well, on average, about a minute and a half. It's pretty good. Yeah, no worries. All good. All good and heard. I suppose I'll spend my obols while we're here. I don't have many. Which means I'm coming in fresh tomorrow or whenever I next log in. You made 20 glyph levels from 75 to 95. Nice. What, on average across all your glyphs? I mean, you're pretty close. I mean, I'll be back on again on Sunday, and I'll do some more. I'll do some more community gameplay at some point during that stream. Probably do some more planner stuff to start with, and then do some gameplay at the end or something again. So if you still need to finish them then, but by all means, just hit me up. That's pretty much all of it, though, right? I mean, you're literally right at the end, min-maxing at that point. The last 5 levels really is just eking out the final bit of power. What builds am I looking at for Season 11? Spiritborn, mostly. All of them. But yeah, I only did one today, but that was mostly formatting. I've got it up here. Oh, I did have it up, yeah. I was mainly working out the formatting along as updating the guide. So now I've got an idea what I'm doing with that. It'll make the rest of them a bit quicker to update. Oh, well, today I updated, I didn't update the live one. I've got one which I'll publish nearer the season for the Rock Splitter leveling. I'll do my Blood Lance, Hydra, and Pulverize leveling guides as well still. But I will probably not update the full end game versions for those, because I haven't played them this season. I may or may not play them next season. I'll have to have a look. I might have to put those to rest for a little while, but the leveling guides will be there. Hey, Prophet, I'm actually about to finish up in a minute, Prophet. All right, I'm going to move over to the chatting screen, because I am going to be closing up. It's like nearly 5 in the morning for me. You would love to play something not evade? Yeah, there'll be plenty of that. My Rock Splitter leveling guide is very good. I did it on the PTR. It's always been very good for leveling. It might not be quite as speedy as evade, but it's definitely tankier. And we'll have to see. I mean, evade was bugged on the PTR. Evade was doing more damage than it should have been. We went and calculated it, like significantly so. So if that gets fixed, then it'll be much closer and more in line with the rest of the build. So we'll see. We need to see the final patch notes. But yeah, there's loads of other builds that will do the end game content. I've got about 15 guides, Profit Gaming. End game builds, I'll have 12 for Spiritborn, something like that. Yeah, appreciate that. Yeah, it'll be. I'm going to hopefully have a fairly comprehensive tier list for Spiritborn. It won't cover everything, and it won't all be perfect, so I'll need to update stuff when the season goes live, but I am intending to have a fairly comprehensive coverage from meta to off meta. It won't cover everything, but it'll get more than it has in the past. So yeah, that's the intention. I've got a lot to do, but we'll get there. All right, let's have a very quick gander on Twitch who's online. We can go send a few of you over to some love. I did see someone online earlier that we could go send some love to. I want to see if they're still online. They are. Okay. Anyone else before we decide to go that way? That probably is the way we're going to go tonight. Yeah, okay. We'll do that. We haven't raided them in a while. All right. We'll do that. Cool. All right. Well, thank you very much, everybody, on all the channels. I really do appreciate you all being here. As always, you're all awesome.
I appreciate watching me do build guides isn't for some people the most entertaining thing, but some people find it interesting, and it honestly helps me out so much where I can get some of that work done without having to do that offline, because obviously doing 7-8 hour streams 4 or 5 times a week and then finding time to do that stuff offline means you basically get 0 sleep. I'd like at least a little bit. I really do appreciate you all, so thank you so much. If there is anyone that hasn't hit the like or subscribe button in any of my channels that you're in, please consider doing so. Really helps me out. I'd love to see you again. I'm on 4 or 5 times a week, generally doing ARPG stuff, although tomorrow I will actually be doing something different. But I generally do ARPGs, covering a lot of Diablo. PoE 2 when I can. Not sure I can in the next cycle, given how close it's releasing to D4. I just don't know if that's going to be possible. And Last Epoch, I'm hoping at some point we'll be able to cover that as well. So yeah, hopefully we'll see some of you in future. And I do have a Discord. If anyone wants to come and join, I will link that in all the channels. So yeah, if you haven't joined and you'd like to join, that is the best way to get hold of me, to talk to me about any builds, to join the clan, join the community that's growing. Please come and join. We'd be more than happy to have you there. If you do decide to join, please do the verification, and please go to the role selection channel and choose the emotes for the games you care for. This will unlock the channels for you which you care about, and the ones you don't care about won't come up and you won't get spammed by them. So this is good. So hopefully we'll see somebody there. And if not, that's fine. I will not be offended. That's totally fine as well. No worries, Killer. Thanks, man. Everyone on all my channels except Twitch, I will just be closing up for the night. I won't be sending you anywhere else. So I hope you have a great rest of your day, wherever you are in the world and whatever time zone. Thank you again so much. Really do appreciate you and your time. Twitch, I'm going to send you over to Drugula, ex-Drugula. A few of you might know him already. Go show him some love, hit him with all the emotes, say hello, even if it's just 5 minutes. It'll make his day. He's been a friend of ours for a while. And yeah, I'll be back. Okay, so yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow. I might actually be playing Ark Raiders tomorrow. It was my brother-in-law's birthday, and yeah, I did post tomorrow as a variety day, so I think I'll be doing that. So hopefully see somebody then. If not, I will be back on Sunday with Diablo. That's the intention. Probably more build planners and maybe a bit of gameplay in there. So yeah, and if you need to get a hold of me before that point, then yeah, please hit me up on Discord. I'll get back to you when I can. Yeah, nice, Prophet. And I think that's about it. So yeah, thank you guys. Really do appreciate you all. I hope you have a great rest of your day, as I say, and hopefully see you tomorrow. Guys, keep safe, keep lasting. Much love, and I'll see you later. Cheers. Appreciate you.